Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. Thank you for your patience as we worked through some technical difficulties. As we start the meeting today, I'll remind everyone to please silence their cell phones. I have also been requested by Vice President Jelovich to remind everyone that if your cell phone does go off, we expect you to donate $50 to the Wildlife Fund. And so I'm sure if Chris is not here, he will accept those tomorrow. So please make sure that your cell phones are silenced. We will go ahead and do the roll call. Is Commissioner Bell online? Commissioner Bell, can you hear us?
Madam President, I can hear you loud and clear now. I have been waiting impatiently here in my hotel room in North Carolina. So thank you to all the tech people, and I apologize to the commission and the audience for not being present in person. I am present. Thank you.
And are you back in the States?
I am stateside, yes.
Then we will forgive you. All right, Commissioner Haskell?
Present.
Commissioner Jelovich?
Present.
Commissioner Mai?
Here.
Commissioner Masterson?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table and hand it to one of the department staff who will forward it to me. Assisting with the meeting today is Janet Millick, Casper Region I&E, so thank you for your help there. If you are participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advance comment form prior to the start of the meeting. If you would like to still comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. And as we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure that everyone has the opportunity to speak, and as a courtesy to others, please do limit your time. Commissioners, please make sure that your mic is on when you speak so that you can be heard, and remember that it is different today. It's the opposite. Today, green is go and red means that your mic is off, so please keep that in mind. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we obviously have a lot to go over today, so let's start with agenda item number 1, approval of commission meeting minutes.
Madam President, having reviewed the minutes, I would move their approval as submitted.
All right, we have a motion. Any questions or discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right. And that passes. Director Bruce.
Well, good morning, President Ludwig, commissioners. My director's report this morning will be rather brief, just seeing you last month. But first, I want to touch on the legislative interim items. The Management Council met on April 8th and gave direction to the chairs of the committees that we usually work with. And some of that direction was really honing in the amount of time and effort that legislative interim committees spent during the summer. So they would like to see 4 days that the committees meet rather than 6. They did leave open asks if the committee chairs wanted to come back and ask for more time. But TRW, the main committee that we are in front of, Travel, Rec, and Wildlife, has chosen to go forward with 4 days. We will testify in front of them on June 5th and 6th in Du Bois at the museum. And it'll be a good opportunity to showcase the department, because we're going to spend the afternoon the first day giving them a tour of Whiskey Camp, some of our wild sheep management issues, and the hatchery there. So excited about that. Working closely with the two chairmen of TRW, Senator Landon and Representative Byron. They really want to focus this legislative interim session on educating the TRW members and bringing them up to speed on the department issues and priorities. You may see both chairmen at this meeting today or tomorrow. They also want to understand the roles between the commission and the state legislature. So we're excited to be able to educate them and talk through some difficult issues. You guys got an email talking about those interim items that we predicted. Those are the same. And we'll see where joint ag lands, because one of the overlapping issues between TRW and joint ag is the conversations wrapped around landowner tags. And the Management Council left it up to the two chairs of the two committees to decide where it lands. So we are still waiting for that. But we will still have a pretty busy interim session throughout the summer, most likely being in TRW, Joint Ag, Select Federal Natural Resource Committee, and possibly a few others. So we'll keep you updated as we go along and get some more details of where those meetings are and the topics that we'll cover. As you guys remember, back in Pinedale, you identified the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor. It's the first migration corridor for antelope that this commission identified. It's currently going through the public comment process, looking at the biological and risk assessment. We're taking formal comments. There's been public meetings, and then we'll bring that back to you guys at the July meeting for consideration and designation. So just putting that on your radar, you may hear comments from the public regarding that assessment being done. And lastly, but most importantly, you'll spend most of today walking through and listening to the department's recommendation for our hunting seasons. And I want to iterate that this is really the end of the process. The process is a 365 days of the year process that our staff goes through. And this is the final piece. And I want to talk about that process just a little bit with you. First, we work really hard to understand the harvest and the impacts that came from the harvest. And then we spend a great deal of time collecting data and analyzing the populations, flights, models, various ways you've heard us talk about. And then we put out a proposal for the seasons with any possible changes. This kicks off what I call the formal comment process. Even though our staff are taking input, just like you guys are, throughout the entire year. During that formal process, we have 36 different public meetings across the state. Little disappointed. Every year it seems like we get less and less participation at those public engagements. Not surprising. I think it's just a reflection of the time period we're in. Not sure if that'll change as society changes. But I feel that what's missing when we don't have people show up at the local meetings is that ability to hear all sides of the issue. We had almost, I think, a record number of formal comments set in, almost 900. That's amazing, that's wonderful. But when you're not engaged in hearing both sides at those local meetings, I think that there's something left out. And I really encourage people to go locally to hear all sides of the issues. I do want to acknowledge the outstanding turnout, though, today, especially a lot of our outfitters here. So wonderful to see. I hope they will speak up and provide comments. And so I ask you to consider this extensive process that has occurred and the tough job that our staff have in balancing all those who provide input throughout the year. Some people want us to have more conservative seasons. Some want more opportunity. Some want opportunities just for youth, limited quota versus general quota, lots of considerations. We do an incredible job in this state managing down to each herd area. But with that becomes a set of expectations to meet, for us to meet, to look carefully at these areas and to listen to our constituents. So I thank you in advance for your consideration of our recommendations and the public input. So thank you.
Any questions for Director Bruce? Thank you. Meredith.
Good morning. Good morning, President Lundvall, Commissioners, Director Bruce. Meredith Wood, CFO, agenda item number 3. This is a standard once-a-year item where the department is requesting the commission authorization to transfer 6% of the balance of the lifetime license account into the commission's operating fund. So per Wyoming statute 231501C, which outlines the terms and conditions for the lifetime license fund, the commission may authorize the transfer of up to 6% of the balance of that account into the operating fund for future obligations and budgetary needs. So we typically do the transfer at the end of May. I anticipate the balance in the fund being just over 7.6 million. So if approved at 6%, that would equate to approximately $458,000. And I stand for any questions.
Madam President, I would move that 6% of the lifetime license fund balance in the alternative enterprise merchandise net sales revenue, remove it into the commission's operating fund.
All right, thank you. We have a motion on the table. Any questions or discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Commissioner Bell seconds that. All in favor?
Aye. Sorry for the delay, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Meredith. All right, let's get right in.
All right, good morning, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the Commission. My name is Justin Binfit, Deputy Chief of Wildlife Division. I'm here to talk to you about 2025 hunting season proposals. So today we're going to go through 10 total regulations. We have chapters 2, 5 through 9, 11, 14, 15, and 20. And we'll go through those one at a time so you know what they all are. Before we get going, I guess I'd like to say first and foremost, give a big thank you to all of our field personnel. Director Bruce touched on this real nicely in her opening remarks, but the season setting process, the season setting process, like Director Bruce stated, is in fact a year-round process. And really, it's one of the most important things we do as an agency and certainly within the Wildlife Division. You know, whether it's our personnel getting approached while they're filling up a gas tank or at the grocery store, a formal public meeting, a landowner meeting, a meeting with outfitters, you name it. Our personnel are taking public comment throughout the entire course of the year. So as Director Bruce stated, this culminates in the proposals that are before you guys here today. But I do want to walk through a little bit just for everyone's edification, if you will, just how our season setting process works, and just as a reminder. So once we basically collect our data, whether that's sex and age composition data as we fly our herds in the fall and the winter months, our siteability, abundance surveys, you name it. We take all that information, we put it into population models, we come up with population estimates, we then see where these populations are in relation to objective. Then we formulate our management recommendations to try to move those herds towards those objectives. All the while, we're trying to balance all of that social input we receive. So with that, to kick the process off, is what we do is we actually post our initial draft regulations in January. And as what we need to do is we need to kick off our formal public comment period. So we have to adhere to the Administrative Procedures Act. So we do that, and this year is what we did, which was a slight departure from how we've done it in the past, is we posted are January regulations that were basically just last year's regulations. Now, we knew we had some changes that were going to be proposed, and so the Elk Area 7 changes were a good example of that. We chose not to post those in the January drafts because we didn't want to confuse folks that may have looked there early on and thought that those were all of the changes we had for the entire season setting process. So then you fast forward to mid-March. Once the biologists have made all of their recommendations, that gets approved through regional management, through the wildlife management coordinators and regional wildlife supervisors. Those recommendations then come to us. We then vet them as Wildlife Division Administration and decide, what are going to be our formal proposals going forward. So once we do that, we then issue our revised updated drafts in mid-March. That is what everyone sees with all of our proposed changes. Following that, we then, the public comment period continues. We also then host, we publish those mid-March drafts first, then we kick off our public meetings. So the public gets to see those before they actually come talk to us in person. We then have our public meetings in place. It's usually the latter half of March. Our biologists then develop a PowerPoint presentation. This was kind of a product of the COVID year, and it's actually worked really well, and it could explain some of the declining attendance that Director Bruce mentioned in terms of, so biologists now provide a narrated PowerPoint presentation that gets posted on our website, and it covers all the season proposals within their district. So that gets posted in late March. We then as the public comment period closes, in this case it was April 2nd this year, that public comment then gets disseminated to all of the regions. We look through that, synthesize it, digest it. We then make recommendations whether or not we're going to change any of our season proposals based on public comment. So at the end of each chapter today, I will be showing some updated season tables that will basically just reflect those changes that were made subsequent to the formal public comment period closing. They will not cover every change that you have before you, otherwise we'd be running through hundreds of these. So that's our season setting process in a nutshell. It then obviously culminates with the meeting here today.
Madam President, may I? You said that you make changes, of course, in response to public comment. Those changes are posted online before this meeting, aren't they?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, so the changes that come subsequent to public comment are just wrapped up in the commission notebook that you all receive, which is also posted online.
All right. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. So with respect to the online presentations that I just discussed, just to give you guys a little bit of an idea of how many folks watch these, they're pretty well viewed, and they certainly far supersede the attendance at public meetings. Here's a list with all the views by region. You'll see Casper region was the most popular one this year. We suspect that's largely due to some of the proposed changes in Elk Area 7. But you can see they're pretty widely viewed across the state. Then with respect to the total number of comments received, as Director Bruce indicated, we did receive a really, really high number relative to normal of public comments. Actually in totality, it was almost just shy of 1,000. It's fair to say interest was fairly high this year. So thanks to the help of our communications division, we've also really invested in a lot more season setting promotional materials. So we put a lot more effort into marketing. We're taking out ads in certain media such as Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming Press Association, associated magazines, newspapers, that sort of thing. And a lot of promotion just with our internal stuff like our website, social media, email campaign, that sort of thing. So before we begin, I'm gonna just kind of touch on this really quickly. Deputy Director Hicks is actually gonna go over some of the
the weather stuff tomorrow, but I do want to give you guys just a quick little snippet of where we're at in relation to climate as it's affected our wildlife just over the past year, just to keep in the back of your minds as we go through seasons for the rest of today. So if you look, and sorry, I'm going to just face left most of the day here, I think, but if you look, this is a comparison of the past 3 winters. These are charts or figures of the snow water equivalency data. So it's basically how much precip fell during these wintering periods. So on the far right is data as of early April from 2023. If you guys recall, it was the 22-23 winter, which was the really infamous winter with just record snowpack and cold temperatures and things like that, especially in western and parts of southern Wyoming. So if you look there, the dark blue colors denote really, really high amounts of precipitation. As you get to lighter blue, even the lighter blue is still well above the 30-year average. Then as you go over to this time just last year, you'll see things dried out a little bit, but we still had fairly good snowpack, moisture received in some of central and southern Wyoming, and western Wyoming was near normal. The green denotes pretty much near normal. And then as you fast forward again to this year, as of a few weeks ago, things have just gotten drier and drier over the past couple of years. However, winter conditions were still, they were fairly moderate in parts of the state. We actually did have a reasonable amount of snowpack in parts of western and southern Wyoming, and you'll notice that northern Wyoming actually fared a little bit better. Then as we look at the drought monitor index, you will see 2024 is on the right and 2025 is on the left. This is more of a measure of how much water is actually in the soil profile, and you'll see that things are drying out quite a little bit. Bear in mind that some of the measurements for western Wyoming and Martin can walk through this a little bit more tomorrow, but they're a little bit misleading because they're still frozen soils in places. So, but I bring this up just to call attention to the fact that this is kind of a mixed bag. While we all recognize the lasting effects of the severe winter 2 years ago in parts of the state, that also resulted in some really good forage production and nutritional condition of adult female deer and antelope especially. And that resulted in really good fawn production throughout the course of this year. As we go forward, we also, we're kind of nervous because drought conditions may be starting to beset a lot of the state. And so that can have long-term impacts, or well, I shouldn't say long-term, but that can have lasting impacts over the next couple of years on fawn production and survival as we go forward. So it's something we're keeping an eye on, and these are all things that we consider as we're formulating these season recommendations. The one last thing I should add is with the mild winters, part of the mixed bag part of that is that we do typically experience high overwinter survival in these mild to moderate winters. So by most accounts, we feel like adult doe, mule deer, white-tailed deer, antelope, et cetera, wintered fairly well this year, and they certainly entered winter in pretty good condition last year. So that's all I have as far as just kind of a general introduction to today. And now we're getting ready to go into the actual regulations, but I'll pause for any questions there. Okay, so moving on to our Chapter 2 regulation. So our Chapter 2 regulation basically just governs general hunting provisions. It governs things like bag limits, licensing, legal hours for hunting, tagging requirements, hunting technology limitations, the number of doe fawn licenses a person may possess. So these regulations are important because they actually then apply to a lot of the subsequent chapters that we're going to discuss today as far as for all our big game species, small and upland game regulations. So with Chapter 2, we actually received quite a few comments this year. We had 110 comments in total. It's fair to say that the vast majority of the comments here were just basically statewide comments that folks wanted They wanted to express concern or their opinion on just statewide issues. So a lot of comments were centered around opposition to crossbows during special archery seasons. There was an awful lot of support expressed within this regulation for the addition of Type 9 archery-only license opportunities across species. It wasn't just elk. There was interest in choose your weapon seasons, and we may get into this a little bit later, but as we've discussed in the past, there's multiple ways to implement Type 9 seasons. You can have Type 9 archery-only licenses in addition to still allowing other license types within that area to hunt during special archery seasons, or you can have true choose your weapon seasons where only Type 9 license holders can archery hunt and the remaining license holders cannot hunt during the special archery season. There's also a hybrid version where we split the month of September and allow both depending on when. So there was also a fair amount of concern over just the 90-10 residency splits for sheep, moose, and goat. Some folks were concerned about the accuracy of the splits that we had in our draft regs. There was a fair amount of non-resident concern since the statutory change a couple years ago. 2023 was the first year when we shifted to a 90-10 residency split. We have a fair amount of non-residents that are heavily invested in preference points and things like that that are expressing concern that it's just going to take them a long time to draw a license. There are other preference point interests expressed by residents wanting preference points for deer, elk, and antelope. Other concerns that folks lose their preference points if they go for more than 2 consecutive years without purchasing one. But at the end of the day, aside from some of the archery stuff, an awful lot of the comments that pertain to Chapter 2 this year actually dealt with things that are codified in state statute. And it's just something that we realize a lot of folks don't always understand what things we can change, what things you all can change via commission regulation versus state statute. So as an example, crossbows during archery seasons are actually in state statute. Resident preference points for deer, elk, and antelope would require a statutory change, and so on. So, okay, so moving on. So with Chapter 2 was actually really, really simple for us this year. We only had one really minor change, and that is within Section 4 of Chapter 2, where there are provisions for how many doe fawn deer licenses hunters can have. They are allowed to apply for and receive up to 2 doe fawn deer licenses in the draw. Then after the initial draw, they can get up to 2 more. And in the vast majority of the state, they're limited to a maximum of 4 doe fawn licenses. However, years ago, to get ahead of some whitetail issues, especially up in the Sheridan region, we built into Chapter 2 the ability for folks to have an unlimited number of doe fawn licenses in specific areas after the leftover draw. So with this year, then a few years ago, we added Area 65, but this year we are proposing to add deer hunt areas 157 and 171 into this provision, and that's based on concerns and need to address whitetail management in the Riverton area. Our project, well, it's our Project Mule Deer Herd, but it's essentially a CWD management issue. So with that, that's the only change we have for Chapter 2. We didn't have any changes based on public comment for this regulation. And the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 2 hunting regulation as proposed, or the department, excuse me.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? Okay. Oh, do we have one?
I'm sorry, Madam President, slow on the draw. I just want to make sure I understand that the proposed change that's in front of us, is that what you're referring to you had no public comment on? Or that's what I just want to make sure that that got out and whether or not you received comment on after that change was made.
So President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, that is correct. We did not receive any formal public comment regarding that specific change.
Anything else from the commission? No, okay. Representative Erickson, public comment? There we go. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioners, Director Bruce, I'm here to address some of the Chapter 2 changes, and I hope this is the right place to do it. You might hear from me a few more times. I'm excited about being accepted on the, Director Bruce talked about the TRW on June 5th and 6th in Du Bois, and I was accepted to be able to present an idea that I'd like to introduce to you first. I think most of you have heard some of the things about what we're trying to do. Don't know for sure exactly how many are going to be needed to be handled in this area of statutory change and through the legislature or through you folks as the commissioners, but we can kind of sort those out as we go. It deals with a fair chase groundswell of interest throughout the state that I've picked up through my work in the legislature, as well as an individual that's participated in the Fish and Game regulations for a long time. And it deals with a major interest in especially resident hunters that see that we need to focus on the amount of technology that is coming into hunting, and doing everything we possibly can do to be able to limit that and make it truly a fair chase state of Wyoming. You know, with the black eyes that we've received over some of the chase in general, and the way in which some predators as well as others have been taken and then displayed, and we could go on. Hopefully we're getting that in our rear view mirror. But I think this is a way to positively move forward with some of these fair chase, and it includes thermals, electronics, has to do with even mandatory reporting so that we know exactly where the pressures are for residents. Mainly, you know, we know pretty well where the non-residents are hunting because of the outfitters' reporting requirements and things like that. But I think the mandatory reporting would sure help a lot in just feeling better about where some seasons were increased and decreased and things like that. Also, as was addressed in a lot of the comments, I'm receiving a lot of negative feedback on the crossbows, and understanding now that takes a state statute to change. I think you, myself, as well as other, including Chairman Byron, may be addressing some of those things that he's on the TRW co-chairman. And that's the elimination of crossbows being used during archery season. But the most abused in this groundswell that I've been talking is the long range hunting that is taking place in some of these very cherished, well, across the entire state. I'm not downplaying one or the other and saying this is okay to shoot 1,000+ yards at an animal that has no idea that you're there and requires very little actually values that we all cherish in hunting and teaching our kids, and hopefully next generations are picking up on. I just, more and more I'm seeing that's something that is moving us farther away from a better public image, or an increased public image. Not saying that it's bad, but generally speaking, hoping to move us away from being so focused on learning how to shoot the distances that are military shoots, and distances that should be shot and should be in competitions that relate to shooting ranges and things like that, not at at a big game animal, and especially with my near and dear G&H, regions G&H in the deer and the western side of the state. This is becoming a real, what I consider a catastrophe waiting to happen, and a real problem as it's building up to that, with the negative things that are taking place around it, as well as, like I said, moving us away from the fair chase principles that many of us, very much appreciate being part of Wyoming. So that being said, I'm not saying that I have all the answers. Of course, it's going to be a very difficult lift. However, I would like to remind you of when we were before the commission, I can't even remember how many years ago, let's say 10, and we talked about the flying for big game. And I was told for years and years after bringing that up, because of major abuses in western Wyoming, and others were bringing it up, not saying I was the only one. There were a lot of people, obviously, because it got changed. But they said will never be able to regulate it. And so that's a good reason to not go forward with it. I would beg to differ on that, and I have seen a huge change on that. Even though there are still cheaters, still people that are going to do it, no matter how much we do, it has considerably backed off on the number of people that have, since the law change and the commission change took place on that, it doesn't happen near as often. And I think that there's enough that we're going to gain, similar to the flying, that we will gain, even though it's tough to regulate long range and be reasonable about it. You know, I'm not saying go to open sites or anything like that, but the limitation on it is worth it, and it will change the way people look at Wyoming hunting regulations. And so, as I said, I don't have all the answers. I'm digging as much as I can, and I've got other people helping. But we need. I would just ask that we continue to keep this on our forefront, and really do as much as we can. And your support would be greatly appreciated in that, obviously, if it was something that you all talked about and had some ideas to share with those of us who are hopefully moving forward with that. And whether that become a statute change or a commission, that's still kind of up in the air. But anyway, very much appreciate your time, and hope to work with you going forward on that. One more quick thing, I know I've taken up my time, but I'd like to talk about the crowding. And I brought this last year, and I've talked about it quite a bit, and then received a lot of information about it. I don't think we can downplay the number of non-residents in this out of the state of Wyoming that are moving to the state of Wyoming exclusively to hunt. The numbers are astounding when you talk to people, and because of my employment in the different aspects of Western Wyoming life that I'm involved in, I see a lot of and have the opportunity to talk to these people, and boy, a high percentage of them are here to hunt. And I don't know that I know that we keep track of how many resident hunters apply for a tag, but I don't know that we really know how many, say for example, hunters that were non-resident last year are now hunters this year, resident hunters this year, and are hunting in regions G and H for deer. I think we've kind of slept that off, said, well, they could be hunting anywhere in the state. I make the point that I believe that we would see a considerable amount of them are bumping up the numbers, and that's causing a lot of the crowding. We can control the crowding of the non-residents, obviously, because there's only a certain amount of tags, but the residents are they're increasing drastically with the influx of people that we're getting generally coming. They're not here to enjoy the winters in Wyoming. As we know, they're here to hunt and fish and live the lifestyle that we so much cherish. And hey, good for them. You know, I mean, it's, I would want to do that if I was living in some of those places, but my point is, I would like to see us address some ways to recognize, first of all, just the amount, and to make action towards leveling that out, becoming a little more fair, and cutting down on the crowding. So I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Madam President, I do
Just a
have a
second,
question
sir.
for, if I might. Thank you, Representative Erickson. And all of your points, of course, thank you for them questions for us, because I think that and this commission's went over mandatory reporting, it's went over crossbows, went over long-range hunting, whatever. But I kind of took it upon myself to look at all the surrounding states that I could.
Yeah.
And I believe that, in particular, Utah, they're starting to define a lot of these high-tech weapons and this long-range shooting.
Yeah.
And so I think some of it could be helpful for Wyoming to maybe meet with a few of these adjoining, maybe the legislature or something could form some, call your colleagues and stuff, because I think the hardest part is, like you said, is narrowing it down to what is, how do you enforce it, and how do you go right there. And I think our sister states around us are starting to or look at it very, very much. So I would encourage the department and encourage the legislature to, let's get some language. Let's start locking in on these language for that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. I know that you've been actively going on this, and I kind of wish we would have had an opportunity to do our work and do some of the lifting during this TRW committee, and then I could bring you a few things, because we are compiling all that data there, and we are visiting with those folks on a regular basis, and I'm very impressed. I didn't want to get out past my skis on saying that I had all the information and the answers, but the information that I'm getting so far, especially from our surrounding states, very impressive. There's some great things that can be done, and I appreciate your urging us to go forward in the commission. Thank you.
Madam President, may I?
Yes.
Representative Erickson, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to be here and address these things, and thank you for your willingness to serve on the TRW committee. That'll be an interesting opportunity for you. As I look at the definitions here under Chapter 2, I don't see a definition for fair chase. You know, that's kind of up to each individual's moral compass, I would say, right?
It is.
Also, I don't see a definition for long range. I can ask 10 different people and probably get 12 to 15 different answers. I'm an avid long range shooter, competitor. I shoot over 1,000 rounds a year. Born and raised in Southwest Wyoming in Rock Springs.
Yeah.
Wind, right?
Yeah.
I live in Northeast Wyoming now in Crook County, in Moorcroft. Wind. That's the biggest unknown or variable to long range shooting. Also, I don't see a definition for ethics. I really hesitate to advocate for regulating morality because the definition of morality is dependent upon who's in charge. I'm a fan of voluntarism. I'm a fan of self-regulation. I'm a really big fan of information and education. My children are long-range shooters as well. We spend a lot of time. I spend a lot of money. I hope my wife's not listening, but I spent a lot more money than I should have on equipment for my kids to use. So we try our absolute best. I'm grateful for the technology that is available to us today to make those things more precise. I would even argue that that's even more ethical, that we're going above and beyond to be better at our craft and our trade. I'm also a licensed outfitter. I've been involved with guiding and outfitting for 26, going on 27 years now. And I've seen a whole host of people come and go through the camps that I've been involved with. And with long-range shooting, I see far less marginal to poor shots taken. And again, what's the definition of long range, right? Well, the definition that I use that I find that fits me is anytime you have to compensate for bullet drop or wind deflection. And that can apply to archery as well, right? So, but I find that people that are avid long-range shooters, avid archers, are very well practiced at their craft and their trade. And I hesitate to start arbitrarily regulating that, because when we just start putting arbitrary numbers on things, and that opens up a whole big can of worms for enforcement. Now we've got to add more wardens in the field to make sure that people are taking shots within a certain distance. I just think that we need to be very careful. I'm glad that we're having these discussions because they're very, very important, and very important to the future of the wildlife and the future of the state. But also, it can open up things that we're not even asking for.
You bet.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Haskell. Not that I beg to differ in any way or shape or form, but we do not see as many people, and when I say we, I'm talking about me. It has not been my observation to see individuals that are shooting the majority of the long range in western Wyoming that are as prepared and precise as you. It's a sloppy game with a lot, and I think that's what's caused the groundswell to come, and it's just an individual, and one that I kind of refer to because I know a lot about, but it's just, what's the new gun this year, and how far can I shoot? And it's also the biggest question that I have is when, say for example, the young hunters are 12, 14 years old. Won't share the exact numbers because it'll pinpoint the individual, but there were 6 or more that were shot at upwards to 1,000 yards, and they were all under the age of 18. And if that's their way to define hunting, I guess that's something that we'll have to, and you mentioned that, we'll have to battle on that. But I questioned him, said, but what are you teaching your kids, you know? So that's kind of where I was at. But thank you. I knew you were long range. I'd heard that through the grapevine, so I was hoping that maybe you were traveling out of country, but.
Oh, I think we have a few more questions, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. And Representative Erickson, I don't know you, but thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And I hope you continue to communicate with this group, and I know we're always wide open. So
I know.
please continue. And speaking for me, I need you to know I respect your role as a legislator. And I absolutely understand that as the legislature, you have the authority to come in and do many of the things that you've talked about. I would personally encourage you to maybe even beg you to work with the commission to see if we can craft rules that have the force and effect of law, that would address your concerns, because I think that we can do a great deal of that.
I do too.
And selfishly or not, I think that the department can be, if you will, more granular, to use the hip phrase, about how to define some of these things. Because the legislature, you know, the old joke about you ask the legislature to design a horse and you end up with a camel.
Oh, boy.
So I'm not belittling, I hope you understand that. But
No, none taken.
I think that the commission or any regulatory body has the ability to act a little quicker, if you will, and maybe a little bit more precisely in defining some of these things and really dig down. And I think that a lot of what you're talking about, we can do and should look at.
Absolutely.
Because I have many of the concerns you do. You could use the crossbow example. If we were allowed to define archery, we could, you know, in that, we could define what it is.
Sure.
So I'm not being critical. I hope you understand that. And I respect you. And thank you for coming here. I'm just urging you to let us take a swing at it, because I think we can do a lot of it, and we can do it perhaps quicker.
Yeah.
And we can respond, if we screw it up, we can respond.
Yes,
So that's my appeal to you.
yes, Commissioner Masterson, and I would ask that I be able to back up, because that was something that I was going to mention at first. I am not a legislator. This is my first session. I've been around it all my life, but I do not like it when it has to go through the legislature, because I agree, and especially after this year, I can't say that I'm out beating the drum saying that that was the greatest 68th legislative session when it come to things that we tried to do that we have no business being in. And one of those is exactly what I'm coming to you about. Your local control to me, and that was my biggest campaign thing, as well as people that were around me in the legislative session heard that, and that is keep the legislature out of it, especially when it can be solved by local control, and you're the local control with the game and fish, so that's exactly. So I should have mentioned that earlier, and I hope that I'm not misinterpreted by thinking that, oh, we'll go above them. I don't believe that's above them. I believe that we're clearly below, because you're set up to be able to do all that. So I appreciate your comments.
And I appreciate the way you received them, and I just encourage you to, call us up anytime, because we, believe it or not, we read all the stuff we get. I'm not real good at responding to email, but I do read it all. So, thank you.
We've been working over Commissioner Roberts out there, so he'll spread the word, and we'll maybe make it a little more even keeled.
Really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Any other?
I was just going to say, first of all, Representative Erickson, thank you for coming. And I'm just going to throw this out there. I know we don't have a lot of time because we've got a lot to go over, but to offer my help as well. A lot of times when kind of sweeping decisions are made like this in specifics to technology, a lot of times hunters with disabilities kind of get forgotten at the same time.
Yes.
And I understand obviously the difference between fair chase for an able-bodied hunter versus a hunter with a disability. And so if there's any way that I can help in that, when the time comes, please let me know. I want to make sure that that group of individuals isn't forgotten at the same time.
Very good asset.
Yeah, thank you.
bet.
All right, anything else? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, any other public comment on chapter 2? Anything else from the commission? All right, we have a proposal from the department on the table.
Madam President, I would move to adopt the changes to Chapter 2 General Hunting Regulations as proposed by the department.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes for chapter 2. Chapter 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moving on to chapter 5, that's our antelope hunting seasons. So just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up how we're going to go through the rest of these species today, so, or at least the big game species, is I'm going to give you guys just a quick 30,000 foot view statewide assessment of where populations are, and then just some real high level, just general management direction and the reasoning behind it. So with that, and I'm also going to introduce a few other things in antelope that will pertain to deer and elk as well. So bear with me. But with that, so for antelope here in Wyoming, right now we're sitting at about 60%. Well, 60% of our herds are at or over objective. So a lot of our collective conscience is thinking about antelope populations in western Wyoming that certainly took a real hit from that 22-23 winter. And not just western Wyoming, I often refer to that, but also want to remind folks some of the southern areas, like the Baggs area especially, also got hit from that winter as well. So it is true, we have some herds in parts of the state that are still below objective, and in some cases well below objective. During that winter, we also had an outbreak of mycoplasma, which is a bacterial infection that
that is fairly novel in antelope. We've also detected it in northeastern Wyoming a couple years prior to that. That also played a role in reducing antelope populations, especially in our sublet herd in that upper Green River, Pinedale area. But the other thing that we need to keep in mind with respect to antelope populations is the variability across the state. So in some places, especially, the region where I came from in the Casper region, but northeastern Wyoming, we actually had some pretty significant setbacks in antelope populations starting 5 years ago. The 2019-2020 winter was actually fairly harsh in parts of the state. Then following that winter, we documented some pretty significant losses. And then following that winter, we had drought conditions really beset the area where 2021 was one of the driest years on record. Those drought conditions resulted in poor subsequent antelope fawn production that really lingered in a lot of eastern Wyoming for the next several years. And then we also had a pretty significant EHD outbreak, which is epizootic hemorrhagic disease. And by the way, if I get into too many acronyms, please stop me. I'll try to define those. But epizootic hemorrhagic disease, which is most notably impacts white-tailed deer in the state, but we do see some impacts to mule deer in a really bad outbreak. But we see it quite a bit in antelope. It's a little bit more sporadic. But we had some losses to EHD that year in northeast Wyoming, but also in the Bighorn Basin. So in some cases, the clock has been set back or populations declined really 5 years ago. And then the western Wyoming phenomenon happened in the 22-23 winter. We do have some pockets of good news, though. Antelope are really doing well in parts of Wyoming. The Shirley Basin is a notable example. You'll see as we go through this, the Laramie region's proposing some fairly significant increases to antelope license quotas in that herd unit. Laramie and Casper both, I should say. And some of the good news that we've had is, and you're going to see this throughout the deer presentation as well, is we actually had really, really good fawn production in a lot of the state. Not the entire state, but in an awful lot of the state, we had well above average fawn production, and in some herd units, even record fawn production, or at least going back the last 30, 40 years. So in a lot of the state, antelope are turning a corner, and it's a little bit of good news. So our overall just management direction is we're still allowing population growth and recovery where we need to, where these populations are below objective. But in some areas, we are able to put back a little bit more opportunity. And you'll also notice in the draft chapter 5, there are a lot of places where we have additional doe fawn harvest. The majority of the instances where we've added, whether they be type 6 or 7 licenses, are largely focused on private land areas, whether it's the Green River region, eastern Wyoming, Cody region. There are a lot of places where you'll note in your draft regs there are doe fawn licenses that are either valid on or within some buffer distance of irrigated land. So also to walk the commission through this. So this will apply to other species as well. These are really cool new automated tables that our SRA unit was able to put together for us. And is what this does is based on our drafts, it automatically tabulates the license quotas. And it does it by region, and it also does it by license type, which we'll get into a little bit more later. But it just, so when you guys, I guess this laser pointer doesn't really work on the TV, does it? Nope, I should probably not worry about it. So is what you'll notice is, let's just take the Sheridan region, for example, here. The 9,375 refers to the total aggregate quota that the Sheridan region is proposing to issue in 2025. So that's across all antelope license types. And then the parenthetical reference of minus 175 means across all those license types, their proposal is actually to decrease by a total of 175. So as you go through this, you'll note the Sheridan region right now is authorizing the most amount of antelope licenses. They actually had the biggest reduction, but relative to where they are, it's a pretty modest reduction. And most of that was actually attributed to those northeastern wildfires this past year. And I'll get into that a little bit more later.
You'll notice that in the Lander and Pinedale regions, things are staying really, really conservatively. Those were the regions, in addition to Green River, that were hit the hardest with that 22-23 winter. There are some modest increases in the Green River area. Again, that's largely centered on doe fawn harvest on irrigated lands, just to mitigate potential damage issues. And then the Laramie region is, the Laramie and Cody regions are the one where we're offering the most increases in opportunity, just as antelope populations are either near or over our established objectives. There is one little footnote on this. There will be what's called an errata sheet, which will be a change that has been proposed by us following the changes that were subsequent to public comment. We'll get into that at the very end of this at the end of chapter 5, and I'll explain a little bit more. But those quota changes do not reflect that. So for each species, we'll also go through statewide just license issuance and harvest graph. And so as you can see for antelope over the past 10 years, this gets back to what I discussed in terms of that 1920 winter that affected eastern Wyoming. That's where some really sharp license reductions were made following that. And again, that was also due to subsequent poor fawn production and survival. Eastern Wyoming, you'll notice, kind of drives the bus with respect to antelope license issuance. So I'm backing up a slide again. If you'll notice the 4 western regions, their cumulative license quota, at least as we sit today, is equivalent to one of the 3 eastern Wyoming regions. So that really drives the bus. And so when you see this sharp decline in both total antelope harvest and licenses issued starting in 2020, that was a response to things that were happening in eastern Wyoming and also in the Bighorn Basin. So for chapter 5, we had 72 total written and online comments for chapter 5. Chapter 5 is also indicative of what we see in our other big game regulations, where we get a whole plethora of just individual comments, folks wanting more or less licenses, wanting specific season date changes, those sorts of things. So there's quite a few just individual comments that may pertain to a specific area. You know, it's unfortunate, but it's also just reality. We just can't simply act upon all of those. Otherwise, our licensing, our big game license allocation is complex as it is, and we have to, I guess we have to be constrained in what kind of changes we can accommodate. So there was a lot of them that were just very individual comments pertaining to specific areas. There were several requests for additional Type 9. Again, that's that archery only license and muzzleloader only opportunities. There were multiple comments expressed that expressed concern from archery hunters that they expressed safety concerns when they were out archery hunting and having overlapping rifle seasons for other species. This has been most commonly brought up in Northeast Wyoming, where there's some early August and/or September rifle elk opportunities, as an example, while folks are out archery antelope hunting. There were various comments just wanting no doe harvest or very restricted doe harvest anywhere in the state. Again, that's a function of just the state of where some of our antelope populations are. And there were quite a few comments, both for and against our proposal to institute a Type 0 muzzleloader only season in Hunt Area 79, which is in the northeast part of the Bighorn Basin. So as we step through these regional, just the regional season proposals, and this is just an example, you're going to note that for each region, you will see the hunt areas within that region, the hunt areas that are actually open. Then you will see how many, in the case of antelope, how many total buck and any antelope licenses are proposed to be issued in that region. So in this case, 305. And in parentheses would be the proposed change for those license types. And so it'd be plus 50 in the case of Pinedale.
Then the other thing that you'll note is that I'll go through these in an order. We have a numeric ordering system with our regions, and I will lump Jackson and Pinedale together because they do have a lot of overlapping seasons. So to get into antelope, we're going to start with Pinedale region because Jackson region technically doesn't have an antelope herd, although they have antelope that are part of the sublet herd. But again, I won't go into too much of this, but just to reiterate the significant losses of that 22-23 winter, they resulted in really, really drastic changes to our license allocation following that. So there was an 80% reduction of buck or any antelope licenses. We even closed some areas, which was a fairly unprecedented move for us. The herd is starting to recover. Again, we had some good fawn production in there this past year, but the regions feel like we've still got a long way to go till that herd is going to approach objective and we could really start issuing more licenses. There were some slight increases in antelope hunt area 91 to address some damage issues near Farson. All in all, there was support for the conservative seasons, and seasons will likely stay conservative for the foreseeable future. Now the Cody region. Again, the Cody region was one of those regions where we were able to put some opportunity back. Antelope populations have improved throughout the Bighorn Basin. There's some populations that are actually at or over objective. There's pretty overall in the scheme of things minor increases in doe fawn licenses, and again, these are all associated with private irrigated lands for the most part. You guys will notice, or excuse me, the commission will notice in the public comments, there were quite a few comments for and against the Area 79 muzzleloader only season. When the region was shopping this, based on conversations they had and at their public meeting, they felt there was pretty strong support for this. Moving on to the Sheridan region. Again, populations there, they're kind of rough patch that they went through, started 5 years ago, well, 6 years ago. But now in general, populations they're generally lower than desired, below objective populations, but they've been fairly stable as of late. Antelope are doing a little bit better in the eastern part of the region, and the region is responding with proposing some slight increases in opportunity in that part of the region, while they've proposed overall reductions in the western and southern parts. So specifically in hunt areas 22 and 113, some antelope license quotas were proposed to be reduced, and a lot of that is due to the effects of like the house straw fire and some of those other fires, where those fires burned large swaths of country, took out a lot of sagebrush in places. You know, the commission has been presented information on the Buffalo Core area. Well, that sagebrush, while it's vital to sage grouse, also plays an important role for winter forage for antelope. So that explains those proposed reductions there. And then during their public engagement process, they had general support for their proposed seasons. They did hear a few comments and concerns about the change last year to antelope hunt area 109, and express support for moving that season back to September 15th. Okay, Green River region, again, another western Wyoming region that's still reeling from the impacts of that 22-23 winter. But as we've seen in other places, they had really good fawn production this past year, really high fawn ratios, which was a good thing. Another place where seasons are going to remain conservative for the foreseeable future and just to allow herd recovery. In this case, you'll notice that there are no proposed changes to the buck or any antelope licenses, but there is a proposed increase in doe fawn licenses, and those also are focused predominantly on private and irrigated lands. During their public engagement process, there were no really major issues that arose, and
they do feel like there's just an awful lot of just general concern that they hear from their publics on just the state of, well, all wildlife, but in this case, antelope. So just folks wanting to know how these herds are recovering following that winter. With the Laramie region, as we discussed earlier, this is the region with the largest proposed license quota increases. And these places, there's several herds in the Laramie region where populations are growing. They've had pretty strong fawn and buck ratios observed throughout the region this past year, and feel like they could provide some increased opportunity, but also in some herds, in the Medicine Bow pronghorn herd as an example, there's a need to actually reduce this herd towards the population objective. And our Laramie region really didn't have any major concerns raised during the public process. Moving on to our Lander region, that's kind of the easternmost region that really felt really significant impacts from that 22-23 winter. Throughout the Lander region, those herd units are still have proposals for really conservative antelope license issuance. There's just a modest reduction of 25 doe fawn licenses being proposed there, but the Lander region is another case where significant license reductions were made just 2 years ago. They're getting, by and large, support for maintaining really conservative seasons throughout the region, and they still get various requests to either lower license issuance even more than we already have proposed, or some folks even asking for antelope area closures. As with the Sheridan region, the Casper region experienced a lot of their antelope declines 6 years ago. Over that time frame, beginning in, well, really in 2019, they cut almost 8,500 licenses from where they used to be. And so the Casper region was able to put a few licenses back as herds are starting to increase, especially in northeast Wyoming. They were able to do that last year. There's a few modest proposed increases again this year. But it is fair to say the bulk of the doe fawn harvest they're proposing is, well, I shouldn't say the bulk, but the doe fawn harvest that's being proposed throughout the region is fairly minimal. So that goes through the regions in a nutshell. So as we move on, this is the errata sheet that I referred to earlier. So following changes that were made subsequent to public comment, which were then wrapped up in the commission notebooks, this is another proposed change that occurred subsequent to that. Based on just some further data analysis and some public input, our Lander region felt like it would be prudent to propose to raise the type 1 license quota in Area 61, maintaining the same proposed seasons dates, but the initial proposal was going to be 50 type 1 licenses. The amended proposal in front of you now is for 125 any antelope licenses. So with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 5 antelope hunting season regulations as proposed with amendments, but I'll stand for questions.
Questions, comments from the commission? Just to remind you to be very specific about the area and region you are discussing.
Madam President.
Yes, Commissioner Bell.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate all the input in this, and I don't want to have the long conversation that we had last year about any antelope and buck antelope and my thoughts on that, because I still think that's something that I think we should continue to examine in Wyoming and go into buck only instead of any antelope for our type 1 licenses. And I understand that the harvest on that is very low. It's still some harvest, and so anyway, I appreciate all your work on this, and I don't have any real questions on antelope. But other than, I guess I would be open to some suggestions in the future on how we can move that forward, being a buck only instead of any antelope for type 1. So thanks for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Anything else from the commission?
Yeah, Madam President, if I might. And it's no surprise, I'm really not a fan of type 7 tags to begin with. But, because I think that I think there's just too much variables with them. I think that, you know, when you look at, let's say the corner, my corner down in southwest Wyoming, you'll have doe fawn on private land or BLM within Sweetwater County. The next one goes doe fawn valid on private irrigated land, doe fawn valid on private irrigated land. Then go to 95 doe fawn valid on within 1/4 of a mile of private irrigated land. And so my question is why such a discrepancy? Why can't it be 1/4 of a mile on the private irrigated land? Because I can see the scenario, and I'm assuming the ranch and the people, the antelope come on, they eat a lot. And then somebody asks to go to hunt. And so they get permission, and then the antelope run off the land as soon as they go out there, and it goes off their irrigated land. Well, then they can't hunt them no more. So I question why is it have to be on the private irrigated land? And couldn't a lot of that be covered on Chapter 34 or something? And that's not so much on elk, but I'm more when it comes to deer and antelope. But so is there any way that, I'm just curious why the discrepancies, why isn't it like 1/4 of a mile off private irrigated land to begin with? And so you'll get the problem, but figured out, but they won't. Anyway, I just want to know what the department's thoughts are on that.
So President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, funny you should ask, because we had a conversation when we were compiling our proposals for this year for our March drafts. You are correct in that we have variable buffers with some of these. We have a mile, half mile, 1/4 mile, that sort of thing. I asked our managers about interest in potentially standardizing that just for regulation simplicity's sake. But the response I got kind of varied from regions, that every situation is just a little bit different, whether it's sugar beets in the Bighorn Basin, whether it's the Farson Eden Irrigation District, or just hayfields south of Casper. And they are, at the time, our managers feel like there's not really a very good one-size-fits-all based on how those animals behave in those situations.
So I mean, the objective of a type 7 is to get these animals off the private land so we don't pay damages. So how does the public know which one's private land? I mean, everybody's got probably antelope on their private land. Which ones are the ranchers or which ones of the folks? I mean, so you could go to, I can see, well, here we go. Somebody gets a type 7, they go to a rancher, say, hey, I see a whole bunch of antelope. He says, oh, great, shoot them, grab it like this. But that's not the problem area. The problem area is maybe 5 miles away, and then we pay damages because nobody's hunting that area because they don't know. So, I don't know where, so we're not getting out of the damage department. We're just, and the public wouldn't know.
So President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, one of the tools that we utilize in these situations is because these are limited quota in nature, we have a finite number. Once all those licenses are issued, whether it's through the draw or leftover draw or whatever, we then will get, it's very common practice, and I can't tell you that this is done in every single instance, but a common practice that we use is we then get a list of those license holders, and we have their contact information, And we'll make efforts to then direct those hunters to those areas where we want to target harvest the most.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Justin, for this presentation, and I'm glad to see that you're staying hydrated. I'd hate for you to get caught in mouth. Anyways, this amended proposal for Hunt Area 61 with an increase of the licenses, what was kind of the driving force behind that? Was that public comment?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Haskell, it was in part due to public comment and also in part just due to looking at things from a little bit different perspective and just a deeper dive into analysis of the data. If you would like more specifics, I'd happily call up a representative from our Lander region to address that.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry, Justin, I was walking over as you came over, so what am I doing? Area 61. So, President Lundvall Commission, Director Bruce, I'm Darrell Lutz, Wildlife Management Coordinator in Lander. And I think your question, Commissioner Haskell, was what precipitated the change in Area 61?
Yes.
And the bottom line is this herd is over 60% below objective after the 22-23 winter. The buck ratio is below the threshold that we are required to manage, which is 60 per 100 at the herd unit level. So what we did is our original recommendation was an appropriate one based on those metrics. But when I looked at it, or when the region looked at it at the hunt area level, we recognized that there is additional opportunity based on that buck-doe ratio in Area 61 to provide some more opportunity. It's the bottom line. We probably should have done it last year. We didn't. We were still reacting to that harsh winter.
There's probably still snow drifts there from that winter.
There probably is from last week.
All right, well, thank you for that clarification. And then also, I guess this can go to you or to Justin, but areas that were below objective, has the department ever transplanted, say, these does that are unwanted on irrigated lands to kind of help reinforce the populations that might be below objective?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Haskell, the short answer is no. It's certainly fair to say that would not be our preferred course of action, mostly due to animal welfare concerns. The agency has in the past, we've participated in multiple antelope translocations with other states. It predates my time, and for most of it, where we furnished antelope to Mexico, to the state of Texas, maybe Oklahoma, don't quote me on that, in exchange for things like turkeys and So with those translocations, they've been met with mixed success at best, and in some cases been complete failures. And antelope that are hardwired to utilize certain habitats, whether that's a mix of ag fields and or adjacent uplands, to then relocate them just causes a little concern. And I guess the other thing I should state is that in general, antelope do not do very well in any kind of captivity. They're really high-strung animals by their nature. Even when we collar antelope, it's a little bit riskier, but there we're handling it for a really, really short period of time. But when we start moving antelope in horse trailers and things like that, we tend to see higher what we'd call capture myopathy, which is antelope just dying from stress. But the short answer to your question still is no, we have not done that, and we have not done that to mitigate damage situations.
Okay, well, that's understandable. I've accidentally corralled antelope with cattle before, and needless to say, we let the cattle out and regathered them later because the antelope are crazy, so I can understand that, but thank you for that.
Madam President, I do, with the Lander region, if I got one question for the Lander region also. Come.
Janet, could you, that door was shut.
He's listening in the other room.
Gotcha.
Did you already ask the question?
Oh, I'm waiting for you. No. I've got a question. When we do the allocation for antelope licenses around Lander, how does the two-shot hunt fare into that? How do you do, because how many tags have we got to the two-shot hunt?
Yeah, President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, to start off with, when we set the allocations, we do not consider the additional licenses that are allocated to the one shot. And Jason's coming, which is good, because it's a total of 80, correct, Jason? By state statute. And they're spread out over 5 hunt areas, so it's not per hunt area a lot of licenses. And then I would say too that the one shot also, they self-adjust their license allocation, so when we decrease the quotas, they'll do the same. But when we set seasons, our recommendations, those 80 licenses are above and beyond the quotas that we set.
Thank you. And for the record, the one shot instead of the two shot. The two shot's the one I get to do. The one shot won't let me. It usually takes me 2 shots for the, anyway, maybe more, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Does that help? Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Any public comment that we've missed? All right, so it's my understanding that we first need to vote on the errata sheet. Commissioners, you should have that information in front of you.
I would move that we accept the new recommendation for Area 61 Type 1 licenses changed from 50 to 125 any antelope.
Second.
Do we need to do the dates on there as well? Yep, discussion about that?
Madam Chairman, in conversations that I've had with people that spend a considerable amount of time every year, especially in Hunt Area 61, I don't know that 125 is a good recommendation, but then again, you know, I don't spend the time there, and I've only had a few conversations with people. So, but I think that's kind of a pretty big jump this close to that, that significant winter of 22, 23. But that's my opinion.
And Madam President, I would concur with that also. I think that's a large jump.
All right, we have a motion on the table as well as a second. Any other questions or discussion from the commission? Commissioner Masterson?
Thank you. Madam President, I appreciate the concerns of my fellow commissioners, and when you look at the number, it does strike you. What I will vote in favor of the motion because the people on the ground, I'm familiar enough with the process to know we've got biologists, we've got game managers, we've got wardens who feel that it's supportable and sustainable. So in response, for whatever it's worth, that's my take on why I'll support that motion. Thank you.
Any other comments before the vote? All right, all those in favor of the Hunt Area 61 Type 1 proposed changes on the errata sheet, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it, and the motion passes. Let's move on then to Chapter 5. We have a recommendation from the department on antelope hunting season regulations. What is the pleasure of the commission? Oh, now you're quiet.
Well,
Just, Madam President, I just to point out, I just don't know whether we needed the input of the public yet or when.
We asked for that earlier, yep.
And we have no sheets, we have no
Oh, okay.
comment requests for
Wow.
the chapter.
Geez, then I would, could I move move to approve the antelope hunt season as recommended by the department?
All right, any questions or comments from the commission? Do we have a second?
I would second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, Chapter 5. Should we take a 5-minute break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break before we head into Chapter 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. You're reading my mind.
I was like, and we've been doing this for an hour. Then has a comment.
Deputy Chief, this question didn't occur to me until we were talking antelope, so I apologize. It's kind of a basic, you went through the basic process, and I want to just follow up with a quick question about that. You get a group of public comment, whether it's from a public meeting or in writing. What is the threshold for when you, as a department, decide we got to go look at this? How is that decision reached?
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, Commissioner Masterson, it's tricky and it's nuanced and there is no threshold. We constantly strive to try to accommodate public input to the best of our ability, whether that be formal public comment, that's part of the season setting process in the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, sorry, using acronyms again, or just comment that we hear throughout the year. So we strive to balance that with all the other competing interests, all while trying to manage herds towards stated and approved objectives. So it's really tricky because while none of us are human or psychologists in this agency, it's fair to say that comment can really change based on the issue. So if we propose something that's particularly controversial, we tend to see more comment when there's controversy. Those folks that are happy or apathetic, whatever it may be, to current management tend not to provide comments or show up to public meetings, or maybe it's implicit trust they have that we're doing the right thing. But when we propose something that's controversial, that's when we see a lot more comments and we start to see galvanized opposition. But it's variable. So for example, let's take the Type 9 archery only license comments that were a big part of Chapter 2. We'll get into this a little bit more with Chapter 7, the elk regulation. There was clearly an orchestrated effort on behalf of some central Wyoming folks this time last year. There was a lot of comments, particularly centered around the Casper area last year, where folks wanted us to explore the institution of Type 9 opportunities. It became apparent to us, and it was a commitment I made to the commission following your question actually last year, that we would look into that. This year, as an example, with all the interest in Type 9 opportunities, it's something we're going to need to explore in some way, shape, or form. So really the nuanced answer to your question is we kind of know it when we see it, but it really depends. It's certainly not a popularity contest. We all know in the world of social media, folks can mobilize a bunch of their friends and say, we want this change. We still have to balance that, and we have to use other pieces of public input information as well. For example, with respect to the type 9 issue that I brought up, we have some old existing hunter attitude survey. Now it's over a decade old now, where 3/4 of the public, when surveyed statewide, are opposed to institution of choose your weapon seasons. Not necessarily just type 9 licenses, but choose your weapon season. So that's just an example. We have to balance all that input that comes in with other pieces of public human dimensions data that we have.
And thank you for that. And when you go through the comments, I think I know the answer to this, but you're getting input from biologists in the region and the managers and the wardens on the ground. That's part of the process too?
Commissioner Masterson, absolutely.
Okay.
It absolutely is, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Absolutely. All right, chapter 6, let's see how far we can get before lunch.
All right, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, on to chapter 6, our deer hunting regulations. Okay. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on mule deer issues, as we had a fairly lengthy discussion on mule deer management challenges and public input at the last March commission meeting in Cody. But just for the folks that maybe weren't there or listened in, just a quick 30,000 foot view on mule deer. So right now, 34 of our 37 mule deer populations remain below objective. Again, just like antelope, I won't beat this horse too much, but severe winter losses from the 22-23 winter really impacted mule deer, in particular in western Wyoming and a lot of the Green River region as well, in the Baggs area. We had some populations, again, reel from some less than favorable environmental conditions and a little bit from EHD in eastern Wyoming starting in 2019 and up through 2023, really. And really, the reality is mule deer populations just continue to either decline or stagnate over the long term. Over the past 25 years, as the commission has seen, mule deer populations have just experienced a long, slow, steady decline. There is a little bit of good news, like we discussed with antelope. Following that really severe winter, all the resulting soil moisture that resulted in good herbaceous and mixed mountain shrub community browse production, all the habitat regeneration that was associated with all that moisture really resulted in a lot of our mule deer entering the winter last year, or the winter before, in excellent condition, which then culminated in really, really good fawn production this past year. So there's a little bit of good news there. Mule deer populations are ticking up in a lot of the state. Hopefully that'll be a longer term increase, but time will tell. The other thing I would state that with respect to mule deer is for folks to keep in mind is that despite so many of our herds being below their management objectives and struggling, for the most part, our buck ratios throughout the state remain really strong. The vast majority, even if there's relatively few deer on the landscape, almost without exception, we tend to have really, really high buck ratios in those areas, especially compared to a lot of our other western states. So overall, as we discussed in Cody, management direction for mule deer is going to remain extremely conservative, and it's likely going to remain that way for the foreseeable future. We're still doing everything we can to promote population recovery and herd growth throughout the state. We really validated through not only our mule deer engagement process this past fall, but also that 2023 hunter attitude survey that we discussed in Cody. There was real strong validation for our current management framework with mule deer, which is still to have a good mix of general license, over-the-counter, unlimited opportunities mixed with some limited quota opportunities. I guess the last thing I would say is folks will note, we do have some mule deer doe fawn harvest opportunities. And much like antelope, the vast majority of those are focused on private and or irrigated land. Switching gears to whitetails just real quick. Whitetail are obviously a whole different animal. Whitetail in Wyoming, especially in central and eastern Wyoming, they were really, really impacted by that outbreak of epizootic hemorrhagic disease, or EHD. 2021 was the really, really bad year for that. We had unprecedented levels of mortality, especially in areas like the Black Hills that year. That was an outbreak that went on clear into November, when most EHD outbreaks are done in early September after the first hard freeze kills the insects that are the vector. White-tailed deer populations can rebound fairly quickly when conditions are right. They're very productive, tend to have high survival on the irrigated and riparian areas that they occupy. For the most part, in Wyoming, our whitetail management is very, very liberal. And it's really for a few things. The herds can take it. When numbers are high, white-tailed deer herds can withstand a lot of harvest, including female harvest pressure. We also design our seasons to allow for maximum landowner flexibility. Outside of the Black Hills area, the vast majority of whitetails occupy private lands. They tend to be riparian areas or irrigated or ag fields. And in general, there's lower landowner tolerance for whitetails. There's a lot of landowner perception out there that whitetails compete with mule deer, run mule deer off, those sorts of things. There's a little bit of a debate on that as to whether or not it's direct competition or whitetails filling a void that mule deer left. But we also liberally manage whitetails in a lot of places to do what we can to mitigate the potential for CWD transmission, because they occupy a much smaller home range in these irrigated and riparian areas. That's where we tend to see the highest prevalence of CWD in the state. And I'd be remiss if I didn't, whenever we're talking about whitetails, I always have to mention the Black Hills. The Black Hills is the one exception where we have really significant public land hunting opportunities. There's a lot of national forest up there where folks hunt, and it's one of the most, well, it probably is the most popular deer season in the state in terms of hunter numbers and densities and overall harvest. And in the Black Hills, and we'll cover this with Casper Region 2, but we're really planning to just stay with our 20-day season for the foreseeable future. So moving on to limited quota licenses, the one thing I would ask the commission to note, I didn't catch this actually until last night, but where it says net changes in resident limited quota licenses, forget about the term resident. That's just limited quota licenses. What that means though is that the changes reflected here do not reflect changes with respect to non-resident region general licenses, which is it is a limited quota license technically. So that's how the word resident got slipped in there, but it doesn't pertain to resident licenses everywhere. So as you can see with mule deer, license issuance is really, really stagnant. I mean, we also have an awful lot of general opportunities around the state, so those are not reflected here. These are just changes to limited quota licenses. But around the state, there's only a net increase of 150 licenses, and the bulk of those are, well, they're all type 6 and 7 with a modest reduction of type 1 licenses. So again, seasons will remain really, really conservative for mule deer. With white-tailed deer licenses, not a whole lot of change just yet. Areas where white-tailed deer are responding and doing a little bit better tend to be hunted under a general management framework, so you don't really see that reflected in these quota changes here. But there is a modest increase there. One of the big shifts that's new for us, and this goes back to that change that was also in Chapter 2, is that Type 8 licenses, which is our white-tailed doe fawn only licenses, those are proposed to be unlimited in number in Hunt Area 157, which is around Lander. That's our project herd where we have extraordinarily unprecedented, at least for Wyoming, high prevalence of CWD. And so it's really a deer reduction effort there. So now as we move to non-resident region licenses, there's only 3 regions with proposed changes. We have, right now, our Sheridan region is proposing to reduce our Region C and our Region Y allocations by 200 licenses each, so a net reduction of 400 licenses there. And then the Jackson-Pinedale folks are proposing a modest increase of Region H licenses by 50 to go up to 400. I should also state that with respect to this, the CWD management proposal that I just discussed with Hunt Area 157 in our Lander region, that's our project herd, they are also proposing to convert Hunt Area 157 from a limited quota to a general license. And I'll go through that in a little bit later. So statewide mule deer harvest, the commission has seen this on a more expanded timeline, but as folks will note, mule deer harvest tends to just continue to decline as we've further and further restricted opportunity, whether that's reducing limited quota licenses or shortening general season lengths or the implementation of, and anywhere again, you see the term APRs, I'm referring to antler point restrictions. So a license that's valid for either a 3-point or a 4-point or better animal. So some of the reduction there in the total number of mule deer licenses issued is, this also gets conflated a little bit with whitetail, which is here. And you'll notice the trends in licenses issued are about the same, and that's because there's, in most of the state where we offer a general license opportunity, it's for either species. And so some of those reductions beginning in 2020 were a product of deer issues where whitetails also played a role in that, and that was also in the eastern part of the state as well. Whitetail harvest in general has declined in response to those license reductions and more conservative seasons in place starting in 2020. But with proposals this year, I think harvest should start to tick back up. So, on to Chapter 6, the formal public comments received for Chapter 6. So we received a total of 279 formal comments. We had various comments expressing concern or support for the seasons as proposed. Really, there was really strong support expressed for the youth seasons that have been proposed in our Green River region. I would say it's fair to say in this, I guess within this public comment phase, there was also pretty strong support for, again, that reaffirms what we heard in the mule deer engagement process and the hunter attitude survey, which was support for maintaining general license opportunities with a mix of limited quota, more limited opportunities. We had various comments wanting antler point restrictions across the entire state or in specific hunt areas that the commenter may hunt in. There were multiple comments expressing desire for a late season archery only hunt for trophy bucks. So it would be like a quote unquote rut hunt in November during the breeding season. There was, and we will discuss this a little bit later too with respect to the Wyoming range and sublet mule deer herds. There were lots of comments either expressing concern for or support for the region's proposed increase in general license season length going from September 25th to the end of the month, so an increase of 6 days. And there was a little bit of concern expressed over changing season dates in southeast Wyoming and deer hunt areas 15, 59, and 64. On to the regions. So starting with the Jackson region, with the famous Wyoming range deer herd, and I suspect there's folks in the audience that came here specifically to discuss this. The Wyoming range herd is certainly one of the most treasured deer herds or wildlife populations in the entire country. There's always a lot of interest in management and certainly concern regarding the impacts that herd faced just a couple winters ago. This is another piece where there is a bit of good news. We feel like things are trending in the right direction. We had really solid fawn ratios. I believe it was the highest recorded fawn ratios we've had in that herd maybe in Gary Freilich's career, which is saying something. He's been there over 30 years. And we also had pretty strong buck ratios despite the low population. We're just under our management criteria, where in that herd we managed for between 30 to 45 bucks per 100 does postseason, and the classification counts came up with a ratio of 29. So one of the things that was heard not only during the mule deer public engagement process, but from our folks on the ground in the Jackson Pinedale areas, was there was a lot of desire from folks last year to actually increase season length. And it was really, that desire was predicated on their perceptions that it would better distribute hunters throughout the hunting season. Felt like with the shorter condensed time frame, and I should back up a little bit. I mean, when we're trying to be more conservative with general license seasons, we really only have two main tools in the toolbox. Well, I should say three. We can shorten general seasons, we can implement antler point restrictions, and we can reduce non-resident region deer quotas. It's basically those three things. Well, they kind of did all of the above, but with respect to the season length, there was just a lot of concern that it really disproportionately packed those general license hunters into a much shorter time frame and resulted in a more hunting dissatisfaction, I guess. So the proposal from the region was to increase that season length, just basically to better distribute hunters, but it's still a very conservative antlered only season with antler point restrictions designed to promote herd recovery. They did have some very modest changes to some whitetail type 3 and 8 licenses, and that's mostly a Star Valley thing. Onto the Pinedale region, which is kind of I won't go into all of this because almost everything I just discussed with respect to the Wyoming Range herd applies there. The Pinedale region manages a part of the Wyoming Range herd, but they also manage the sublet herd. The only thing I would say is that our folks on the ground up there, well, not only through observation, but also through collared deer and estimates of annual survival, realized that the harsh effects of that 22-23 winter, while they were still harsh in our sublet herd, they weren't as harsh. Survival wasn't quite as low, and mule deer came out of that. While they weren't unscathed by any means, because there were significant mule deer losses that winter, it wasn't to the extent that the Wyoming Range herd felt. And so with that, they also had pretty healthy fawn production in terms of fawn ratios in that herd unit, with a ratio of 76 per 100 and a solid buck ratio at 34 per 100. So in order to also provide a measure of consistency, the Pinedale and Jackson regions got together, and for both of those deer herds are proposing to also standardize season length. There's a lot of hunt areas right in there, and so with their proposal is also to go from September 25th to the end of the month, an extension of 16 days, and is what that would do, would put all 16 hunt areas in the north, just of the northern hunt areas within Regions G, and then also all of Region H into the same season dates. It's fair to say that the proposal to increase Region H licenses drew some concern. There are folks that are just concerned with respect to mule deer in that general part of the world, that any increase in hunting opportunity is not the prudent thing to do right now. But again, we would like to remind folks that this is still an antlered only, buck only harvest regime. It's still designed to allow herd growth and recovery. The general support for these season extensions was, the length was really mixed, but within the public comment phase, and also again, like I stated earlier, what we heard through that engagement process, there was actually, we've heard more support than opposition to increasing that season length. On to the Cody region. Here, mule deer are making some modest recoveries. In reality, there's not a whole lot of changes that are actually being proposed in the Cody region. Some minor adjustments to whitetail license issuance, a slight reduction in doe fawn license issuance, and type 1 or buck only, or any deer issuance. There was actually a slight increase proposed there. In the Cody region, one of the issues that they are tackling is CWD management. They have a lot of interest from their local landowner community and local publics and places to manage for CWD. So some of these license changes are designed to really specifically target known CWD hotspots. We have better and better data with respect to CWD management and locations of where these animals are, and also with radio collar data, how these animals are utilizing the landscape. And they've recognized the need to better focus harvest in those areas to reduce CWD, but just targeting those resident animals on hay fields and irrigated lands and things like that, rather than targeting animals that are the migratory segments of those herds coming down out of the mountains. So one of the other proposed changes from the Cody region is to make a hunt area boundary change. This is also new for the commission this year. In the past, we've done these in the fall, but and then we've actually made these hunt area boundary adjustments in the fall and then brought them to you for this April meeting. This is something that, in the case this year, this is actually a proposal that's been in the works within the Cody region for quite some time. There's been input to address this for the last couple years. The Cody is what the proposal is the Cody region, this is, so I keep wanting to use this laser pointer. So the boundary between deer hunt areas 106 and 109 is the Dead Indian Pass area, going up the Chief Joseph Highway, so northwest of Cody. There's a series of switchbacks there. And deer hunt area 106 is right now a general season, and hunt area 109, just to the east, is a limited quota season. And the managers, and based on public input they received, felt like there was too high of harvest pressure, leading to, and it's a buck only season, but leading to hunt quality issues and concern for those migrating deer that are coming down out of the mountains. And so they were trying to at least minimize that harvest pressure and have a better handle on it through a limited quota season. So the proposal then is to shift that into hunt area 109. And the commission will note that there were quite a few comments opposed to that in the public comment summary. But this is, I guess, to Commissioner Masterson's question when we kick this off, but this is another case in point where the region got a lot of support, which was some of the initial impetus for doing this anyway. They received support to develop this proposal, but also during their public meetings this year. Okay, moving on to the Sheridan region. In the Sheridan region, mule deer numbers are generally stable but below management objectives. The Sheridan region is proposed to implement some 3-point antler point restrictions due to public demand in a few areas. So that's hunt areas, hunt areas 19, 29, and 31. The Sheridan region will continue as they have for a long time, maintaining very liberal whitetail deer seasons. Outside of the Black Hills, the Sheridan region experiences the highest densities of whitetails in the state. And so those seasons that are designed to reduce damage based on landowner preferences, those sorts of things. The Sheridan region has also observed pretty high CWD prevalence in their whitetail. And there's several areas where they have up to 40% prevalence in their buck whitetails that they've measured in recent years. In general, as with most anywhere in the state, there was public concern expressed with just overall low deer numbers, but there was pretty good support for the institution of these antler point restrictions. They did have a few suggestions to change from a 4-point to a 3-point. Okay, Green River region, I'll sound like a broken record, but there's still concern with lag effects from the 22-23 winter. That's reflected in the really conservative seasons that the region's proposed. Another piece of good news, just similar to the Jackson Pinedale regions, had really good fawn production in 2024. CWD prevalence in the bags area is an increasing concern. It seems to be ticking up, and mule deer in our bags herd unit is also one of the key mule deer herds in the state. It's really heavily hunted, extremely popular, and so that's certainly a concern of the regions. They do have growing damage concerns on private land, similar to what was proposed with antelope. So there was some modest increases on doe fawn license issuance for private land only areas. In general, the Green River region received pretty good support for their general season structure. And as I stated earlier, really strong support for the youth seasons. The Green River region is proposing youth seasons not only in the southern Wyoming range, but throughout a lot of their region, including the Bags area. Laramie region, so the Laramie region has a significant change proposal where they are proposing to shift season dates to later in the season for deer hunt areas 15, 59, and 64. So this would be going from a traditional October 15th opener to an October 20th opener. This was a proposal that was born out of, because of just the predominantly private land nature of this area, this proposal was born out of significant input from landowners throughout these 3 hunt areas. It's been in the works for quite a while. Another bright spot with respect to good fawn production for mule deer in the state was the Platte Valley. Similarly, just on the other side of the Sierra Madres in the Bags area as well. So yeah, our managers are happy. We're seeing a little modest uptick there. And there will also be some minimal doe fawn harvest being prescribed in the Laramie region. The Laramie region, much like all of our regions, there was just, again, overall concern expressed over depressed mule deer populations. And in some cases, just a lot of discussion as to whether or not general seasons still need to be maintained there. If the commission recalls, when we discussed the mule deer engagement input that was received, while there was really good statewide support for maintaining the mix of limited quota in general areas, we tended to see a little bit stronger interest in conversion to limited quota areas in the eastern part of the state, especially in the Laramie and the Casper region. Lander region, again, also on the heels of the 22-23 winter with really, really conservative mule deer seasons throughout. The big change is that conversion of Hunt Area 157 from a limited quota area to a general area. This is born out of really a couple different things. So first of all, it's a CWD management issue. So we have documented prevalence in our mature buck population, so bucks that are 2 years old and older, in this project herd, which is Hunt Areas 157 and 171, where prevalences in recent years have been between 60 and 70%, which is pretty staggering. And there has been a huge decline in overall deer numbers in this area. Some of it intentional through our management designed to reduce deer densities, but also just with the sheer prevalence of a disease that's 100% fatal, we're seeing really depressed survival and overall deer declines. The reason why this is important is we have some really, really treasured, not to say the project herd isn't treasured, but migratory herds that are also adjacent to this herd unit, coming out of the southern Absarokas near DuBois, the upper Wind Rivers, the Wind River Valley. And so there's a high potential for these deer to intermingle. And the concern is we would like to reduce deer densities in this particular project herd unit to hopefully minimize the potential for transmission to those adjacent migratory herds. The other issue with conversion to a general season is it's been really, really tough on our regional employees in the Lander region, game wardens, biologists, et cetera. The hunt area 157, as it was a limited quota license, Jason Hunter can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was taking somewhere near 12 preference points to draw. So these folks are invested for over a decade to draw this license, and then they have a 70% chance of shooting a positive animal that they don't consume the meat from, based on our recommendations. So it was a real challenge, and so conversion to general will not only increase management flexibility, but hopefully should take some of that away as well. Casper region is again proposing very conservative seasons throughout the entire region. All the herds are below established management objectives. They're another bright spot on the map with pretty good fawn production this year. In some cases, the highest fawn ratios observed in a long time. The Casper region, this is another area where white-tailed deer numbers are rebounding. Outside of the Black Hills, Casper's highest density of whitetails by far is hunt area 65 between Glenrock and Douglas. Their managers are proposing an increase in white-tailed deer numbers, and there's increasing damage concerns in that area. And just like I mentioned with the Laramie region, they commonly hear throughout their public engagement just concern over low mule deer numbers in most of the region. And I'll also again mention that this has been a really quiet year for Black Hills deer seasons. There's some years, Deputy Director Brimmeyer would have been the person at the podium, but where we spent a lot of time on Black Hill deer seasons based on changes. But with our commitment to stay into 20-day seasons up there for at least the foreseeable future, things have been pretty quiet. So with that, that's all I have for Chapter 6. So the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 6 deer hunting season regulations as proposed, and I will stand for any questions.
Break for lunch. So I think what we're going to do at this point is break for lunch because there are a lot of questions, not only from the commission, but from the public. So we will take the lunch break and then come back and we'll go region by region, allow commissioners to ask any questions, make any comments, as well as hear from the public as well. Thank you, Justin.
President Lundvall, I promise after Chapter 7, the rest of them will go a little bit quicker.
So before we get started, first of all, I'd like to recommend President Ladwig could always have a former commissioner back with us. Good to be here. And then I know we had a general comment from Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you. Thank you, President Lundvall. I had two questions for you, Deputy Chief, and they're kind of basic, and they didn't occur to me, when you were given kind of the basic overview. So just bear with me. As to deer, you made a comment that there's a very high, overall, in general, very high buck to doe ratio. Can you help quantify that for me? What does very high mean? And I know it's tough, but I'm trying to figure out, is it, 3 times, 2 times what? I mean, what does that mean?
Okay, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, Commissioner Masterson. So to answer your question, we essentially have 2 types of management strategies employed for mule deer. Technically, we have 3. They're a part of the objective that's a commission-approved objective. So in addition to, say, a population objective, we have commission-defined management strategies. There's technically three. There's a private land strategy, which we reserve for just a few herds in eastern Wyoming, where we can't really influence the buck ratio because of access constraints. We then have special management, which a lot of people conflate with trophy management, and they're kind of one and the same, but they don't really mean, it doesn't really mean trophy management. Special management means we manage for higher buck ratios. So in the case of mule deer, we manage for between 30 and 45 bucks per 100 does post-season. So after the hunters have gone home. Then we have recreational management herds where we manage for 20 to 29 bucks per 100 does. So in the example I used earlier, the Wyoming range herd was just under their special management minimum threshold at 29 per 100. But I can tell you for the most part, we are meeting or in some cases exceeding those management goals for our special herds. And within our recreationally managed herds, it is very, very rare where we ever dip below 20 bucks per 100 does. We did in the Black Hills a few years ago, but quickly rebounded.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is something that you repeated in almost every area you discussed about was under objective. So my question to you is, when someone stops me on the street, doesn't have the biology background of the folks in the department, isn't a warden, isn't on the ground, and they look at these numbers and they say, you're under objective, why are you still allowing hunting? What do I tell them?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, I would say that's an extremely common question that any man or woman in a red shirt gets faced with in their career. And it's a fair question, it's an understandable question. In a lot of people's minds, it doesn't comport how we could potentially still offer harvest or a hunting season, much less a general license season where it's unlimited over the counter, for a resource that's in decline. So we commonly hear, and as we discussed during the mule deer engagement update, we commonly hear from some folks, you guys just need to shut the season down, allow this herd to recover, shut it down for 3 or 5 years. I would say that the way we harvest mule deer in almost every instance, I mean, just to give you an example, last year in the year 2024, our estimated female mule deer harvest across the entire state was 820 something. I think it was 825 adult doe mule deer. When you do the math, if you take our most current statewide population estimate, that's like 0.7% of the estimated total number of does in the state. Unfortunately, we lose about 8 to 9 times that on our highways every year. So we harvest mule deer extremely conservatively. There's not really any hunting seasons, with very few exceptions, such as what we talked about with some of the intent in the Lander region with some CWD management, where we're actually really intentionally affecting mule deer densities through our harvest regime. We're only harvesting bucks. In a lot of cases, we're only harvesting mature bucks with 3 and 4 point antler point restrictions. And then the last thing I would state is that we have a very, really good real-life example in your backyard. And that is Deer Hunt Area 67, which comprises the central part of Casper Mountain, has been the only area in the state that has been closed to all deer hunting since the 1940s. It's a relic of an old wildlife refuge situation. We've actually tried to implement a hunting season and met with some landowner opposition and concern and abandoned that years ago, but we have not hunted a legal deer, buck or doe, for I guess 80 some years in that area, and mule deer numbers in that area have gone the way they've gone everywhere else. I could point to examples just west of here in central Wyoming, where we manage deer incredibly conservatively, like hunt areas 89 and 90. The 89 is the Rattlesnake Hills west of Casper. 90 is the desert country between there and Riverton. 87 is the Ferris Seminole Mountains. In area 87, for example, we've vacillated between 25 and 50 licenses
for years in Area 87. The proposal this year is 50 licenses over an area it's got to be bigger than half the size of Yellowstone National Park. I mean, it is a huge, huge hunt area. And I mean, we are not hardly even touching that segment of the deer herd. It's 50 licenses that we're averaging 80% success. So we're killing, 40 buck deer a year. And mule deer numbers are struggling there like they are anywhere else. So the answer, I guess I would say, is hunting in the way we frame it here in Wyoming with our conservative antlered only seasons is not hampering population growth or recovery.
All right, Justin, what we'd like to do is go region by region and see if the commission has any comments or questions on a region, and then open it up for public comment as well, just to keep things moving smoothly, hopefully. So I'm just going based on the PowerPoint. So let's start with the Jackson region. Any comment or question from the commission? I know we have some public. Am I here?
Yeah, so maybe just double check, I'm guessing.
All right, looks like we've got some Wyoming range comments here. Logan Hedges.
He's still at lunch, he's on with that. He might be walking in there.
Trey Heiner?
Right here.
Heiner, okay, go ahead.
All right, thanks, President Lundvall and commissioners. I guess I'd like to start off with just kind of your proposals that you guys proposed for season dates and changes there. I support the extended season you guys proposed to extend the season back out a week. Why I support that is because to spread out that hunting pressure a bit. A lot of guys that come in with the short season, they try to, they feel up a lot of pressure to just shoot a deer quick because they don't have much time to hunt, and end up taking younger age class deer. Also, it conflicts with like the elk seasons, that early September 26th opener. I feel like if we don't extend that, it's going to put a lot of pressure on. It's a whole nother issue on the elk, on the quality of our bull elk. We get a lot more hunting pressure on them on that 26th opener. So I do support that, extending that season back out there. And then I'd ask to change and deny the additional non-resident H tags, the 50+ tags. And the reason why on that, if you look, the reason I was told they were adding it is the sublet herd, fared pretty good. So they feel like they can add some more tags in there. But if you look at that, most of that sublet herd is going up into the wilderness areas in there. But all them outfitters and the non-resident hunter hunt with outfitters, they're already booked anyway. So them additional tags, it's going to flood them additional tags down to the southern and western part of Region H, where those deer are migrating over to Labarge and the piney side there, not really in the sublet herd. That non-resident or the non-wilderness area in Region H is getting overrun with non-resident hunting pressure due to the wilderness lines, So I'd ask for you to deny that additional 50 tags. Thanks, I appreciate your time.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Logan Hedges? You make it back in? Still not here yet? Do you have any more for the Wyoming range?
Possibly, maybe just ask if there's
Anyone else for the Wyoming range?
I don't want to.
Comment? Yes, sir, go ahead. Yeah, if you could just give us your name.
Yes, I am Ted Jenkins, President Ludvall and Director Bruce and Commission. Appreciate the opportunity to stand up here and discuss Wyoming range mule deer. I've been around a long time, so as a second generation outfitter in the Grays River area. My family's been in there for over 50 years, so we have witnessed the ups and downs of the mule deer in the Wyoming range over the years, and this last downturn has been the most significant one, obviously, over our history. along with Trey, I would definitely encourage to not increase Region H tags by 50 tags. As an outfitter, that's kind of funny because I've sat up here for years and listened to the non-resident tags get cut and get cut and get cut and get cut and get cut, and I could go on. I've never seen a addition to the Region H tags, and here I am opposing it. That's just kind of shows you where I think that the resource is. Most of us outfitters are resource first. Obviously we're pretty passionate about that. The deer numbers just, I mean, you could have, 95 buck-doe ratio right now, or 100 to doe-fawn ratio right now. Our numbers just aren't there to warrant increasing in tags. And along with, like Trey said, that Southern Region H, the non-wilderness areas is what was hit the hardest in the winter for sure. The resource just can't handle it. We already have a quality issue with our hunting pressure in the Grays River and the Wyoming Range for mule deer. So with 34 out of 37 of the mule deer below objective, herds below objective, I mean, I just, that number baffles me why we have such, Wyoming in its history has done very well of balancing opportunity versus quality. And as we get more and more, especially in Western Wyoming, I see it in Western Wyoming. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the state because I don't hunt the rest of the state. We're seeing a lot of influx of people moving into Lincoln County for the hunting opportunities, and our quality is starting to drop and our opportunity is staying the same. So I would hope that we could come up with some sort of mule deer plan through the state to try to stop that drop in the quality in the Grays River. Unfortunately, I feel like that the Grays River has become a sacrificial lamb in the opportunity part of the game here. So you take Region G and H is probably one of the most world-renowned areas for mule deer, and for us to have unlimited hunting licenses in it just is baffling. And we got away with it for a lot of years, but with technology, with the Onyx, and I mean, the internet was a game changer for hunting pressure in that country. And so I would hope that here sooner than later. I just don't see how we can continue down the same road the way we're hunting general mule deer licenses. So I would definitely encourage and would love to be part of that conversation. I'm not saying necessarily statewide limited quota, but I think that's got to be in the conversation. But I definitely think there's, and as an advocate for, non-resident hunters, they've taken the brunt over this mule deer drop over the years. And I will take my hat off to a lot of resident hunters. The last 2 years have laid off Region G and H to a certain degree. And I'm hoping, optimistic that continues for the next several years, just because try to let this herd bounce back. So as far as the season date, to me, I've always been an advocate of longer seasons because I think it helps the quality of the hunt. Shorter seasons, definitely, we've seen it over the years in this area where you cut season dates and it just crams everybody into that season all at once. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys, and thank you.
Thank you. Logan Hedges?
First off, sorry for being late. President Lundvall, Commissioners, Director Bruce, I'll make this short and quick. It's about Region G and H. If we extend the season or not, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's not going to do anything really to help our deer. We're not going to lose any more deer to speak of if we add another 5-6 days on. Heck, we could go to October 6th and balance out the south end of Region G. Isn't going to make that much difference until we address some of the real problems between predators, resident pressure, all sorts of things like that. Is what we really need, and it's why I'm here today, is this department, they need to get a mule deer plan put in place. We've talked about it for years and years. I've been coming to meetings since I was a kid with my dad when I was 13, 14 years old. There's always been all sorts of talk about mule deer and what we should do for them. I mean, you guys Justin threw out the numbers at the last meeting. We've lost, in the last 30 years, we've lost 63, 64% of our mule deer in the state. We're still doing a lot of the same things. We're gonna have to change our way of thinking just a little bit. So in that case, I mean, one big issue that we have over on our side of the state is resident pressure. We got a lot of people moving in, and I don't blame them. I've lived there my whole life. I love it. I got a whole living room full, and my office is full of big mule deer. So it's been a great time. I hope that it can continue for the next generation. My kids, my grandkids, everybody that's sitting in here is kids. But it's not going to if we don't make a few changes. One of the things I'd really like you guys to start thinking about for the residents is a 1 for 2, where we get one tag for 2 years. Because we have a lot of people, I kind of hate to use the word selfish, but it's kind of what it is at this day and age with our deer numbers the way they are. They got to kill a deer every year. They go down to the gas station, excuse me, buy their tag. The second they buy that tag, there's almost an entitlement that they have to kill a deer because they bought that tag. We just can't think that way anymore. We've got to switch. We got to educate people a little bit better. We just can't do that anymore. So, and I'll bounce this last one off of you. That youth hunt that you guys, well, I guess they're asking for down in the Green River side, which is the south end of Region G. I was born in Cokeville. I've been from Cokeville to Star Valley my whole life. I haven't moved very far. And that unit down there, 135, and I know there's 3 other units that are involved in that, from 132, 133, and 134. It's the saddest I've ever seen that deer herd down there. It's hard to get motivated to even go and ride down there because it's so depressing. I noticed in Justin's presentation, he didn't give us a buck to doe ratio. I'd love to see that buck to doe ratio down there. So why are we gonna give, and I hate to take anything away from kids because I love the youth hunting, but why are we gonna issue or let kids hunt for 6 more days down in that country when our bucks are at an all-time low down there? Our deer herd's devastated. I mean, in all honesty, I even hate to say it, we should probably shut the season down there. So the one biggest problem with that country down there is access. Everybody can run around on ATVs, side-by-sides, which is great. It's great for things. But also those deer are really vulnerable there too. Especially if we get a big snowstorm, they move down. You know, we're gonna lose the bucks that we can't afford to lose right now. Keep the APRs in place for now. Let's see if our deer bounce back and hopefully we have a few more good winters and Mother Nature takes care of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Maybe just ask if anyone else.
Anyone else for the Jackson region for deer? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, President, Director, and Commissioners. First of all, I better, before I get too many more text messages reminding me that I'm not actually on TRW. I've just been, they accepted my proposal as one of the interim committee subjects, so I better back down on that. So, but I'd like to talk today about the G&H deer. First of all, kind of throw out a general one. In talking to a lot of the folks in getting ready for this, I called a considerable amount of outfitters and talked to them about what some of the issues are, and a lot of times they coincide, but I kind of represent the resident hunters. And I don't think the resident hunters of Western Wyoming in the group that I'm representing, and that's just me as an individual that goes to all the meetings, I don't think we're too far away from having the concern that G&H is not, I don't think that we can continue to manage it for the total all numbers, but we need to look more at the quality. Quality is really suffering, and I don't think it can take too many more general seasons of, again, as was mentioned before, a considerable amount of people moving in and what I consider to be pretty serious cases of overcrowding. On some of these proposals, I was kind of shocked when I went in to Thane to our meeting here a couple of weeks ago, and the same biologist that I talked to last year, and his theme was, and it's one of the first times that I've ever heard that from him, was we need to save bucks. We need to save bucks. We're to a point where we don't have enough bucks because of the 22-23 winter, and then all of a sudden this year we're doing two things that take more bucks off the landscape. Number one, increasing 50 H non-resident, which I would urge you not to support. Also, the other one is adding days, which I sure think that ends up with more bucks dead. And so I would ask that have we really recovered that much to, in a year's time, turn that around and all of a sudden do two things that I think lead to more dead mule deer. Again, we need to err on the side of the deer. Let's let them win. And I think these two things would help in that. Also, I have a concern with, especially when looking at 135 and then low buck to doe ratios. Not a biologist, and I would have to revert to you folks in the department, but can these bucks cover that amount of does in these huge areas? Because we have very large geographical areas, and I know I didn't do it anywhere near scientific, but a lot of times I would see, in the last 2 years, I would see groups of does, no bucks. So I'm concerned about that. Can they actually cover those? And then, as I said before, please consider, really look at the additional 50 tags. I believe, and I'd have to look back at the presentation that was made, but I believe that this is one of very few increases in additional tags being given out, and it's in the hardest hit area. Or I know the sublet herd wasn't hurt quite as bad, but boy, that's relative when you look at the overall numbers of deer that were lost. Also, I have a concern with the additional days, and again, this is not with every situation, but I've watched a particular outfitter when they will get on a buck, or when they're trying to get their clients the buck, if they have more days, they're going to sit on that buck, sit on that buck, sit on that buck, and if it goes out to day 12, that they only used to have 10, day 12 now, that buck's dead, because eventually they're going to get on them after, 15 days is quite a bit of time to go against a very smart, intelligent buck that's hiding out. I'm kind of cheering for the buck in some of those situations, and my wall at home definitely knows that I give up a lot to the big bucks because I don't have any. But I also would like to encourage you to continue to focus on predators. Just the simple mathematics of, we didn't lose a lot of predators during that terrible season of 22-23, that winter. I didn't remember hearing that many predators died because of that winter, but we lost, a large portion of our deer, and so that means more predators on each deer with their sights set on them. So I would encourage anything that you can do to help the focus on predators to do that, and I thank you for your time.
Anyone else from the Jackson region? Yes, sir.
And Madam Chair, just for a point of, that I'm going to have some motions on this, but it's going to also involve the Jackson and the Pinedale regions, and then also the UN. So though, I don't know how, you want to mix them, whatever, or whenever you would like that motion, then let me know. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam President.
Yes.
Also, I'd ask if perhaps we could see if, when the public comments on the region are done, if the Deputy Chief Benfit or any of the local staff have any thoughts about the comments we've heard. I'd like to suggest that, if it's acceptable to the body.
Sure. And then just, they're all gone. I wanted to make sure Commissioner Bell's still with us as well, but we'll check on that when they get back. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
So I'm Braden Tethel. I submitted my form previously. So I'm from Boulder, Wyoming. I'm asking you today to pass the biologist recommended season structure in Region G&H. I want to express support for a current general season structure. In today's day and age, and especially us hunters, we want instant gratification. We're 2 years out of a historically terrible winter, and amazing fawn to doe ratios, 83 to 100 does in there. Living in Boulder, I get the unique opportunity pretty much every day. I get to see these winter ranges. I get to go out there. We had great overwinter survival. I recently went out with biologist Freilich to do his post-winter ratios, and we're sitting really good. We need to remember how dependent this herd is on winter severity, and this is one of the only herds in the U.S. that winters at 7,000 feet. We had a great winter this year. We had snow, it melt, sagebrush was uncovered. All it took was one time for that melt to then freeze over and get more snow, and we were back to our 22-23 winter, and that could have had catastrophic effects. So I think a lot of us need to remember that we're only 2 years out of a really bad winter, and this herd is extremely dependent on winters. And as far as myself and my friends, we are very selective in hunting in Region G&H. I've grown up hunting there. We're not, me and my friends being residents, we're not going out there and shooting the first 2 or 3 point or 4 point we see. So I don't think APRs in this case do a whole lot, as also 2 years ago, I harvested a 6.5-year-old, technically a 2x3 Ed Browse, so he was a 3x4 per the biologist. That was a cementum aged deer, you know, so in my opinion, APRs, and I knew that buck, I'd watched him for 3-4 years, and that's all he ever was a 2 point. So I think when we're considering APRs, some deer have it, some deer don't. And that deer also happened to be a fawn from the 2017 winter. So it's kind of interesting. So food for thought there. I just ask that you guys pass the recommended seasons for Region G&H. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Awesome. Thank you guys.
All right, so then let's combine that with the Pinedale region. We don't have any public comment specifically talking about Pinedale. What about from the audience? Or did everyone speak during the Jackson? Pinedale, okay.
President Lundvall, I am here.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bell.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I'm Bill Ames from Western Wyoming, and I'd like to express my support for extending the season. It is, biologically, it's not going to hurt that herd at all. We're still going to have 100% doe pregnancy or close to it. And the opportunity to have more days to get out there, the quality is better as far as competition with other hunters, which is very important to me. You know, the buck-doe ratios, yeah, maybe it's a hair under the objective, but it's dang close. And with the last 2 winters we've had, I have no doubt it'll be back over 30. And moving on to the Green River area and the youth hunt, it's spectacular. It's way overdue. Yeah, the buck numbers are down. So youth goes out, can't find a buck, but he goes out. And dad or his guardian or whoever he goes with isn't distracted by missing a deer season someplace else or an elk season. The timing of that, having it on the last weekend, to have kids go out and somebody be available to take them out, is just outstanding. It's too bad we don't have more opportunities in the state like that. And so I highly encourage you to keep that youth hunt that the Green River region has proposed intact. Thank you.
Any other public comment from the Pinedale region? Yes, sir.
Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioners, I'm Jason West, a Wyoming resident representing the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance and hunters across Wyoming who cannot be here today but love to hunt mule deer each and every year. I sympathize with the hunters who are disgruntled and unhappy about the decline in mule deer populations, both in Wyoming and Westwide. However, I'm fortunate to have lived experiences that have shaped my perspectives in a positive direction rather than make me bitter, angry, and jaded. In the summer of 2023, coming out of one of the most harsh winters for mule deer survival, I scouted the Wyoming range religiously, where I spent significant time. Two drainages are separated by a high saddle. To the south, there were only a couple deer back in there that year. To the north, it was a pocket of habitat where the deer were back as if the winter of 2023 never happened. While I never turned up the giant buck that had eluded me the season before in September of 2022, I found multiple fantastic bucks, and on September 4th, 2023, I finally got my chance and was under 100 yards from a beautiful Wyoming range buck, waiting for him to stand and feed into a pocket meadow toward me. Just as the evening sun dipped below the ridgeline at prime time, a young bull elk who thought the rut was early chased a cow elk right into the buck's bed and bumped him out of my reach. I didn't kill a buck that year. Just this past August 31st, 2024, I watched a true Wyoming range giant feed in his core summer range for 5 hours and bed on an open slope at dark. My buddy had found this buck in June when his antlers were in their initial growth, but we could tell he was going to be an exceptional buck with classic Wyoming range genetics. Opening morning came with high hopes that slowly faded after many days seeing multiple black bears and a bunch of coyotes invade that buck's little basin. We never relocated that buck that I had watched for 20 days over the summer. My buddy discovered a cow elk carcass that was likely killed a day or two before opening day, and the influx of predators bumped him out of his favorite spot of the last 3 months. I didn't kill a buck that year either, but my point is I had the opportunity. I had the chance to be out there all summer long. I had the chance to find pockets of deer. I had the chance to find some great bucks the last 2 years, and this is in years that should have been the worst mule deer hunting on record. These are priceless memories and moments that I will cherish for my whole life. These are the good old days of hunting for me, and I love what we have. I want to pass this opportunity on to my girls and the next generation. That is why we as the Mule Deer Alliance asked the Commission to approve the biologist recommendations to extend the Wyoming range hunt dates to September 30th, 2025, and also increase non-resident tags as justified. Maintain and protect general season mule deer management. We are adamantly opposed to limited quota or any steps toward limited quota, such as resident regions or choose your weapons restrictions. We also ask the Commission to consider, in the interim, directing the department to establish population-based management thresholds that will trigger specific management actions that will be known ahead of time. For example, after high winter mortality, the season length will be cut, APRs will be implemented for 2 to 3 years, such as we saw after the 2023 winter, but will be removed as the population rebounds, just as recommended this year. I also want to reiterate that bucks do not produce more fawns, the does do. And based on biological science, they tell us 10 bucks per 100 does will breed all the does. Thank you.
Any other public comment involving the Pinedale or Jackson regions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Director Bruce, and members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity, as always, to speak in front of you guys. Appreciate that you guys take time out of your day to get yelled at by 700 drooling hunters every year as we go through this season setting process. So thank you very much for doing that. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Luke Schultz. You might know me as somebody that works for the department in Pinedale, but I'm coming to you today as a citizen. We drove down here ourselves. I had to pick out my own outfit today. Luckily, I had the sage counsel of Dirk Miller back there to tell me how to select that. But I am also with the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance. We advocate on behalf of mule deer and mule deer hunters. And we believe that, you know, in addition to representing the hunters like Jason described, the guys that are spending, you know, weeks away from their family a year to pursue deer, we also represent the people that are the general hunters that aren't as into it as we are. So if you look at Idaho, for instance, many of the hunters that participated in the general season hunts there, which I think mirrors very closely what we have in Wyoming, the average hunter spends 4 days hunting. And the people that spend 4 days hunting, they don't take days off, find their dirtiest t-shirt, and drive over to Casper. So we hope that we're representing them when we say we really, really value these general season structures, and we really, really appreciate the increased opportunity that comes with those general season structures that were proposed this year. So I'm speaking on behalf of the increased opportunity that we see in the Pinedale region. Their G&H herds like to see those additional days in a day and age where we've only seen that opportunity sort of whittled down over the last 15 or so years since I've been involved. It's great to see that we can make that expand again. So super happy to see that. I also see that there's some places across the state where these general season structures have been expanded. So super applaud the department for that and happy to see it. And I'll also go out on a limb and say that I'm really happy to see the expansion of non-resident opportunity. In a time when mule deer need advocates, they get those through hunting. And when we need the non-residents to support us as well. If they don't feel like they can participate in our hunts, they just don't, there's no really motivation for them to advocate on behalf of our deer from afar. And we really need those at a time that our herds are struggling. So happy to see that expansion. I hope you approve that. And I just really support the department and really happy to see what we have there. So at this point, I can stand for any questions, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment for Jackson or Pinedale region? Anything else from the department? Commissioner Matheson?
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to ask you, Deputy Chief, if you had thoughts in response to the comments that you've heard, or if there are people from that Jackson or Pinedale area who have observations or thoughts about anything they've heard.
So President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, Commissioner Masterson, I guess a few thoughts. There's certainly a lot to unpack. There, you know, lots of good comments, understandable comments. With a couple things that came to mind, there were a question or two, I believe, from Representative Erickson on whether or not we had enough bucks available to quote unquote cover does, essentially to breed all does. I guess I would answer that by stating you have to get buck ratios to be at really, really low levels that would be unprecedented for the state of Wyoming before you start influencing pregnancy rates. There's really kind of a lack of really, really hard science on this because it's gotten looked at in some captive settings and a little bit up in Canada in some places, but everything is so variable based on deer densities and movement patterns and that sort of thing. But suffice it to say, we have collared deer in the Wyoming range for a long, long time through our own focal herd work.
and also through the research of Dr. Monteith that the commission has heard about. And in no instance have we seen any indication that pregnancy rates in those female deer that we're handling and collaring have been affected. So that is not a concern for us. With respect to just some other additional general rationale for the proposal to increase the Region H quota and season length, I guess I would ask Wildlife Management Coordinator Brandon Skerlock to come on up and give you guys just a little bit more insight. I don't get to adjust the microphone very often, so it's my pleasure to do that.
Madam President, members of the commission, Director Bruce, thanks for that. I believe the question was to kind of provide some local insight onto the seasons and why our biologists and game wardens set the seasons the way they did. And I guess the season length, you've heard comments from some very passionate folks behind me. Some are in favor of the season extensions, some are opposed to the season extensions. One of our game wardens went through and collated all the comments that we received that you guys all have. Not that it's a popularity contest by any means, but we had about 70% supporting the season extension, 30% roughly opposed to it. So that's kind of reflects what we hear. Not everybody's happy, not everybody's going to be, especially with mule deer management in Western Wyoming, but we think, you know, it's generally supported. As for the Region H quota increases, I actually anticipated this question because we did receive a lot of comments, especially from residents, that were not in support of increasing the quotas. So being a biologist, I put together a bunch of data on a slide that we're trying to find right now that shows the population of the sublet deer herd, because remember, Region H is mostly overlaps the sublet deer herd. Region G is the Wyoming range herd. We did not see the drastic reductions in population in the sublet herd that we did in the Wyoming range herd as a result of the 22-23 winter. If we get that up, you'll see that. But basically, going back 20 years of population data and non-resident H quotas, we once had, here it is, look at that. So in the graph there, again, biologists like to rely on data. The bars there, the yellow bars, are the population estimates for the sublet mule deer herd, going back 20 years, all the way back to 2005. The red line is the quota, non-resident Region H quota that we've ascribed to Region H over the last 20 years. 20 years ago, we had 1,400 licenses as set as a quota for non-resident Region H. And our population was higher, there's no doubt. We had 26, 27,000 animals in the sublet herd at that time. But you go into mid-2013, 14, 15, population started getting that point, but non-resident quotas did not increase concomitant with the increases in the population. We've done nothing over the past 20 years. Matter of fact, you go back 30 years, we've done nothing but cut that quota. So our population now, yes, it's reduced from what it was 20 years ago, but we think biologically we can offer 400 licenses, which is 3.5 times less than what we had 20 years ago, with a pretty similar population. So just to provide some context, it is based on biology and science, and that's our recommendation, was to increase that to 400. We just don't feel like that'll have a significant impact on the population or the number of bucks available for folks out there.
Any questions?
Madam Chairman, so per some of the comments earlier in regards to G and H, if I understand correctly, Region G does not have any designated wilderness area in it, right?
Correct.
And Region H does. So with the state statute of non-residents not being able to enter into the wilderness areas without a licensed outfitter or a resident guide, then, you know, that would certainly only be portions of Region H that those non-residents would be able to hunt themselves on without. Okay, I was just wondering if there was, you've confirmed my thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. It's more of a comment. And I want to make sure that the individuals who commented understand where I'm coming from wanting to hear from the local people. What we have to do is figure out how to balance economics, political factors, biology, the financial return to the community, financial return to the state, chronic wasting disease, and all of these different factors coming together. And it's critically important we hear from all of you and what your opinions are, and they matter. So I just want to make sure you know that what you say gets heard. And I didn't, by asking Deputy Chief Binfit or you to come up, that I'm trying to undercut you. I'm trying to do the best I can to balance a whole bunch of competing factors. So I want you to know, I want to hear from you. I think we all do. But I'm just gathering information from folks. So excuse the editorial commentary, Madam President, and sooner or later they'll shut my mic off and I won't be able to say anything. Thank you. ...
All right, so we've heard from the public, we've heard from the department. Looking at the Jackson region as well as the Pinedale region, what would the commission like to do?
Madam President, if I might for a sec, I'm going to have a couple motions to maybe change a few things, but I'd like to, one of the things that's stark that comes to mind on me is we always talk about these seasons and we always cut seasons, whatever do, but boy, it sure seems like the archery seasons stay the same all the time. And you hear all of the high tech coming from the crossbows and stuff, but then that season always stays 30 days. It never changes. I think it's something for us to consider. What's good for the goose is good for the gander as far as some of the rifle hunt seasons. So I think that this is something we should look at. I'm not proposing anything with that this year because it wasn't on the forefront, but I think that that's something that we need to address down the line. I'm going to have two motions, and to me it comes up, you have to weigh the opportunity versus numbers. And this year, I really don't think we have the numbers for the opportunity. So I'm going to be very conservative on what my motions are. And one motion is to not allow Region H the additional 50 tags. And the other motion is going to be that we keep the seasons as we did last year with 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, and 145 as a closing date of September 25th. And that'll be my two motions for this region, and then I'll have a few for the Green River region. So.
All right, so we have a motion on the table, and I was trying to write fast, Ken, but I didn't get all those areas on there.
My first motion, I would move that in Region H, we do not allow the additional 50 tags.
All right, so let's start there. We have a motion on the table. Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, Commissioner Bell seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, those opposed?
No,
Are you abstaining?
I abstain.
And we have one, I almost said one abstinence. We have one abstaining. We'll do it that way instead. All right, so motion passes there. All right, could you give us the second one then, Commissioner?
Okay, my second motion is, this is a little bit further of a reach, but I propose that we maintain the closing date of September 25th for area 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, and 145. Them are the areas in particular that were going to be the 5-day extension from the 25th to the 30th. And that will be my motion. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Any questions or comments on that motion? Do we have a second? Oh, we've got.
Well, I'll second it.
Yeah. Was that Commissioner Bell in the second? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No,
Aye. Nay. Sorry, I'm opposed.
And those abstaining?
I abstain. I can't in good conscience vote on that.
Okay,
No.
abstaining or no?
No.
No, okay.
No.
All right, so that motion fails.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But I have more motions when it comes to Green River too, though.
Yes.
So,
Okay, so we still have a proposal from the department then on the table for these two regions. What would the commission like to do about the proposal from the department that's on the table?
I would move the proposal of the department on the table as amended.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion or questions from the commission? Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right, we have a second. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstaining? All right, that motion passes.
Madam President, I want to ensure that the staff got that correctly. So the season length extended, but not the extra 50. Is that how you took it, Justin?
Yeah, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, my understanding is that as it applies to at least the northern hunt areas, notwithstanding those from the Green River region.
Correct. All right, let's move on then to the Cody region. Do we have any specific public comment papers for the Cody region? No? All right, from the public here then, Cody region comments. Oh, come on. I drove down here. All right, if there are no comments, we do have a proposal on the table from the department. What is the commission's wish?
Madam President, I make a motion that we accept the department's proposal for the Cody Deer Region.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Moving right along to the Sheridan region. Do we have any public comment on the Sheridan region? All right, Sheridan region. Do we have any public comment specifically there? No? Anything from the commission?
Madam President, Justin, on the Region C proposal to reduce those non-resident licenses by 200 to 1,800, what were the factors on that decision?
Okay, so President Lundvall, Commissioner Haskell, with that, those were simply quota reductions based on public comment, the need to reduce harvest on bucks to continue to manage bucks within the management strategies they have. And it's just also based on, some of that is also based in part upon landowner request due to those large wildfires and displacing hunting opportunity, at least for the time being. But I would also invite a member of the Sheridan region to come up and address that if there's anything else you would like to add. This is Tim Thomas, Wildlife Management Coordinator for the Sheridan region.
Thank you. President Linville, Director Bruce, Commissioner Haskell. So like Justin said, that part of it's because of the wildfires. In Region C, we burned 280,000 acres this year. And so also we did some point restrictions in Region C, so reduce opportunities, and we know hunters move with point restrictions. So we didn't want to move those hunters into other areas and cause overcrowding. So we looked at a reduction for a couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam President, I have a question, Tim.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So can you just, reading through the comments, you know, there was quite a few comments that talked about the season dates, the same date on area 24 and 25. Can you go through that just a little bit?
Yes, President Linville, Commissioner or Director Bruce, Commissioner Bell. So 25 is in the north end, the Bighorns. It's a public land area. It's about 99% Forest Service land, a little bit of state land. Area 24 is off the mountain and mostly private land with a little bit of BLM and state land. And so most of the hunting in 24 is on private land, which has limited controlled access, where 25 is a general license area with unlimited access. And so we don't feel the need to restrict more opportunity in 24 just because of the restriction already in access there.
Yeah, understood, Tim. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission on the Sheridan region? All right, what's the wish of the commission for this region?
Madam Chair, I would move the Sheridan region year seasons forward.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission?
Go ahead.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, that motion passes for that region as well. All right, Green River. Any public comment for the Green River region? Do we have any of these from Green River? Okay. Okay,
Can I,
what's the
Madam
commission's
President?
desire on the Green River region?
If I could get the Green River region to address a few things if they'd come up. And thanks. Notice on area 132, on the Antler Point restrictions, how many years have we had the Antler Point restriction on area 132?
Yeah, President Linville, Director Bruce, Commissioner Roberts. We have had a APR in place in 132, I believe, since 2007. There's been a pretty vocal segment of that hunt area between landowners and sportsmen that pushed to get that put in place and since have been strong advocates to keep it in place.
Have we, how many years typically does the department believe that the restrictions should be continued for Antler Point restrictions?
Yeah, typically, Commissioner Roberts, with APRs, they really become beneficial when you have, a productive year with fawns and you're trying to usher in yearling bucks essentially, so you can protect those and usher them into, some older age classes. The other thing that APRs can do, and in this instance is applied, is they can also influence participation and success. So with this being the managers felt with this being a low productivity hunt area, close to the proximity of Green River, Rock Springs, and Bridger Valley, that this was pertinent to keep in place to kind of reduce success, because those deer typically are pretty vulnerable. It's desert country, highly eroded, and there's minimal security cover. So in in short, the APR is kind of there to safeguard some of those concerns.
So, and I know that, I notice you want to lift the restrictions on 168 and 133, which are adjoining the neighbor.
Yeah, Mr. Roberts, or Commissioner Roberts, 168, 134 is actually part of the Wyoming range, however, it's incorporated into non-resident region K. So 168, 133 are a little bit more productive parts of the Uinta herd unit. They typically see higher buck ratios. And in this instance, the herd itself is at 23 bucks per 100 does. In 132, they're much lower than that due to the lack of productivity. Therefore, the APR was kept in place to help usher what we suspect and should be a great yearling crop of bucks to bump our buck ratios higher in 132 to stop dragging down the herd unit as a whole with the buck ratios.
Okay, and so I know, I also know for 132 on the type 7s, you want to issue 25 tags. What would be the reasoning for that?
Yeah, Commissioner Roberts, we have a landowner on the Blacks Fork that has, I believe, two pivot alfalfa fields, and he consistently, we've done multiple counts out there, he consistently has about 200 head of deer. And prior to, one way we were pushing some harvest that way was through the use harvest while they could still harvest does. Since then, he's still got those complaints and those concerns. Therefore, we have decided to propose a type 7s to help alleviate some of his concerns and damage.
And because it's a specific area and a specific thing, chapter, 34 wouldn't work on that?
We talked about that, you know, applying chapter 34s and we didn't feel comfortable doing that necessarily with doe harvest, with does, deer in particular, when we felt like offering 25 tags that the public could get a hold of, and this landowner has been more than willing to take on anybody that gets those tags. So it'd be one of those situations where if somebody drew the tag, they'd contact the regional office and we'd be able to direct them to this particular landowner.
Thanks. Thanks, Adam. And then note also, and I want to discuss a little bit on the youth hunts, if you would. I noticed that there's strong sentiments either way, and I noticed that on 133, 132, 135, 134, you want this youth hunt to be extended. Was it an extra 5 or 7 days?
Yeah, I believe it goes till the 12th, if I'm not mistaken.
So what's the reasoning behind, I mean, it's, you know, if we don't have the numbers, we don't have the numbers.
Commissioner Roberts, yeah, that, so after the 22-23 winter, when we did the emergency cuts to reduce the season to 6 days, that essentially, the way the days fell, provided one Sunday opportunity, so basically one weekend day. And we heard loud and clear from multiple constituents, essentially, that kids that are involved in sports can't get taken out of school, go to church on Sundays. They do not have an opportunity to participate. So therefore, essentially with the 6-day extension, we don't expect a lot of harvest with these youth seasons, but it does allow the opportunity essentially for an extra weekend, or the impetus behind.
So wouldn't it make sense, I mean, if it's, I mean, kids are in school all around the state of Wyoming. And so it's, what is it in particular in these areas that make it more needed for the kids than other around the state?
Yeah, Commissioner Roberts, there's been a history actually in particularly Bags, as well as in the southwest corner of the state prior to, I believe it was the winter of 2017, we were offering youth extensions then. Then once the deer herd started to recover, we opened up the opportunity, so basically brought the general season structure up to the ending date of the youth season. And since then, we haven't had to, as we cut days, we haven't basically added in that youth opportunity. So these seasons aren't necessarily unprecedented in Southwest Wyoming, but essentially we're responding to our constituents down there that we hear quite regularly from that wanted that opportunity for youth and to take their kids out.
And do we have any kind of idea what the ramifications of that's going to be? Do we kind of have an idea what kind of a more kill we're going to have, or what? I mean, because it's you're going to lift. I mean, if it's you're going to lift the antler point restrictions on a few areas, and the kids are going to hunt longer, and the kids will be more apt to shoot something smaller, of course. But what's our thought on that?
Yeah, Commissioner Roberts, you know, I can't give you a good estimate on how much youth harvest will actually occur. However, we weren't necessarily concerned with the APR being in place or not in place with the youth season. That was a kind of a given harvest we're willing to accept, only because youth don't have to adhere to the APR restrictions. So if an APR was in place, a youth essentially could harvest a forked deer.
Okay. Thanks. I appreciate that. That's my questions. I'll have a few motions after that one.
Okay.
We're all set done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm trying to sort through, so bear with me.
Okay.
So the APR in 132, the proposal is to increase it from 3 to 4 points. I'm okay so far?
Yeah.
All right. And do I understand we're removing it in 133 and 168? Yeah?
And 134.
And 134, okay. Can you understand why that seems a little contradictory to me? Can you elaborate on that at all? I'm really struggling to figure out why in an adjacent unit we're not. Just help me figure out why.
Yeah, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioner Masterson. Essentially what it boils down to for the managers that made this recommendation is 134, 168, and 133 have higher buck ratios based off of our classification flights. They're generally more productive, so they fare a little bit better when things are good. In 132, it's that area that butts up against Flaming Gorge on the west side. It's pretty arid, highly roaded, so there's access is good. These bucks can be vulnerable at times. The reason to go from 3 to 4 is in utero, the does are in good condition, so in utero, the fawns being produced, it's likely that there could be some 3-point yearlings in that herd unit, therefore trying to usher those up in age class and boost our buck ratios was the impetus behind the 3 to 4. But you know, as far as 132 in particular, it's kind of the unproductive nature of the hunt area, as well as, you know, that APR has been very popular and people have been vocal about it, particular to 132, based from landowners and some of the sportsmen that recreate down there is essentially the impetus behind keeping 132 with an APR.
Okay. If that APR has been in place since, I think you said 2007, my gut tells me it hasn't been really working.
Yeah.
If it's been in place that long. Am I wrong? What am I missing?
Commissioner Masterson, yeah, it's been interesting, just like I said earlier with Commissioner Roberts, it's also been put in place, I don't want to say to dissuade people. Basically, it's an easy afternoon hunt for Rock Springs, Green River folks. There's a lot of people that'll run down there, and it's not to dissuade people from going down there, but it's essentially a security blanket for a lot of bucks down there that are in that, you know, younger bucks, I should say. There is concern, you know, that we're starting to get to a point in place. It's been in place long enough that we're rewarding, you know, deer for being inferior. So that is a concern. But it's a trade-off that we've decided to keep in place for the reasons I stated earlier.
Has thought been given to a quota?
What's that?
has thought been given to a quota?
Yes, Commissioner Masterson, we've talked a lot about 132 in that capacity, as well as hunt areas 131 and 100. We have, Green River region has a lot of very conservative short season hunt areas that are kind of those deserty, arid areas, low productivity areas, and excuse me, just that in conjunction with their proximity to the amount of people that will go recreate on those herds, we try to be as conservative as possible to, one, not have huge impacts on the deer herd, but also kind of regulate some of that pressure that would be seen otherwise. But we, as a region, talked quite a bit about management options for some of our low productivity hunt areas, and 132 being one of them.
How far has a discussion about a quota progressed? Because that seems to be a tool to, reduce pressure on an area.
Yeah.
What am I missing?
Yeah, Commissioner Masterson, we actually floated it in a different hunt area, not particular to 132, and kind of scoped it out with some of our publics, and it's like 50-50, right? So people really value the opportunity, whether it's highly conservative, highly restrictive, they value the opportunity to go grab their kid after school and go run out, southwest of town and be able to just take a drive. So that value is still there. However, also, there are people that want kind of that more restricted opportunity and potentially, create a different experience for the hunter that may be able to draw those tags. So we haven't gone down the road of like really scoping this out, just kind of casual conversations.
Okay. One more. The youth only is antlered mule deer, but we have an APR for non-youth. Those seem a little contradictory to me as well. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, Commissioner Masterson, the level of participation and the level of harvest we would expect to see from youth is minimal. And we know that, there'll be some harvest of some younger bucks that, sitting next to a yearling or 2-year-old that's sitting next to the road, but we feel that harvest would be minimal and non-impactful overall to our buck ratios or the deer herd, so.
Okay. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm trying to get a handle on things, so thank you.
Yeah.
Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioner Masterson, if I may too, I'd like to call your attention within the Chapter 6 regulation. If you go to Section 5, we have over the years revised our provisions for what limitations youth hunters have to adhere to with respect to deer. So at one point, the background on this is at one point, and for a while, youth were able to harvest any deer, meaning even a doe deer in an antlered only season. We revised that a few years back. But when we revised that, we did keep the provision in there. And if you look at the last sentence, youth hunters are not limited to the antler point restriction. So anywhere we have APRs in the state.
Anywhere you have them in the state, they don't apply.
That's correct.
All right, we have a proposal for the Green River region from the department. What is the pleasure of the commission?
I would move to amend that. I would move to amend 132 to lift the antler point restrictions. I believe that 18 years is plenty for that, and that, and I think that'll be my first motion. And I was going to motion for to do away with the youth hunt, but I'm no longer going to do that. I've been convinced that maybe that's probably a pretty good thing. So, and I hope that I'll take the department's recommendation on that. But my motion is to do away with 132 antler point restrictions.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, that amendment passes. And the rest of the proposal for the Green River region, what is the pleasure of the commission?
I would move to approve the Green River Region deer hunting proposal as amended.
All right, we have a motion. Any discussion from the commission? Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, he beat you to it. Sorry, Rusty. It's that delay. All right, we have a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, Green River is passed. Moving on to the Laramie region. Do we have any public comment for the Laramie region? Nope. Anyone from the public that's here this afternoon? All right, the commission has the proposal of the department. What is your pleasure?
Madam President, I would move the approval of the Laramie region as proposed by the department.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission? Do we have a second? There you go. We got him on the board. All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes as well for the Laramie region. All right, Lander region, any public comment? Look like we've got some sheets here. Jaden Bales?
All right. President Lundvall, members of the commission, Director Bruce, thanks for having us up for comments today. My name is Jaden Bales. I know most of you from my previous capacity with Wyoming Wildlife Federation, but I wanted to be on the record as saying this is not a comment with them. I'm off doing my own thing now, and this is just a personal comment on deer hunting seasons, specifically in Lander where I am home. But because we're doing different regions, it's kind of more generally based as well. I really enjoy the general mule deer hunting in Wyoming. I don't put in for a limited quota mule deer tag because I use it kind of as my way to adventure to different parts of the state. I hunted 4 different regions last year across the state, and none of them were region G or H. So that was pretty cool to get the chance to explore different places. And I think one of the cool things about Wyoming is with general seasons, we're still beating out all of our neighbors for buck ratios. And if you look at our fawn ratios this year, I think a lot of the western states are pretty envious. And unfortunately, it's going to take a while for us to see the benefits of that. But I think that the system we have going on right now is pretty good. And having the ability to adjust regionally is working for us, actually. The other thing is, I noticed in the last handful of years, the Game and Fish have started implementing more data from their tooth aging. And I think that's a really cool piece of the science and a piece of the equation that maybe our mule deer management hasn't taken into consideration yet. Region G and H has over 5-year-old buck harvest that's being checked through the check stations, and that seems like a win, even with very low population. So at least the bucks that are being checked into that station are coming out pretty dang mature. And you look across the region at the tooth age data that's public, and our average age of bucks is looking pretty good. I could see us using maybe that in our management in the future, so that way we can have some triggers. So like when we're hitting some place where we're getting really low on the age class or something, then that triggers a reduction in seasons. Instead of a bunch of us who have different opinions on how good our hunt is or isn't, we can maybe fall back on some of that quality data that's kind of new. Because otherwise everyone's going to have a different hunt and a different experience depending on how far they get off the road or what region of the state they're in. So at this point, I hope that you all accept the proposals for the Lander region and for the rest of the regions that are on the board today. And I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Jaden? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Is this the next one? Okay. Anyone else from the public from Lander? Okay. What is the pleasure of the commission for this region?
Madam President. Can I ask a question
Absolutely.
of Deputy Benfett? So with Area 157, we're basically going from what was a pretty tightly controlled, very limited hunt to a pretty unlimited hunt, not very controlled. And it's something that you indicated, Area 157 having a very high prevalence of CWD in it, correct?
That's correct.
Madam President, what's the prevalence of CWD in that area?
So President Lundvall, Commissioner Might, depending on the suite of years you look at, but in recent years with pretty robust sampling efforts, so we're pretty confident in the estimates. We're running around 67-ish or 60 to 70% prevalence in buck mule deer that are 2 years old or older.
So, Madam President, I'm an old guy, and it's been a while since I've done a lot of reading on this. You know, it kind of dates back 20 years or so as to what was going on in Sebile and some of the research stations in northern Colorado and so forth. And the prevalence or the persistence, maybe is a better word, of CWD in the soil or something. I assume it's in the soil and not in the plant matter. That if you completely eliminate a deer herd from an area and bring them back in reintroduce years later, you end up with infection rates again almost immediately. Is that, Madam President, is that correct?
So Commissioner Mai, there's certainly there's no certainties in any of this, but it is fair to say, based on expert opinion and what we know about CWD and the hardiness of prions in the environment, it's fair to say when you have prevalences that are reaching that level, it's also going to be dependent on the density of deer on the landscape. But when prevalences are reaching that level, it's fair to say there's likely a substantial amount of environmental contamination, meaning it is prions are residing in the soil, which would, to your point, likely result in just a high probability of any deer on that landscape coming down with the disease.
So, Madam President, there actually is a point to kind of the series of questions, and the point is, what's the plan going forward after, assuming you get a huge harvest out of this? What's your plan after that?
Madam President, Commissioner Mai, I think what you're asking is an important question. And I say that, I say that just as we were developing our state's CWD management plan, we presented that to the commission for approval in 2020. We talked through a series of management strategies without going down the rabbit trail too much. Hunter harvest and density reductions are one of those commission-approved strategies. But within that plan, we've also made a very firm commitment to the public that we would articulate our end goals in mind and at least what we reasonably foresee resulting mule deer numbers, densities, et cetera, to be stemming from those management actions. So I think it's an important question. It's one that's incumbent upon us to answer. And with that, I'm going to pass the buck. And I'm going to have Darrell Lutz with the Lander region come up.
President Lundvall, Commissioner Mai, thanks for the question. It is a valid question, and one that, as wildlife managers, we're going to be struggling with more and more from this point forward. I'll tell you that from the beginning of my career to today, we're dealing with diseases more than we ever have before. And so I bring that up because while there's a lot we know, there's a whole lot we don't know. What I do know with the Project Herd, given how quickly CWD has taken off there, that in my opinion, doing nothing is not an option, because I think the end result's going to be the same thing. That is, if we don't try to manage the disease is just going to manage the deer at a much lower level than it is. That's obvious. The rate of decline has been marked. What I think is important to, in part, to answer your question is that we have been working with the University of Wyoming and the USGS on a research study in the Project Herd unit. And part of that research has been to help us also then identify points of contact or points of transmission, so hot spots. And so at the same time that we're proposing to reduce deer numbers and those densities, we're also proposing to address those hot spots on the ground so that we are hopeful. We're not going to get rid of CWD. I'm not sure that's possible. We're hopeful that we can at least reduce its prevalence rate. And I think it's just important to recognize that with other diseases that we're dealing with, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that more tomorrow, is that we're learning as we go, especially with this one, with chronic wasting disease. So again, I would just suggest that doing nothing isn't an option here. And we're at least looking at both deer numbers and the environment.
Go for it.
So, Madam President, Daryl, did you guys consider even extending this season so you got a higher harvest?
Extending the season length?
Yeah.
Jason, help me remember. Jason says we did.
President Lunball, members of the commission, Director Bruce, Commissioner Mai, yes, we did consider that, and we felt like this is such a big change this year. We want to see how this is going to progress going forward, see what harvest is, see where we end up, and that may be where we end up in the future. But we're trying to, this is a huge step, so trying to take smaller chunks out of it.
All right, what's the commission's pleasure for the Lander region?
I would move to accept the Lander deer proposal as a.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission? We have a second? All right, Commissioner Mai seconds that. Those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, and that motion passes. All right, Casper region. We have some public comment here. Amy Miller, are you here? Amy Miller? Ah.
Hi, Commission. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm a landowner in Wheatland, east of town there. And so my deer season is area 15, which would be east of I-25. And so they're proposing to make it the same as west of the interstate, which I'm not sure what that area is. I'm sorry. But I think it's wrong to do that. And the fact is that we get overrun with trespassing. And what you're doing to the landowner is you're taking away the game wardens and the biologists. So there's a huge area east of the interstate that they have to take care of in our normal season, which was October 1st to the 14th. Now you're going to move it to be the same, which I agree with the shortened time because we do have less deer, but now you're moving it to the same as the west side of the interstate, so they have all that and the elk hunting and everything that comes with it. We have a huge section of walk-in area, and it's not walk-in area because people drive all over it. And you know, the game wardens and the biologists work really hard to do the whole area and to be out there, but we'll call them and be like, you know, there's tracks, somebody drove out to their deer, and so if you make them the same, then it's just going to be even worse. And anyway, that's my feeling. I think you should keep it separate, the two sides of the interstate. Yep, thanks.
Speaking of, actually, well, I'll see what I want to say, but I'm talking more about the Laramie District region
79. I'd like to see, I'm sorry, Madam Commissioner, Madam President, Angie Bruce, Director, Commissioners, but I'd like to see Area 79 a little more restrictive on the number of tags that is offered for Area 79 in a limited quota. While it is limited quota, 250 tags is not near limited enough for that area at this time. And so I'm speaking out of turn because they haven't even talked about the Laramie region yet, so we can talk about it more later if we want, but that's my comments on the deer. Any questions? I would say too that the public sentiment, I've not talked to any serious sportsmen or other outfitters in that area that don't agree that the season needs, the tag numbers in that low, that need to be lowered yet. We're happy that it ever went limited quota, and we're pleased with the lower numbers in area 80 at 150, but we feel 79 at 250 is still about 100 too high. So thank you.
Anything else from the public? Don't want to leave anybody out. Yes, sir. There's a strict 3-minute.
Won't have any problem. Thank you. President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I'd like to speak about the area that encompasses deer areas 11, 12, and 13, pretty much north of the town of Manville. That is the largest contiguous block of state land in the state of Wyoming. And it also has a lot of, on the private in holdings, they have walk-in areas there. It is seriously overhunted. In my opinion, from my ancestors' home was there, ranch for years, since 1893. It's changed so dramatically that it's unbelievable that there just isn't any deer. Maybe you see one or two. But what I wanted to bring up was that just 2 or 3 weeks ago, our state land board approved the leasing and building of a very large windmill farm north of Manville on the state land. I think this is going to cause problems in the future to reduce the amount of hunting capability both for antelope, deer, and elk in that area, because it's covering a tremendous amount of acreage up there. It's going to be a terrible disruption. I think it's something that the commission should look at and keep an eye on in the future. For right now, it's basically a general area with some permitted whitetail hunting in there, limited quota. Other than that, it's a general area, and I think it's just gonna, in my feeling, something's gonna have to change, I believe. So I didn't know if you knew about the latest SLIB board's decision, but to me, it's quite frightening for that area.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? Don't want to leave anybody out. Okay, so then what is the commission's pleasure on the Casper region deer areas?
Move to accept department's proposal on the Casper region.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion from the commission?
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
In the last few weeks, having some conversations with members from both the Casper region, Brian Olson, and from the Sheridan region, specifically biologist in Gillette, Erica Peckham. Hunt Area 8 has a Type 3 license, and I've spoken to them. I've also spoken to landowners in there and asked about making that Type 3 license in 8 valid also in Hunt Area 21. Per those discussions, they didn't have any objection to it, but I would like to visit with them still to see if they're open to that, and then maybe make an amendment or a proposal for an amendment.
President Linville, Director Bruce, Commissioner Haskell. So our next logical step for that would be November general license season, like November 1, November 15th in there, before going limited quota with the type 8 or type 3 license. And so that's something we could consider either this year or put on the table for next year.
Okay. So for this year, you're saying make the general license valid for whitetail only in Hunt Area 21 versus making the type 3 license in Area 8 valid in Area 21 as well?
President Linville, Director Bruce, Commissioner Haskell. Making licenses in one area valid in another area really messes with our harvest survey. And we don't like to do that. So if we're gonna do a whitetail season in there, we'd like to do it as standalone license season. And so the logical step would be just an extension of that general season into November.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. What about making a 21 type 3 license?
I don't know we have the whitetail population there at this time to support a limited quota. Generally, those type 3s are for when you have a lot of whitetail and you're trying to increase your harvest. I think with the population of whitetail in there, we could address that with the general season.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That answers it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we have a formal motion on the table. Any other discussion? All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, thank you everyone for your participation in Chapter 6 deer hunting season. Let's take a 5-minute break and we will continue on. Oh, just kidding. Justin.
My apologies, President Lundvall. Just given the, I guess, the unconventional nature of going through region by region, I would like to recap this for you.
Sure, wonderful. I think that's a great idea.
To ensure that we understand the regulation as proposed with amendments.
Please do.
So it is my understanding, based on the motions passed, that the Chapter 6, you guys are voting to approve Chapter 6 with 2 amendments. One being restoring the Region H quota to 350 licenses, so not having an increase.
Correct.
And the second one is removing the antler point restriction for Hunt Area 132.
That's correct.
Which would result in limitations of antlered mule deer or any white-tailed deer.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Everyone just stare awkwardly at Commissioner Masters.
Are you just going to do the whole summary vote?
Yep.
Get peace votes?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, but
You're
keep
welcome.
doing it.
Yes.
It's so much
I know,
better.
that's what we're
Area
good.
We could have stared at him, but he wasn't looking at us.
Yep. All right, so before we move on to Chapter 7, just so there's no confusion, he's just wandering at this point.
That's your typical attorney crap right there.
Master said he was.
Yeah, everyone.
Perspective or oh my gosh, we got
Yeah. All right, so before we move on to Chapter 7, we do need one more motion for Chapter 6. Although we did go through and do all of the amendments by region, we need a motion for the entire Chapter 16 as amended. Do I have that motion?
I would move that we accept the department's recommendation for Chapter 6, including the amendment.
Where's Mike? All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion or questions about that motion? All right, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And motion passes. All right, Justin, Chapter 7. Wait, timeout.
Madam President, Madam President,
Okay, Chapter 7. I'm sorry?
I didn't hear from Commissioner Bell.
Yes, he was there.
Was he?
Yes.
In spirit?
Yep, nope, Madam
I heard you. Either
President.
that or he's in my
uh,
head.
Yeah, Commissioner Roberts, I'm here.
Carry either way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chapter 7, elk. Thank you, Justin.
Madam President, I move the approval of, just kidding. Just
This is
kidding.
why we don't sit he and Ken together.
Thank you, Commissioner Masterson. You just made my job easier. I got to remember what I was going to say now. Okay, moving on to Chapter 7. Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission, we're gonna go through Chapter 7 elk hunting seasons. I'm going to just start this off real quick by saying I'm going to breeze through some of my material in the interest of time quicker than maybe I had planned. I think a lot of folks in the room are here to talk about a few specific elk areas, so in the interest of time, that's what we'll do. So just real quick, elk populations, eastern central part of the state remain well above objective. It's fair to say we've got some concern with some herds, particularly our Jackson herd is one that comes to mind. Having said that, if you were to look at our 34 herds statewide, 24 of those 34 herds are at or slightly below objective, while we have 10 herds that are above objective. And I do want to put just a quick plug in as a reminder to the commission that we will be revisiting some of the satisfaction-based elk objectives later this year in September. That complicates sometimes the standing of where elk herds are in relation to objective. The department wants to continue to provide quality bull hunting opportunities across the state. It's fair to say elk hunting's been really good in Wyoming and continues to be for, thank you. You know, one of the points of emphasis that we have is especially in our central and eastern part of the state, but it really applies statewide. Green River region comes to mind. Is we're trying really hard where we have a mixed mosaic land ownership herds, where we have a fair amount of private land, elk that can readily displace off public land onto private land, cause damage concerns, not to mention issues with brucellosis in northwest Wyoming and other issues that arise. We're doing everything we can to try to maintain hunting quality on our public lands to the extent possible while targeting the quote-unquote offending elk, or at least the potentially problematic elk that come into conflict on private lands. So with that, we've introduced a lot of flexibility in our elk management in recent years with the use of our auxiliary Chapter 34 seasons. Also, our new novel for last year was our unlimited Type 8 elk licenses. We feel like these tools have, well, not feel like, these tools have absolutely been successful. We've been able to demonstrate significantly increased female elk harvest in some of these areas where we've had them. And I have more details on that later if you guys wish to go over those. But other than that, we're planning to just maintain liberal seasons in our over objective herds around the state. And then in those herds where we're either at or below objective, where we are actually proposing a few modest reductions. So as we go through the statewide quotas and proposed changes, there's a couple footnotes here I want to bring to your attention. The regions with an asterisk next to their quota are regions where Type 8 licenses either exist or are proposed. And that really confounds tabulating the number of licenses issued since they're unlimited in nature. And then you'll also notice one of the regions with a more, besides the Cody region, with a more significant reduction in proposed quotas for 2025 is our Sheridan region. Those quota reductions are primarily born out of carryover licenses due to licenses being reserved in Elk Hunt Area 38 as a result of the elk fire last year. New for last year, 2024, was the first year we implemented the 3 non-resident elk regions. We have our west, south, and east region. We are not proposing any changes in our western or southern regions. We've committed to
to maintaining status quo with those non-resident region quotas for at least 3 years to evaluate. We are, however, proposing an increase in the Region E quota from 600 to 1,000 licenses. That increase was proposed really born out of a couple things. First and foremost, we've got a lot of elk in eastern Wyoming, and we've got a lot more elk than we had 20 years ago. We also had hunters were able to demonstrate an 80% license success on those Region E licenses, so that tells us that hunters had places to go, they had elk to harvest, and they did well. And then we also had really, really high demand in the non-resident Region E. So for a predominantly private land area, we were really surprised to learn that it took non-residents 5 preference points to draw the license in the regular draw. So with respect to the statewide elk harvest, this year, 2024, was a record. That harvest was a record because of some of those new tools that we just talked about with Type 8 licenses, just overall liberalization of elk seasons, particularly in the eastern side of the state. And we also had a record number for elk license issuance. So, public comment summary for Chapter 7. We had a slew of comments, 333 comments in total that came through the official record. There were a lot of comments with respect to Chapter 7 advocating for expanded Type 9 opportunities. So again, those are the archery-only licenses. Those comments came in a couple different flavors, some preferring choose your weapon seasons be implemented in more parts of the state. Others were advocating for just issuing Type 9 licenses in addition to those regular, in addition to allowing other license types to hunt during the special archery seasons. We had various requests for other special weapon seasons, i.e. muzzleloader seasons in some places. There was significant opposition to conversion of Hunt Area 123 to general. I'm going to get into that just a little bit later and walk you through the timeline on that. There was numerous comments, I think 74 in total, pertaining to proposed changes in Elk Area 7. A lot of concern over proposed season dates, especially with the Type 1 season. There was some concern expressed over declining elk numbers in the Jackson herd, particularly with the migratory segments of that herd. Then, let's see, a little bit of concern and support for proposed split seasons and the adoption of a Type 9 season in Elk Hunt Area 23, which is west of Casper. And then we did hear some concern over just the liberalization of our elk seasons throughout the state as we're trying to address these over objective herds, where some folks are concerned that some of our frameworks, including the Type 8 licenses, are actually resulting in reduced resident access to harvest elk. So with the Jackson region, again, the primary concern expressed in the Jackson region is it's really 2 things we want to focus on. There's that concern over reduced elk numbers in the migratory segment of that herd. The Jackson region's developed a bunch of seasons designed to try to focus harvest pressure on resident elk that have a higher likelihood of occupying private lands, while doing everything they can to reduce pressure on those migratory segments prior to getting to the National Elk Refuge. There's also, it's fair to say, there's concern in general with the recent detection of chronic wasting disease on it's our Horse Creek feed ground in the Jackson region. So every year there's the Grand Teton National Park Elk Reduction Program, or ERP. This program was really born out of enabling legislation that created Grand Teton National Park in the first place. When the park was created, there was an authorized elk reduction program, and and I'll quote here, when necessary for the proper management and protection of the elk. So every year, our managers meet with the Park Service and they make a determination on what the elk reduction program should be. Those determinations are made on
on a whole slew of technical data, whether that's sex and age composition ratios, overall elk numbers, radio collar movements and timing patterns, so on and so forth, measures of calf recruitment, et cetera. What they look at all those, they get together with the Park Service and they come up with a plan for the elk reduction program. And the management of elk in the park is also still guided by the 2007 Bison and Elk Management Plan. That we have the objective for the Jackson elk herd at 11,000 elk, and there's a sub-objective to, with the National Elk Refuge to maintain less than 5,000 elk on feed. So with the ERP, the actual proposal that they came to agreement on was a fairly modest proposal, and that's a November 15th through December 7th season in Hunter Area 25, while closing the Antelope Flats portion, and with a total of 20 permits with 10 Type 4 licenses and 10 Type 6 licenses proposed. And then in Hunter Area 79, the season is proposed to be closed. With the Pinedale region, it's worth noting all the elk herds in the Pinedale region are either at or slightly above objective. These are all feed ground associated herds. The most over objective herd they have in the Pinedale region is the Piney herd, which is Hunter Areas 86, 92, and 94. The region's currently estimating the population is 28% over objective, but it is trending down just through the series of the management framework they have in place. The new for the Pinedale region, they are proposing the addition of Type 8 licenses. So these will be the first Type 8 licenses we've had in the western part of the state. The region's proposing those for Hunter Areas 93, 96, and 98, valid on private land only. And that's really just one more tool to help discourage elk refuge on private lands. There they have not only damage issues, but brucellosis concerns as they relate to feed grounds. It's also fair to say in the Pinedale region, CWD has been detected on 3 feed grounds now, which is something that's certainly something on our radar, and we're going to we'll continue to monitor. Okay, with the Cody region. The Cody region has herds that are at or near objective. For the most part, really, the Cody region was actually responsible for some of the biggest declines in proposed license issuance, with a proposed reduction of 235 INI and 275 cow-calf licenses. These reductions are essentially made just to continue to manage these herds towards objective. One of the more notable reductions the Cody region's proposing is reducing harvest pressure in the Medicine Lodge herd, which is on the west slope of the Bighorns. That's Hunter Areas 41 and 45. During public engagement, the Cody region had a fair amount of input wanting more Type 9 licenses. The Sheridan region, which is emblematic of the rest of eastern Wyoming, has elk populations generally at or above desired levels. Above is probably the operative word in most instances. The Sheridan region just continues to prescribe very long seasons, liberal cow-calf harvest, Type 8 license issuance, and season splits, just all designed to spread hunters out in space and time while increasing harvest. It's worth spending a little bit of time here on the Hunt Area 123 season structure. So I guess I would like to take a minute to walk you through this, because there were a fair amount of comments that were opposing the season proposals for Elk Area 123. And specifically, a lot of those comments centered around opposing general seasons. So just so everyone understands, the initial proposal from the Sheridan region was, and it was within the statement of reason for the regulation that was filed, was to convert Elk Area 123, which is in the Thunder Basin National Grasslands area in northeast Wyoming. It's the hunt area that's north of Highway 450. The proposal was originally to convert that to a general license hunt area. It's been limited quota for a long, since, if I can remember, for decades. That proposal was born out of a need to increase landowner flexibility, put licenses in the hands of anyone that has access to elk, and really just liberalize harvest. Based on comment from landowners in particular, because it is a predominantly private land area, the region walked that proposal back. So as it was proposed to you in the March drafts, was still to maintain a limited quota season structure, which they did. And so there was then one change subsequent to public comment, which I'll get into here at the end of this proposed reg. I should say just some of the issues raised during public engagement was they had general support for most of their season. There were some requests for additional Hunt Area 37 Type 9 licenses, and the opposition to the general season proposal actually occurred prior to the draft regs. There were also requests for the initial proposal from the Sheridan region was to open seasons in Elk Hunt Area 123 in October, and there were requests to move that back to the traditional time frame of allowing mid-September rifle harvest. One of the proposals for the Sheridan region is a boundary change proposal. Here in this same Elk Hunt Area 123, where it shares a boundary with 126, which is kind of a large, omnibus hunt area in northeast Wyoming. We have hunt areas 126 and 129, which are kind of non-incorporated hunt area lands in northeast Wyoming, where we set seasons just with really, really liberal elk harvest opportunities. Where that shares a boundary, Hunt Area 126 is hunted under a general license framework. Hunt Area 123 has been, and with the current proposal, will continue to be hunted under a limited quota framework. But due to some landowner preferences in this northeastern portion of Hunt Area 123, we have since allowed general license hunting in that portion of it under the 126 limitations in recent years within the Raven Creek drainage. We are now proposing to make that just a permanent change and move that portion into Elk Hunt Area 126 so it can be hunted under a general license. This is a shared boundary with both the Casper and the Sheridan region, and there's been general support for doing so. So with the Green River region, most herds are within or above their population objectives. In this case, the Green River region is proposing some increased cow-calf quotas with growing elk numbers in various areas for a total proposed increase of 350 licenses. There's a few reductions that they have proposed, but in general, they have fairly liberal season structures in most of their elk areas. The Green River region is home to some of the more sought-after limited quota opportunities in the state, specifically in our South Rock Springs herd and our Steamboat herd. South Rock Springs is Hunt Areas 30, 31, and 32. Steamboat herd is Hunt Area 100. In those cases, there were some modest reductions in antlerless quotas and general support from the public for doing so. In the Laramie region, essentially in the Laramie region, they're trying to increase harvest opportunities in all their herds where they exceed population objectives. The Laramie region was one of the impetus or catalysts behind, along with the Casper region, for the proposed increase in Region E licenses, just due to, again, to demand elk numbers and high harvest success. In general, the Laramie region had pretty solid support for increased general antlerless hunting opportunities they're proposing in the Snowy Range herd, which is Hunt Areas 8 through 12, 110, and 125. They have general support for the use of Type 8 licenses where they have them, which is in several of their Hunt Areas 3, 6, and 8. And they continue to field significant landowner concerns over too many elk. Those same concerns, well, actually, never mind. Moving on to the Lander region. Elk populations are doing well throughout the region. The Lander region is proposing to increase harvest to manage toward objective where they need to. They're continuing to use auxiliary licenses in a pretty select areas near Lander to manage for damage and disease concerns. And the Lander regions experience fairly broad public support for their elk hunting opportunities. Lastly, moving on to the Casper region. Casper region, much like the Laramie regions, just continued attempts to maximize elk harvest throughout the region, including the use of Type 8 licenses. A new Type 8, right now the Casper region has Type 8 licenses in hunt areas 7, 122, and 126 and 117, and now they are proposing to add those in 116, which is up north of Sundance. There's, as the commission has seen in public comments, a lot of the impetus behind requests for more Type 9 archery-only opportunities they're really statewide in nature, they truly are, but a lot of that interest is generated in the Casper region, and a lot of those requests were specific to Casper region areas. And then we all know of the significant season proposed changes in Area 7. Just due to the nature and the complexity of Elk Area 7 and the sheer amount of comments, I am going to walk the commission through the timeline on those proposed changes here in a minute. The Casper region also has one additional hunt area boundary change proposal. This is also involves elk hunt area 126 in the eastern part of the state, but this is where elk hunt area 126 borders elk hunt area 117. 117 has been managed under a limited quota framework for a long time. That is part of our Black Hills elk herd unit. And is what the change that you're seeing there, the little area outlined in red, is the Elk Mountain area south of Newcastle. It's south of Highway 16. Elk Mountain's predominantly public land, but due to increasing elk numbers, the need to manage elk, landowner interests, and also potential issues with mule deer and bighorn sheep, the region wanted a more liberal management framework in place to control those elk numbers. A lot of it, predominantly though, was born out of damage concerns, especially in the Stockade Beaver Creek area. So that proposed change is to move that into 126 permanently, and we really haven't received any concern from the public. So I went through those pretty fast. I will walk through now a little bit of detail on the Elk Area 7 proposal. So when it comes to Elk Area 7, you know, our field managers do a really good job engaging with their constituents across the state. There's no doubt. But Elk Area 7 seems to have an extra level of that. It's arguably one of the most complicated places in the state to manage elk because it's a huge, huge hunt area. It's, you know, 3/4 of an entire mountain range. It's 60 to 65% private land, but when you add it all up, while not huge contiguous blocks of national forest like we see in Wyoming's other major mountain ranges, there's still a substantial amount of public land in Area 7. And there's enough to where we have a real interest, and the public has a real interest in doing everything we can to try to maintain hunting quality on those public lands. When you also think about Elk Area 7, it's one of the closest areas with a significant elk herd next to a lot of the major population centers in Wyoming, from Cheyenne to Wheatland, I don't know if I'd call Glendo, but Douglas, Glenrock, and Casper. It's in Laramie. So there's a ton of interest in Area 7. There's a lot of license applicants, there's a lot of licenses, and there's a lot of elk. So every year in Area 7, both the Casper and the Laramie regions, they split this hunt area in half, basically, engage with landowners first and foremost. They do that on a formal basis every year. And they hold 4 to 5 landowner meetings every year. Those landowner meetings always occur in Glenrock, Douglas, Wheatland, Sabile, and then sometimes even Medicine Bow. So as these landowner meetings are happening, they have an emphasis on elk management. They certainly discuss other species, but elk management is the emphasis. So that's done every year regardless, and has been for years and years. So starting in 2019, we've long had a need to develop a population estimate for this herd. I should also state that this is part of the Laramie Peak Muddy Mountain elk herd, so it also includes Area 19. But for the purposes of this discussion, we're going to focus on Area 7. So in 2019, we embarked on a huge siteability survey. It was something we had never done before. It was extremely costly, but it was well worth it because we needed to finally get a number. Because the question's always been, are we doing any good with elk harvest? Are we reducing the herd? We had people speculating we had 30,000 elk and 20,000 elk and that sort of thing. So we flew that, and when we flew that, we physically observed and counted 9,359 elk. We then came up with a bull ratio of 51 bulls per 100 cows, which is a really high bull ratio, especially if you compare that to elk areas in the western part of the state. So we knew we had a lot of bulls. We knew bull numbers were increasing, but we finally had some numbers to support it. Fast forward to 2023, more and more interest came in, well, we're basically doing the same thing and expecting different results. We've had the same general season structures in place. We've added licenses. We've taken away or added early opportunities with various iterations. But there's growing interest in potentially converting this from a limited quota to a general area. So what we did is we surveyed approximately 22,000 past Area 7 license holders and applicants to solicit their input on various proposals, but most notably, what was support for a general license season. We also shot this with our landowner community, and by nature, our outfitting community. With that, we had just over 4,700 respondents, and just over half of them supported the general license season. So we kind of started forward with potentially proposing that, but it was just ultimately met with more and more galvanized opposition. The opposition seemed stronger than the support, and just due to a lack of consensus, we dropped the proposal. However, it kind of planted the seed with some of our folks that we had more and more interest in trying to do something new and different. So with that, starting in 2024, and these conversations, they've happened on landowners' driveways and in meetings and that sort of thing for a long period of time, but we actually developed a more formal proposal to have a split season concept. So that we shopped to the public this time last year during the biologist narrated PowerPoints, tried to get the message out, et cetera. So with that, and it was generally met with broad support last year. So the decision was made to proceed this year with the proposal. And that proposal is essentially, if you look at the draft Elk Area 7 reg, for decades, we have had our Type 1, which is our any elk license opportunity, open from October 15th to November 20th. The proposal was to split that Type 1, separate the pressure, and again, this is also to protect the public land component of this elk area, was to split that pressure and have two sets of any elk licenses. So a Type 1 that would open on October 1, go through the end of the month with a quota of 1,000. The previous Type 1 quota has been 1,500 for several years. Then we would have a Type 2 license that would be valid for the month of November, also for any elk, and that would have a quota of 1,000. Originally, they were going to ascribe the special archery opportunity just to the Type 1 because there's a need to separate archery pressure as well, or at least, reduce archery pressure. So this gave the managers an avenue to better control numbers during the September archery seasons. So based on a bunch of other public input, the proposal was then to move the archery season to the Type 2 license holders. So then concern was generated from that. Some of the bigger concern was also with respect to the October 1 opening date, which is now the proposal that you see forward today. So this is a proposed change based on public comment, and that is to propose to open the Type 1 season due to concern with the October 1 opener, and open it on October 5th and run it through the 31st. And then the Type 2 would still remain for the month of November, also with a quota of 1,000. And then it would move the other license, like the Type 6 license, to also open October 5th to coincide with the Type 1. And then the other changes are to accommodate hunting up until there, for example, the Type 8 closure. So that's it for elk area 7, and I can go through the exact seasons in detail if you need me to. But we also had some other changes made as a result of public comment. So due to public comment in our Pinedale region and hunt areas 80 and 82, our Jackson region, again, to better protect the migratory segment of those herds, of that Jackson herd, the initial proposal was to go from 300 to 50 licenses for the Area 80 Type 6. The region is then subsequently proposing to reduce that further to 25. Then for Hunt Area 82, the original proposal was to, again, close the season date on November 2nd, but then reduce the Type 4 license, not the original, I'd have to look that up. But the amended proposal is to reduce the Type 4 license to 40 from 50. Then in the Pinedale region, with the new Type 8 license, their original proposal was to have the Type 8, which is valid on private land only, the unlimited license, open from September 20th to January 31st. The revised proposal is to run that just for the month of November. And then in Hunt Area 123, while the general season was abandoned prior to the March drafts, due to public input requesting September rifle opportunities, the region proposed to amend their initial proposal, which was a Type 1 opening date from October 1 to October 31, and amend that to open on September 15th and run through October 15th. And the same, and then with the Type 4 would also be to open that license on September 15th and run it through November 30th. So I went through that fairly quickly, minus the elk area 7 stuff. With that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 7 elk hunting season regulations as proposed with amendments.
All right, let's again start with the Jackson region. Commissioners, any questions, comments on the Jackson region proposed elk hunt areas?
Yes, Madam President, I have one, if I could address the area 84 and 85 on the season closure and why for reducing the season down 5 days.
President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, were you requesting justification for that?
Yes, I wanted to know, I kind of wanted, I'm wondering why 5 days less in that? Why does the department want to cut it 5 days? And I was kind of curious what the bull ratio is to cow ratio in that area and why it was important for them to want to decrease it for 5 days.
Commissioner Roberts, I'll ask a member of the Jackson region to come up and address that.
President Wempfall, Director Bruce, members of the commission. My name is Brad Hovengame, the Regional Supervisor for the Jackson region. And Commissioner Roberts, the proposal is to cut 5 days off those seasons. And what that is we actually have been running a lower bull ratio than we normally have been the last couple of years. So it's a recreational hunting management herd. And in those herds, we try to manage for a bull ratio greater than 20. We've been running in the 18, 19, 2 years ago, or a year ago. This year, we're running 18 bulls per 100. So what the change in the season is an effort to be able to save a few of those bulls. We've been dealing with quite a bit of public comment over the past couple of years of concerns about bull quality and bull numbers, and our bull ratio is a little bit lower.
And so it's an effort to kind of boost that bull ratio by saving a few bulls at the tail end of the season, bringing in those hunters and encourage them to kill cows, because we are slightly over objective in that herd unit. And so that we can potentially kill two birds with one stone by harvesting more cows, saving a few bulls, and try to bring that bull ratio up a little bit.
Yeah. And what do we, how many bulls do we estimate we're going to be saving? Do we know? Do just, it's a crystal
Yeah.
ball, of course, but.
Yeah, President Limbaugh, Commissioner Roberts, it's going to be somewhat variable as weather sometimes determines what your harvest is going to be that time of year. If it's still warm and dry, we may save a few bulls, you know, and help. If we have some weather that time of year, it may be a lot better. We could save more bulls and kill more cows. So pretty variable.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission on the Jackson area for elk?
I move to keep the same season that we had last year. I would move to keep the same season that we had for 84 and 85 as we did last year, and instead of shutting it down the 26th, that we maintain it till the 31st of October for 84 and 85.
Before you do that, Commissioner, could we get some public comment? All right. Let's see here, BJ Hill.
Yeah, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to talk about this Jackson elk herd. It's sits really deep into my heart. I've been around it my whole life, and I'll be straight with you. I'm very, very concerned with where we're headed. The department's doing the best they can do, what they've got to work with. I heard the statement that Area 7 is probably the most complicated. I question that a little bit. I think maybe this one's right there with it. You've got National Park Service. You've got a predation problem. You've got a sentiment that really that area up there don't want them elk, not where we've got them. They want a natural balance. So everybody's shuffling, juggling the balls to outrun it. We've got a wolf mandate that we have to hold up. We're trying to put elk, we can't put elk back where they belong. The department's system works perfectly. If the department could manage the way they know how. But their hands are tied, and consequently, all the elk in the Jackson Valley are on the refuge in Area 80. So the department's trying to offer some licenses to keep the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service happy. And yet, when they do, they get into our huntable elk, the state's huntable elk. They don't know which elk they're killing. The Grobon elk are mixed in this, what we call the fish bowl. So at this stage of the game, I would like to see first off, my hat's off to the lead biologist up there in Jackson, who wants to put 200 collars on that big herd of elk. Her thoughts are to not target a specific group, but to just go into the big bunch and put them on and see where they go. Because this collar data does work. It's a fortunate circumstance that we've even got it. So with the proposed stuff, I feel comfortable with the type 6s, because there's not that many. But where I really get worried, if we pick up a big snow year and dive all these elk into that refuge with those unused general license elk tags and hunters, they could really hurt the elk that we don't want to kill. So what I would like to see happen is let the department put the collars on, see what this data shows us, and let our biologists in Jackson come back with a new proposal and have an idea of what we're killing. Because at this stage of the game, we could be wiping out the Gros-Ventre elk herd and don't even know it. The park herd is, they're staying out of our hands, and we can't get a harvest on them. So I think the department did a great idea to do this. I'd like to see it work. I went in and got in some old records. In 2018, first off, the herd objective is 11,000, like they showed you. In 2018, it was at 9,800. And in 2025, we're right there again. We just can't get to that 11,000. So until we get this data, let the department do their job. That's what they do best. This is the greatest department in the world. And let's slow down on killing these elk on them unused general license elk tags. Granted, sometimes they don't get that harvest that they would like, but Jackson Hole's a ski town, and the snow comes, and when it does, it puts them all there. So I would appreciate if you take that into consideration, just on behalf of trying to figure it out. So that's where I'm at with it for now. I appreciate your time, and hope we can come to try to figure this out together.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, the Gros-Ventre elk herd, is it my understanding that the wolves have changed the behavior so much on that herd that that's what's throwing everything off? Is that correct? Or
Yes. In the past, we used to have a herd objective of 3,500 head for the Gros-Ventre with 3 feed grounds. Them elk stayed up there and let the department feed them and take care of them, and it was a match made in heaven. Over the past decade and a half, with this wolf pressure that we've accumulated in Jackson Hole, the Gros-Ventre literally, when all these elk start pulling from the North Jackson, South Jackson, Upper Green, however you want to put it, everything pulls to that big migration that's coming to one spot. So consequently, the Gros-Ventre, where all the wolves come into first, that's where they kind of mingle. They hit that, what wants to stay up there, and they're not gonna do it. Down country they come, down river they come, because this has been a pattern for so long that they've been trained to do this. So consequently, we haven't been able to harvest the wolves that we needed to harvest to get a release valve up there. And we've trained them all to dive into this big group. And I realize that the wolf, say setting season and the commission and all that's in July. But until we get a handle on, and we have a mandate that we have to, with the feds, that we have to hold up, we got our work cut out for us. But I think we can conquer it. The state does it well. So that's what happens. And then, of course, the park elk, about 3,000, 2,500 heads, stay on the west side of the river, or what we call elk suburbia. And they just stay over there. And we beat up our Teton Wilderness southern Yellowstone elk that migrate to the NER. They always come first. The department's trying to get a harvest, and here they come, and we beat them up, and the park elk are seen over here to our west. So we've got to really take a hard look at this and let this department figure out how we want to do it. But back to the unused licenses, I'm scared to death of them. I just am, until Ally has a chance to look at it anyway. That's what I've got to say. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian Taylor.
Yes, Chairman Ledball, Director Bruce, and members of the commission. I'm going to echo almost what was just said prior to this in regards to the elk herd in the Jacksonville area. I live in the Gros-Ventre. I've lived in the Gros-Ventre for my whole life. I live on the ranch there. My family's been on since 1945. And the pattern out of that drainage has become, it's wildly unpredictable. But this year, virtually all the elk came out, not as bad as in the past. This year, they classified a little over 400 elk in there. One year, they classified 78. So it's a little bit better this year. Last year, they fed approximately 1,500 elk. This year, they fed 428 max. So it fluctuates wildly. But I advocate, I know in Area 82, there was proposed 50 licenses down to 40. I'd cut that as deep as 10 only on private land. We need to salvage every cow elk we can, because the pressure from predation up there is horrific. It's not just the pressure of the killing the elk, but then they push them out of there. And I also I'm very pleased to see the number in Area 80 go from 300 to now 25. That was outstanding. Good plan. Because those elk in Area 80 are the ones that have been coming out of the Gros-Ventre. Area 80 adjoins the drainage as it comes out of the canyon. And so those elk are the Gros-Ventre elk that have been hammered out in there. They don't get a great harvest on them, but now out on the refuge, they're proposing, like BJ has mentioned, these general tags out there. That's pretty concerning. The collaring project is a great idea. Now, you're getting some good contributions into that. That's going to tell us a lot. I would not increase a cow tag in the Jackson region until we get some data back from that collaring project. Not one. And even reduce them to maybe 0, except in some of the park hunt areas. If you can get the harvest on that, that's a tricky thing. So like was mentioned about Area 7 having its dynamics in management, the Jackson region has it as well. I also would plant the seed of spikes excluded west of the Continental Divide in northwest Wyoming throughout, clear down into Bondurant, all over up there, because We talk about low bull numbers in the Bondurant area. That could be attributed to, there's spikes. They can kill spikes just adjoining those areas. So that would help. So spikes excluded west of the Continental Divide in western Wyoming, clear down into the Grays River. The whole package would be something I would plant that seed. The elk management plan is nearing 20 years old up there, elk bison management plan. And boy, have things changed in 20 years. I mean, dramatically. So it's time for a change. But I applaud the changes that have been made. I would support deeper cuts to them all. But it has been a positive step to reduce those numbers to where they're at. Thank you. Appreciate your time and opportunity to comment.
Any questions? All right, thank you, sir. Trey Heiner. Or you want to do?
They already covered.
So ditto? Okay. All right, Bill Ames. Okay, we'll save that for Pinedale. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, President Lunval, Director Bruce, and Commissioners. Thank you again. I have a little bit different, but would echo a lot of what's been said so far, so I'll hurry through. I think it's important that we lean towards the choose your weapon and make that a little more of a policy that we have directly at the west, towards the west and the elk herds there. I would also urge, because of a lot of individuals that I've talked to, keep the objectives high. Don't let that be something that causes us to lose focus of what's coming our way and what could be major effects on that, primarily with CWD and predators. Of course, keep predator kills as much as possible in control. Also encourage the adamant support towards the feed grounds. And just imagine what would happen if we didn't have the feed grounds going. And I think that's so important to maintain support for that. And also, I liked what the previous speaker talked about, is changing the management plan, because as he said, things have changed considerably in the last 20 years. It's probably time that we really look at that, because it may not be working in current status. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William Long.
Thank you, Commissioners. Angie. Brian Taylor and BJ Hill pretty much spoke to the problems in Jackson. Obviously, it's a very complicated situation with multiple agencies involved in trying to manage elk. There was a cooperative elk studies group for many years. That group, I believe, is still in existence. But we have a working relationship with Grand Teton National Park, and I say we, Game and Fish, and the National Elk Refuge. So I think, like I said, we've got a migration elk problem, low calf ratios, and I think that low calf ratio could be manifested into issues with numbers of bulls in over time. So I think there's some other things to talk about, but I think we've got it taken care of here for this point in time. I appreciate the department making the concessions on changing and reducing license numbers. I think that's a step in the right move. And hopefully by the time we get to 2026, we can adjust it further. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ted Jenkins, did you want to comment?
Madam President, Director Bruce, Commission,
I'm going to be brief because I know the day is long. As I said prior in the deer stuff, I'm an outfitter in the Grays River, and I'm a little concerned about our elk quality or our elk numbers down there. Our elk numbers are staying fairly strong, but the bull quality has really dropped off in the last several years. And I would definitely echo the spikes excluded thing. I would love to see that in our hunt areas. I think it would help our bull quality. You got data throughout the West there on spikes excluded, what it can do to help bull quality. I think that'd definitely be a start. And also like to, echo the Representative Erickson's remarks about choose your weapon, especially for a non-resident coming in there. I think that's something that could help the quality of the hunting experience in the Grays River. And we can go from there, but once again, almost feels like the Grays River is a opportunity mecca down there, and our quality is definitely paying the price. So thank you.
Any other public comment for the Jackson area for elk? Jackson area.
But general just if you might just give me just a second or two, if it please. As long as I've been on the commission, as long as I don't, these folks have a real problem, and I want the new commissioners to just get a broad view. They speak the truth. They are dealing with things that's unimaginable and with the predation and what they have up there. They're talking about herds, large herds changing their whole behavior, doing things that they've never done before since the existence for how many years. They're not complaining, that they're doing the best they can. I think they're dealing with a whole bunch of different agencies, a whole bunch of different groups, a whole bunch of things, but they have real problems. They have a real need for somebody to help them out, or they're going to be down the road. They can't. I mean, I don't know how many more times they can say, "Hey, help! We need help. We need to change something. Something's got to do." So I would encourage the new commissioners, all commissioners, let's work together. Let's try to figure this out for them. And I know we're going to look at the wolf thing a little bit, but I appreciate you folks for coming in, and we need to help. We want to help. I want to help, and I want this commission to know that we need it to in the department. Let's get something figured out. So anyway, that's enough from my high horse kind of a thing. But I think it's strong that these folks are taking time out of their days to come up and say, "Hey, help us. We're getting it. We're getting crushed." So thanks. That's it.
All right, so we have a proposal on the table from the department, including changes made as a result of public comment for hunt areas 80 and 82. What is the commission's pleasure on the proposal as it stands? Jackson. Could you repeat that motion, Commissioner Roberts? That's okay.
It was a premature motion, of course, but I would move that we not close the season on area 84 and 85 area, and that we maintain the same season we had last year, and to include to go up to October 31st.
All right, so we have a motion for areas 84 and 85, no change in the dates, up to the 31st. Any questions or comments from the commission on that motion?
Madam President, again, I'd ask, with your permission, if the department has any response to the comments that we've heard or thoughts.
President Lemval, Commissioner Masterson, I'll ask the Jackson region if they have any response to that. I'm seeing some heads nod. However, President Lundvall, I do have a question, Commissioner Roberts, relative to your motion. So when we look at the Area 84 general season, the first opener is September 26th. The original proposal was to close it October 26th. If I understand you correctly, you're suggesting we move that back to October 31st for any elk spikes excluded.
That's correct.
My next question for you, Commissioner Roberts, would be reference the next line below. For 84 general season, the original proposal was to open it October 27th to November 15th, changing from a November 1 opener for antlerless elk. How would your amendment influence the antlerless elk portion of this? Would you like that to restore back to November 1?
Because if not, they'll overlap.
My motion is on the bull season for any elk, and where it says on 84, it says from October 31st and taking it back to the 26th. And that's on 84. And that's, and then also the same motion on 85. That's the only thing that I'm talking about. Nothing else, and nothing else being affected. Just strictly 85 and 84 on the any elk spikes excluded.
Thank you.
And my understanding, Justin, the concern would have been then if we just move the one and not the other for 84, they're going to overlap then?
Yeah, President Lundvall, that would result in 5 days of overlap where that would, so it would actually be confusing because you would have an October 31 closure for any elk spikes excluded, but concurrently you would have 5 days where it also says antlerless elk. So we would need to clarify that.
Okay. Commissioner Robertson, does that make sense?
Yeah, and I don't know how.
I think the question is if we're going to change the one date back to October 31, would you like to also recommend changing the other date back to November 1st?
Yes.
Is that fair, Justin?
Yeah, and thank you for that. Yeah.
So
And
that's-
President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, that we do not have the same issue with elk area 85.
Correct.
Just elk area 84.
Let's see. Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay, so we have a proposal then, or a motion on the table to accept the department's proposal with the amendment that we move the dates of Hunt Area 84 general back to closing on the 31st for any elk spikes excluded, and then antlerless elk would then open again on November 1st. Did I say that correctly? As well as the date for Area 85 going back to a close of October 31st as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion on that motion with amendment? All right, do we have a second? Okay. Commissioner Mai seconds. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
3. Those opposed? Those abstaining? I'm sorry, Commissioner Masterson, I didn't catch you.
I'm sorry, yes, I was an aye.
You were an aye? Okay, sorry. All right, then that motion passes. Is that about as clear as mud to, okay.
President Lundvall will recap this
At the end, yes, absolutely. Okay. So let's move on to the Pinedale region. Commissioners, any questions or comments on the Pinedale region before we open it up for public comment? Nope, okay. We have a public comment here. Bill Ames.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners, I'm Bill Ames, resident of Western Wyoming. I'm here today with concerns on feed grounds and CWD. The Delk Creek feed ground has surprised most everybody, I think, with 3 positive tests that we're aware of. The herd last year was 520 something that came in. This year it's 470, so that's 140 animals. Less than last year. Yes, they can go to other feed grounds, but they could also die of CWD. It was like 5 collared elk and only 4 came back this year, and the others didn't show up anywhere. Yeah, they could have been hunter harvested, but they could be CWD. You know, that's our test tube. The next year or 2, hopefully, will really tell us a story of what's going to happen with these feed grounds and CWD. The department was very proactive in trying to address CWD and feed grounds. They put together this working group, and I was fortunate enough to be on it. However, when we were done as a working group, these sideboards showed up, and they really tie your hands to status quo, and nobody knows what CW is going to do, but a lot of the experts, it's not a positive thing. It's going to reduce our elk, and either we reduce them as hunters or we let disease reduce them. And a lot of the models are, if we reduce them today, maybe we'll have more elk in 10 or 20 years. If we let CWD just go and leave these sideboards attached and do nothing, we're going to have less than we could have. And our children are going to miss great opportunities to hunt elk. You know, one of these sideboards is, you know, the brucellosis management action plan. There's nothing you can do about that. That is top priority. We cannot let cattle commingle with elk. Nothing is going to change that. And because of that, we will not do away with feed grounds. We will always have feed grounds because of brucellosis. But CWD is just a totally different animal in our feed grounds. You know, we can do habitat enhancements. We can make deals with landowners, you know, allowing elk on their property. We can pay landowners to ship their mother cows, cow calves to other areas while elk are in their 3rd trimester. But they all take time and money, and most importantly, time. And with CWD, time is critical. If we get to a high prevalence, which hopefully Del Creek will show us, we've lost. There's no turning back. If we stay ahead of the game and reduce those numbers, maybe we have a chance. And if CWD turns out to be nothing, we can build the herd back. But if we get to a prevalence of whatever, say 50%, forget it. You know, we've lost, and you're not going to do away with feed grounds. That brucellosis management action plan is at the top. You're not going to avoid that. And so one of the options that you guys have control over is elk numbers, herd objectives. You can reduce elk populations. That is totally in your control. And I know the general population, they're going to hate you. Everybody wants more elk. I want more elk. But I want elk 20 years from now for my great-grandchildren. And the best way to do that is to limit elk numbers now. Disease transmission be correlated right to the density of animals in a given area. That's a feed ground. You know, I know there hasn't been much, if not any, movement to reduce elk populations. And in the Pinedale area, everything is
within herd objections or the piney front is over herd objections. Now, the herd objections is plus or minus 20%, and I believe the herd counts are in the upper end of the herd objections. So we're carrying the most elk we really should be carrying to the old herd objectives. And I propose that we add another 10% to the licenses in that area to try to reduce these herds. We'll still probably keep everything within herd objections, but they'll be on the lower end. And then as we watch what happens at Del Creek, we'll kind of have a start on it, on what to expect. But if Del Creek turns up to be a disaster, I think it's safe to say that other feed grounds are going to follow that direction. And we'll have a little bit of a jump by reducing our populations now. So again, I propose that you kind of ignore the sideboards of trying to maintain elk populations. I just don't see how it's an option for looking down the road. And I'd like to bring up two mandatory testing. I would love to see mandatory testing everywhere there's feed grounds. We don't know CWD prevalence like Del Creek. What happened to these elk that didn't come back? How many were involved with CWD incidents? And I'd like to see it area-wide, but at the very least, I think we should do mandatory testing on all hunt areas adjacent and close to Del Creek, and I'm going to include Black Butte in that too, because Black Butte's one of the feed grounds that we feed more days in Black Butte than any other feed ground out there. And across from Black Butte is Soda Lake. Well, I'm not going to suggest that we do mandatory testing for Soda Lake, but I think Del Creek and Black Butte are great areas to do mandatory testing. And another thing with mandatory testing is when you talk in the community, CWD is still just voodoo to a lot of people. At the mule deer days down there, for the last 3 years, they've held a seminar on CWD. And they're very, very poorly attended. The public doesn't want to hear about it, but it's a real thing. And so, like I say, I'm for the CWD mandatory testing, especially within those feed ground groups. And on the proposal for Area 98, the unlimited type license, I don't know why it was ended November 30th, but I propose to extend that at least to January 1st and try to reduce these herds. And like I say, I know the department is going to catch heck if you go to herd objectives and want to lower the objective. People are going to not think very highly of you, but it's the best thing for the future of elk. Thank you very much, and I stand for questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Any other public comment or questions on the Pinedale region? All right, we have a proposal from the department in front of the commission. Keeping in mind the changes that were made after public comment for Area 98. What is the pleasure of the commission?
Madam President, excuse me, does the department have any thoughts on the comments that we've heard from the public here, the ones here today?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, Wildlife Coordinator Skurlock is going to address you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Commission, Director Bruce.
I think we too share a lot of concerns that Mr. Ames expressed to us about CWD, hitting feed grounds. You know, I've been working on the feed ground system for 25 years myself, and we knew it's been coming all along. And this year it hit us, it went from 0 to 60, to be honest. We documented on 4 different feed grounds. On 2 of those 4, multiple elk have now died. I think to try to put it optimistically, I hope that we can use this disease progress on especially the Blackfeet or Del Creek feed ground and Scab Creek feed ground to see how insidious this disease is and see how it spreads and how it's going to affect populations. It's kind of a more morbid spin on things, but I think it's going to give us a lot of good information here over the next year or two that maybe if it is that insidious and causes population declines, we can use those data to project out to other feed grounds and maybe make some proactive, get more serious about making proactive decisions on other feed grounds.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Skurlock, I have a question for you. So help me understand these numbers again. So 4 different feed grounds, and there were 40 elk found dead total? Is that what you said?
No, Madam President, Commissioner Haskell, we've documented dead elk attributed to CWD that tested positive post-mortem CWD on 4 different feed grounds. On 2 of the feed grounds, we've had multiple elk. I believe Scab Creek, we had 4 total positive elk that have tested positive for CWD. And I believe it's 6 or 7 on Del Creek feed ground now. Total elk, just this year, since February, I believe, that we found dead on the feed ground. And we're cleaning up all the carcasses. We're doing everything we can while we're feeding. So we've had game wardens, biologists riding with the feeders every week, trying to reduce carcasses, take out any symptomatic animals. We have made several removals of what we thought would be symptomatic animals, and they haven't turned out to be positive. But the best thing we can do now is just get those carcasses off the feed ground. So that's what we've been doing. And when we're doing those and pulling the carcasses, we're testing them. That's how we found these positives.
Okay, so approximately a dozen-ish elk that you've tested positive. How many total elk on the feed grounds?
Del Creek had 414 that we counted this year at Del Creek.
Okay.
Scab Creek, I believe, was in the 800s. I don't have that number, somewhere around 800.
Okay, all right, that's, all right. I was just curious on the numbers, thank you.
Any other questions on the Pinedale region? All right, what's the pleasure of the commission?
I would move to accept the proposal from the department and to move it forward for.
All right, we have a motion. Any comments? Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, that motion passes.
How do we know Commissioner Bell isn't sleeping?
Commissioner Bell actually did have to leave.
Oh, okay.
That's why he is no longer commenting.
Okay.
How convenient.
Take it out of his paycheck. All right, commission, Cody region. Any questions or comments from the commission regarding the elk hunt areas in the Cody region? No public comment? All right, we don't have any comment forms up here. Anything from the public on the Cody region? All right. What's the pleasure of the commission for that one?
Madam Chair, I would move to approve as recommended by the department.
All right, we have a motion. Any comments? Do we have a second?
I would second that.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, moving right along to the Sheridan region. Anything from the commission before we move to public comment on the Sheridan region? Okay, let's start with Cy.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, Commissioners, I just wanted to comment on elk area 123. Try to be a little bit brief if I can. This area first opened in 1996. We were there that first year. We've hunted it every single year it's been open, with the exception of one, we didn't draw any hunters. I've seen a lot of changes here, but one thing that we've always had in this elk unit is a September rifle season. So in 1996, when it was proposed for the very first year as a September rifle season, it was the only elk area in the state of Wyoming that had such a season outside of the really remote backcountry areas like the thoroughfare and some of those areas in western Wyoming. So it was quite revolutionary at the time. It was felt, I assume, because it is predominantly private property, and that the area was basically controlled by, controlling the landowners. So a September season has always been part of the culture there, and it hasn't had any, in fact, it's had that elk population's exploded. In 1996, when we first started hunting that area, there were no elk in the north half of that unit. They were all in this very southern half, which is predominantly a lot of public land. And as time went on and they started populating, they started migrating north, and now through better habitat than what they actually had on the south end of it. So we have elk all through the area now. Nobody knows how many elk we have. And nobody knows the bull to cow ratios. It's just kind of an unmanaged, I don't know, that's a horrible word to say, but it's not really under the purview of the Game and Fish so much because of the private land aspect. So I'm in favor and I talked to Justin and Dan Smith both about changing that season to a September 15th opener. I don't know if that's the right date, and I certainly don't think it should be closed in the middle of October, because you will get dispersal. We're talking about 200 limited quota tags, because they shut it down from a general to a limited quota. I support the 200 quota tags, but if you shut that season down in the middle of October, you will definitely hurt some resident opportunity, because those elk do drift, and they'll drift into areas on public land where they have some resident opportunity for them to get at those elk. I strongly support the type 8 tag. It's been a huge boon for that area. And I'm really upset that those of us on the task force didn't think of that first. It took Dustin Schormer to come up with that idea, but it's a great idea. It's probably one of the most revolutionary ideas that I've seen come out of the Game and Fish, maybe in my whole outfitting career. It's been absolutely essential to help us manage elk in that area. And the reason that is because you couldn't draw the cow tags. They just were so limited. And now you have people who do have a place to hunt, resident and non-resident both. And we used quite a bit of the residents got those tags on the area that I hunt on, the ranch that I hunt on. So it's a huge deal. I support it. I support the 200 licenses. I would like to see a longer season than that. It's not for me. My hunters are all booked between September 15th and October 14th. It's not going to affect me one iota. But I'm telling you right now, if you have a longer season, either at the front end or the back end, those 200 tags, which a lot of locals will have those tags, they will have an opportunity at bulls. But it's going to be limited if you don't lengthen that season out. That's just my 2 cents. Like I said, it's not going to affect me one way or the other. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Shane Farella?
President Lumball, Director Bruce, Commission. Appreciate the opportunity. I thought the season opened in 94. Was it 94, Si? I was pretty sure it's 94, but anyways, through the years, it's always been every third year. We bounced it to every second year on the bulls. We've seen a dip. I think the 200 tags, I feel, is going to be a little aggressive with a type 8 tag coming, for the simple fact we've carved some ground out of that unit. Therefore, it's going to take some elk out of that unit, so you're naturally just going to lower the overall herd right there. I think we flirted with the cow tags. It's been 150 in the past, And it seemed like every year when we had our meetings, we were killing in that 60 range. Then all of a sudden, we went to this type 8 tag, and we killed mid 200 cows. So that was a big influx in what we killed in cows. It's never been an issue killing bulls in that unit. So I really feel how aggressive we get with this unit. Just a second, before I go to that point, I'm going to go back up and say, I really support the September rifle season still. Whether we start at the 10th, 14th, somewhere in there, I think that, not a lot of guys have ever really archery hunted this season. So I don't know how important the archery season is into it. But where I live, I have to deal with the general public, a coal mine to my western boundary, and 113 on the southern boundary. And how much pressure we put on them, they're going to end up in areas we can't do nothing about them. They either jump the highway and go 113, or they'll go west onto the coal mine onto reclaimed ground. So it's always been, what number do we do? It's almost more strategy how we're going to go about this. It's going to probably get us the elk that we need to manage. So the general public, with that number, I think they get a crack early on. I got some really good public land guys that hunt that ground. I really work with them. They're good. But if we get too many tags in there, we're going to have a trespassing problem. And we're going to ruin it for some good guys that are good at hunting that area. They know how to get elk killed in that area. They're going to affect their hunting, and there's going to be less opportunity on the public ground. You're going to push elk even further north. So I guess that's basically what I got for any questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chairman, I have, I guess, maybe some comments or updates for both Cy and Shane, and maybe you guys haven't seen this, but this was given to the commission that there was a proposal for a floor change for Elk Area 123, post-public comment, that in order to, the initial proposal was rifle opener of October 1 to October 31st with the season dates with no archery season in September. That was the initial, but after public comment, landowner comments, the updated version that I would hope the whole commission got, but I know that I got, was to add an archery season of September 1 to 14, and then a rifle season opener of September 15th with a proposal of closing it October 15th. So I didn't know if you guys were aware of that or anybody else was, but I figured that would be worth noting too. And then I know per some conversations that I've had, because I'm the outfitter of record, the proposed season, boundary change was made on behalf of the landowners that I outfit for. So I have a lot of, comments with, conversations with the people involved in managing this in both the Sheridan and the Casper region, but also landowners as well. So I have a lot of conversations with these people. And so per these conversations, I think that adding a type 6 license would be beneficial, especially for non-residents that still want to hunt public land with a reduced license. But I make that comment for anybody else that would, oppose or support something like that. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I got a question for Fonzie. On that type 6, would you go 100 4s, 100 6s, or how would you recommend splitting that up?
Well, I would certainly seek the department's input on this, but I would recommend maybe taking half of the type 4s and shifting them into a type 6. So 100, instead of 200 proposed type 4 licenses, making it 100 type 4 and 100 type 6.
And I did talk to Dustin earlier. We were going to share data. We kind of got, mixed up there, but they did try to contact me, but somehow it got lost in the mail. So we're going to follow back up and kind of take off from there. But yeah, Fonzie and Rusty have been really good answering phone calls and hearing concerns. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Whitland.
Good late afternoon, President Linval and Director Bruce and the commission. Always a pleasure to talk to a committee. I didn't wear a tie today, so you can't confuse me with my day job. I'm here representing myself, and for full disclosure, I've also worked with Mr. Farella and the Keyline Ranch. And I will tell you that we have also accumulated some data on our own. So I've looked at the history on the your herd counts. And I know you heard some testimony earlier, but they've been doing herd counts since 1993 on this unit. And the last couple years here in 20 and 21, you had counts in the 675 range. Then there were no counts in 2019, 2020. You had 675, and that was the estimate on the totals. Nothing for counts between 2020 and 24, and it's showing 900 in 24. And with that, you've carved out that Raven Creek drainage and some of that Four Horse area, so that 900 number is probably yet a bit lower. And when we look at the harvest data, you went in 21 or 22 from 109 to 23 to 206, 2024 to 293. We've also had age class data on elk that have been harvested on the Keyline property, and it suggests that the average age of those cows is between 4 and 7.5 years on the harvest, so they're in their prime breeding age. So we know about 80% of those cows, based on some late season cows that we've opened up, have been pregnant or closed. So if you take that 80% number into that, now we're approaching 400 elk you took out of that unit last year with the type 8 tag. So in a herd count of probably somewhere around 800, and I know you don't get a total count, but you don't get a total harvest count because you got hunters that don't want to turn in their data. You balance that out a little bit, it doesn't support a 200 annually, type 1, 200 animal unit take every year. So if you push this out and you look beyond the trend analysis, you do some actual population modeling here, it says you should be more in that 125 to 150 range and in any elk tag that's been proposed, and that probably is every other year, with around and you had the type 2 tag in there, but you're removing that with this proposal, and then you would look to about 50 bull tags in every other year to keep your bull cow ratio with the herd count and what you have in this unit. So if you want to manage on the science and you want to manage on the data is not supporting the take that's being proposed here. I think to Mr. Farella's point, it's a little aggressive. The second and last point I'll make here today, just in the aspect of time, is that you have these coal mine operations, and I was an environmental manager at 3 of those in the basin. I reclaimed 9,000 acres of ground that's habitat for elk, deer, and antelope right now. Part of the reason you have those herds. And what I will tell you is if you saturate the limited amount of public land with that level of hunters, those elk are going to move off, and they're not coming back. They're going to go to the coal mines, they're going to go to the private ground, and they're going to hold up. And you have an issue with the mines because the mines are trying to get bond release, and they put a lot of money and effort into that reclamation. And those elk will target those newer seedings because that's the most desirable forage, and you are putting at risk those potential bond release units for those coal mines. So you want to be real careful about how you push these animals off that public land and how you push them onto that private and coal mine property. So a lower density, longer season, you're going to get more take, and if you balance it in the off year, year to year, you're going to get a better bull cow ratio. And that's what the data says. And to Mr. Farella's point, I know he sent the commission some letters. It sounds like there was a letter that didn't get back to him. But I know him well enough to know that he would be happy to talk to your staff and your folks. He's offered in every one of those letters to have people come down and actually look at that situation on the ground And I would really recommend that your staff do that going forward, because I think you're getting a little aggressive here. So I would stand for any questions you might have.
Any questions at all? Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Carson Keyline?
President Limbaugh, Director Bruce, members of the commission. I just kind of want to echo their sentiments in size. I'm a landowner in the area, and I would like to see the longer seasons. I think the harvest is a little aggressive with that. The type 8 tags are a good deal. If you take the whole herd unit, 123, 113, 129, and 126, we doubled the number of cows killed last year with that tag. We went from 580 cows killed in those 4 areas to over 1,200 last year. So there's a significant increase, and I think we're going to manage that herd directly. And there's been talk within the Game and Fish, like trying to set the season dates more strategically or in line with other stuff. And I would ask that you move the dates to coincide with either 129 or 126. 126, the season starts in Weston County on September 1st for rifle. And in area 129, it starts September 1st on private land. So any one of those would be nice, and extend out that season and get a little bit better harvest on stuff to get that. And other than that, I don't really have anything. Everyone else covered it.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other public comment on the Sheridan region for the elk hunt areas? Anything else from the department in response to any of the public comment?
Madam Chair, I would be curious about your thoughts about the extending the season. It's been brought up a couple times.
I
Thank
was
you.
going to say good afternoon, but it's good evening. President Limbaugh, commission members, I'm Dustin Shorma. I'm the Regional Wildlife Supervisor in Sheridan. As Kyle and Cy and Shane and Carson all kind of alluded to, this is a very complex elk herd to manage. There's not only, difficult access for public land hunters, but there's disagreements along how each landowner wants to manage their own property. And we try to do the best we can with everybody to find kind of a working solution. We've bounced around with all sorts of season types the past 30 years, early starting dates, longer bull seasons. We've had the type 8s, as everybody suggested. What has managers really concerned, as at least in my 25 years with the department, when I was the game warden in Newcastle, we had 86 elk that we classified during one of our trend counts, and now we're physically seeing over 900. We do not want this to become another Hunt Area 6, another damage issue for us to have to, have elk battles with landowners. So yeah, we're trying to get aggressive to try to essentially get on top of this herd and manage it. Historically, this has always been on a satisfaction type herd unit. We do trend counts, which is basically we just count the number of elk. We don't get real into the weeds on body condition or age. We do this for a lot of our elk hunt areas. We are moving to a numerical trend count where that is, because granted, this country can support a heck of a lot more elk easily, but tolerance-wise, it's probably not the best thing to do. So we're still trying to juggle with what that number is going to be, but that's kind of just where we're at. You guys have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, anything else from the commission before we move forward? All right, we have the proposal in front of us for the Sheridan region. What is the pleasure of the commission?
Madam Chair, I would make a proposal that we amend, in the Sheridan region, we amend Elk Area 123 to reduce the Type 1 licenses from 200 to 150, and to change the closing date on the rifle to October 20th. And then also on the Type 4, that we reduce that from 200 to 100. and maintain the same season dates. And then 100 of those licenses from the type 4 to go to a type 6 with the same season dates as the type 4s.
Let me make sure I caught that last part. So you said the type 4 would go from 200 to 100,
Yes,
and those 100 that you decrease would actually turn into type 6?
yes,
Okay.
with the same season dates as the type 4 that is proposed.
Any questions, Justin, or clarity needed on that?
President Linville, I think I'm clear.
Okay. All
Madam
right,
President,
so-
I was just, is that going to be in the form of just one motion, or do we got to break that down? Do you know? You want it in one whole motion?
We could do it as a proposal with that amendment, if anyone else has any other. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion or questions about that amended proposal?
Thank you, Madam President, Chair.
Hey, you, it's fine.
Commissioner Haskins, I'm wondering if you can help me understand, given what we've heard about trying to be somewhat aggressive in management, the cutback of the type 1 and the restriction on that season. Can you help me understand your
Yeah.
thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Masterson. This is per a conversation that I've also had with Commissioner Bell and some of the other landowners that aren't present today. So, yeah, they didn't want to quite get that aggressive on killing that many bulls. And especially with the proposed boundary change, that would, take quite a few elk out of the equation too.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion on the floor as amended. Any other discussion or questions? All right, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Sheridan Region. All right, Green River Region. Any comments or questions from the commission on the Green River Region? Okay. Okay, looks like Steve, is it Gilly?
Yeah, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, and Commissioners. My comment isn't specific to the Green River region. It is specific to the non-resident general regions. Is now still the right time? I'm happy to. Okay. What I would like to do very simply is have the commission reduce the proposed number in Western region, general non-resident Western region, by 200 tags. Right now, the proposal is for 2,775. I would like to see it go to 2,575. Rationale for this is what I see on the ground. Last year being the first year that we went to these numbers, with the non-resident regions, I've hunted the same general region for roughly 30 years, and the additional number of non-resident elk hunters during the general seasons was immediate and impactful. I saw it, people I hunt with saw it, my kids saw it, talked to game and fish folks at check stations, and they mentioned it sure seems like we're checking more than we normally do. The way those numbers were created and what we were told was going to happen was essentially it was going to be the 3-year average from 2019 through 2021. And the number of non-resident hunters that hunted those regions was based off of survey information as best could be gleaned. Not as accurate as you would hope, because not everybody fills out a survey, and largely how that information was derived. I believe that number is incorrect. First year we did this, we see a sudden huge increase, at least I do. I see a big increase in the number of non-resident hunters. What the number was, if you look at the 3-year average, 2019 through 2021, this is from the Game and Fish presentation that was approved in the July 2023 commission meeting, shows that there was an average of The 3-year average was, for those particular regions, was 25.53 for the western region. However, what was proposed was 27.75. That was what was proposed last year, an increase of 200. This year, that same number is going forward. I would like to see it go back to what was originally put together in the presentation. And even though I'll grant you the 22 tag increase, but if you see it go back to 25.75, it is certainly more in line with what was presented and proposed. A bullet point during that same presentation, and I will quote this, we anticipate changes depending on population and resident hunter experience to these numbers. I come here as a resident hunter that says my experience is there's a whole lot more people hunting those general regions and the western side of the state than there was for the last 30 years that I've seen it. I don't know what else changed. Could be lots of things, but this is the most obvious one to me. So I would like to see that reduced back by 200. Ultimately, it's a relatively small impact. This isn't a population of elk. There's enough elk in the western region to support those 200 tags. What it amounts to is an experience. It amounts to changes in the experience, the quality of bulls. You've heard many people, several people state that we should stop killing spikes because we're seeing less and less bulls. In some of those areas they're referring to are general areas that are within the western region. Those 200 non-resident hunters aren't going to kill cows. They're going to kill bulls. They don't kill cows under their general tag, even though they most likely can. But if you paid $2,000 for an elk tag, I doubt highly you'd shoot the first cow you saw. You most likely shoot a bull. They take decent numbers of bulls. Those non-resident hunters are a dedicated group, a lot of people, a lot of pressure. Reducing it by 200 to the number that was proposed brings it back in line with the region changes, and that's what I'm requesting. With that, happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Okay, thank you, sir. Cy wants to go again.
President Lundenball, Director Bruce, Commissioners, I did fill out a sheet that I wanted to speak to this subject. But I think what's really important, what Mr. Gilly is saying is not necessarily inaccurate, but the department did say that they were going to look at these numbers and keep these numbers in place for 3 years and then evaluate at the end of 3 years. But there was a huge, huge event last year that he did not mention. And we literally had a giant swath of real estate, public land, closed because of a forest fire last year. So everything south of Togety Pass, all the way to Union Pass, and everything north of the Grovont Road was closed. Every trailhead in the west was impacted by this closure. The trailheads I operate out of, every outfitter I've talked to saw enormous increases in hunting pressure last year because these people had nowhere to go. They were looking for places to go. A number of them were at trailheads they'd never hunted before. So I think what Mr. Gilly may have experienced in his world is what I also experienced at my main trailhead that I outfit on. Usually has about 35 to 40 resident hunters operate in there on their own. We saw an increase of about 150 additional residents last year. So we were pushing 200 people on October 1st, and 3/4 more than we've ever seen before. And that same story was repeated by every outfitter I know. So I would caution you into thinking that it's necessarily everybody was crowded like that. We were because of that fire. So I would ask you maintain those quotas in place for 3 years like the department said, and then reevaluate.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment for Green River region? All right, what is the commission's pleasure on moving forward with Green River?
I would move that we move forward on the Green River proposal for elk.
Any discussion from the commission? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, let's move on to the Laramie region. Any questions or comments from the commission on the Laramie region for elk hunt areas? All right, no public comments in there? Not Laramie? Casper's gonna be the big one. Yeah. Any public comment on Laramie region? Okay, what's the pleasure of the commission? We gotta wake up.
Madam Chair, I would move the approval of the Laramie region as proposed by the department.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any comments from the commission? Do we have a second? Commissioner Mai, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Laramie passes. Let's look at Lander. Any comments or questions from the commission on the Lander region, excuse me? Any public comment other than what we have up here for the next one? All right, what's the pleasure of the commission?
I would move that we move forward on the Pinedale.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's move forward on Lander. All right, Casper region.
Move to adjourn.
Suddenly, Commissioner Bell comes back. All right, before we get started on all the public comment, anything from the commissioners, questions or comments before we get started?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank, I don't just like what the department's done for Elk Area 7. I really like what they've done with Elk Area 7. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll make a comment as well. I really want to hear what you have to say about this, because you're on the ground, and you have a perspective that's very, very important. I want to remind you, we have a lot of stuff to balance, and I think there's been a lot of debate and consternation and work gone into this by the department to try to solve some really sticky issues that are driven a lot by access and all sorts of problems. And I understand that it's a heck of a change, but I'd ask you to bear with us, and I want to hear what you have to say and hear what the department has in response. So just know that. A lot of work went into it, a lot of consideration. Please give us your comments. Thank you.
And we have candy if anybody needs. Start checking it. Any other comments, questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I have a feeling that this is going to be quite the discussion and take some time. I would make a motion that we take a brief break.
All right, we will take a 5-minute break then.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commission, I'm here to talk on part of Area 23, a proposed bow season, a Type 9 tag would be September 1st through the 21st, I believe. And it's just a special archery only. And the Game and Fish has taken 25 Type 1 tags off of the Type 1s and then added 25 more Type 1 tags to the, or 25 more any elk tags. So there'll be 50 total, and they'll be bow only, so we don't have 200 archery hunters up there running around on our little mountain range that chase all the elk off onto the private land. And then they proposed a split season, October 1st to the 21st, November 1st to the 21st, and then December 1st to December 15th. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Thank you, sir. Garrett Henry.
Thank you guys for having me. My name's Garrett Henry. I'm a landowner and rancher in Area 7. And worked with you guys a lot with the Mule Creek hunt area. So I've enjoyed working with you guys on that, and I value working with you guys. Here today to talk about mostly the October 1st to the 15th opener and how it will affect us, and not so much from a elk management standpoint, but from a cattle rancher standpoint. We not only ranch on the Mule Creek Ranch, but we ranch on 3 other different properties as well. And so that 1st to the 15th has been such an important time for us to try to get our livestock out of those mountains and avoid hunter and rancher conflicts. It's just that break allows us to pretty much get out of there before the hunters are in there. And you know, I have my family in there and whatnot, and it's just a super nice, peaceful time of year for us to get out of there. And on the converse, I think that the hunters are going to be super disappointed in us trying to get our livestock out of there while they're trying to hunt. And I just think that's going to cause a ton of controversy. And as was mentioned, the area is about 60-65% privately owned. And so I think that not only myself, but I can speak to a lot of other ranchers that are doing the exact same thing, trying to get their livestock out in that little short window that we have. And, you know, a lot of them are standing right behind me. They have HMAs and walk-in areas as well. You know, I think that they need to definitely be heard too, because I think they kind of feel the same way I do as far as just trying to get out of there to allow the hunters to have a successful and enjoyable hunt without us working against each other, essentially. So I do think that, of course, this has been such a hot topic. And I think that it's opened up a huge door and conversation piece. So I don't think there's been anything lost in this at all. I think that now is a great time to strike and really try to get with everybody, because it's definitely, I think, on pretty much every landowner and rancher's plate right now, talking about it. How do we make Area 7 better? And so I think there is a lot of great changes that could be made, but I think that what I would propose is keep it the same as it was and not move into something that maybe or may not work, and actually use the momentum that we have today to hopefully carry on through the next year and actually come up with something that I think could be appealing for everybody, because I do think you got a lot of constructive conversation going on. So you guys have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kevin, is it Brainerd?
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, and Commissioners, thanks for letting me speak. I'm just a hunter that's been hunting Area 7 for almost 30 years now, so I have a decent perspective on it. I generally support these changes they're trying to do. I like the idea of trying to limit the pressure, spread the hunters out. I like the cutting of the archery to only one type, so there's less hunters in the field. I think it's a great idea. I do like not having rifle deer and rifle elk opening at the same time. It gets kind of zoo-like up there. I understand. I personally did not like starting on October 1st. I was pushing for a week at least in between. So I like the idea that the Game and Fish is working on it, and just in general, the fact that this is such a tough area to manage for all the interested parties, that they're trying to do something to take steps to help all aspects of it is appreciated. And I get in arguments with friends because I like the idea of making the type 8s kind of a private land thing and pushing towards the people who can get on the private land also. Most resident hunters don't necessarily appreciate that, but I think it turns into what I saw last year was a mess up there on the pieces of public land that you could hunt with those. There was people shooting crossfire at each other, and it just got disaster-like. So anyway, those are my comments. Appreciate the time again.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, Dale Robbins.
Good evening, directors and commissioners. I've been blessed with 86 years. I've lived in the heart of Area 7 all my life. I've had a lot of experience watching wildlife, their habits and their ways. And I feel that opening the season the 1st of October, or the 5th, I guess now, for type 1 should be left to be the 15th of October to give us a break between rifle season and archery season, and the elk a break to settle down, and maybe some of them will still be around for rifle season. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Greg Pope.
Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to be here. Unfortunately, I was not able to file any written comments because I missed the deadline. The revisions to the seasons were made the 19th of March, and it didn't give a whole lot of opportunity to respond before the end of the public comment period. Again, my name is Greg Pope. I'm a landowner in Converse County and Natrona County. I'm not a biologist. I'm a dirt farmer and a recovering general contractor. So take these comments with a grain of salt, but I have hunted Area 7 for over 50 years. So I've got some definite boots on the ground experience in the area. I would like to advocate for leaving the season structure exactly the same as it was in the January 6th proposal, which I think is the same as it was last year. The changes being suggested now are so drastic that I think we need more time to digest them. Find myself in my notes here. Couple of things I'd like to see changed or kept the same as they are now. Changing the archery season from the September 1st to September 30th with the rifle hunt on October 15th. Combining the two of those made a lot of sense. It worked well for us in the high part of the mountains up there because we could archery hunt, spend time with our families, recreate, but still have the opportunity to hunt during October and get a meat bowl, whatever we needed to get. By changing the situation where archery early and then you can hunt with the rifle in November, effectively makes it a archery license only, exclusive. The elk leave the area by the 1st of November up in the high country, so there's absolutely no opportunity to hunt up there for a lot of us. Leaving the Type 3 through Type 8 licenses the same makes a lot of sense. It's a great tool to manage the elk where they are doing the damage down low. Tweaking the quantities on those would make a lot of sense to get the kill that you wanted to get. The second problem I see in making the change to as proposed now is having a rifle opener on October 1st. Elk are still in peak of rut at that time up there. This well could result in overharvest of the big bulls, the mature bulls, the good genetics in the herd. I've seen the elk quality go downhill ever since the change was made from a November 1st rifle opener, and that's a long time ago when it was like that. But the quality of bulls has gone downhill ever since, and I think by opening up the 1st of October is going to push them over the hill. It's just going to lose a lot of good genetics, a lot of elk, or a lot of bulls out of the herd. Another problem with the October 1st opener, I think someone else mentioned it, is that's the time of year that the ranchers are moving cattle out of there. The 1st through the 15th is prime time for getting cows out before the snows come in. I think you're going to have conflicts with hunters in the field and with hunters on the road. Also, from my experience up there, having the season closed from the 1st to the 15th allows the elk to move back from the private land back onto the public land. The archery hunters push them up on the private land. They move them up onto my place. If it's shut down from the 1st to the 15th, the elk start moving back down into the public ground. With the 15th of October opener for the rifle season, I think the public land hunters are gonna have a lot more opportunity at actually killing elk. If you open it the day after archery season, the elk are not gonna be moving around and provide opportunity. I guess another comment I have is on the herd objective up there. The herd objective of 5,000 elk, I think, in talking to some of the wardens, seems to be a little bit low, really, for the reality of Area 19 and Area 7 together. I think in the future, should examine maybe what that objective really should be, whether it should be 7,500, 9,000, something like that. Because the elk, the area will support a lot more elk than it has presently. The problem is that the elk are in the wrong areas, the wrong parts of the areas. They're down doing a lot of damage down below, but frankly, I see the same number of elk up in the high country now as I did 50 years ago. It hasn't changed. We're not overrun up there. So, in conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and appreciate it, and appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you. Any questions?
I
Yes,
do,
sir.
Madam Chair. Mr. Pope, thank you for your comments and
Yes,
for
sir.
being here this late. You made a comment towards the early part of your comments about November 1, by November 1, they've
Well,
moved out.
I'm
Do I
sorry,
understand that
well,
right?
In the higher part, my place is up about 8,400 feet. It's up in the high country. It's prime archery hunting. It's great hunting during October, but by November 1st, earlier sometimes, the snows start coming in and the elk are gone.
Yeah.
They go down in the sagebrush and down on the private land, frankly, for the public land hunters. So that, I like the idea of the archery September, the hunt in October like it always has been, the split season between those hunters and the November hunters. I think it's a good idea having the split season, but I think you still should tie the archery tag to the type 1 license like in the past.
I think the reason I asked that question is if we push later to open, say from the October 5th, which is right now, to October 15th, and then, you know, if we're going to stop November 1st or start the type 2 on November 1st, you're really going to squeeze that.
Yeah, I agree. That's a little bit too short a season. If you did it the 15th of October, you might have to be the 15th of November for a start.
Yeah.
Right now, it's the 21st of November for that type 2 license. So it would leave the type 2 license as it is prior to this recommendation, pretty much the same, maybe even move it up a few days.
I think either, you know, this has been structured, you know, really carefully. I understand that there's disagreement about it, but the way it was put together was very deliberately and very carefully done. And I think it's either the whole thing or go back. Because you know, if you start pulling apart one little thing, you know, you have a cascade and it really, then it won't work. What I hear you saying is that the idea of a split season doesn't concern you, or it might even be a good idea, but the dates are the concern. Is that right?
Well, the two things, the archery tag in which season it's tied to with the rifle season. And the split season, the date, yes, I don't like the first two weeks in October being open for rifle. It's going to over-harvest, you know, trophy bulls. The late season, the November season, is perfect for controlling the elk down in the lower, you know, they're getting down to the hay meadows, they're starting to knock down fences, they're doing all the damage that you guys pay for at that point. But so you know, hunt them up high early and hunt them down low late. It makes a lot of sense.
But the splitting the seasons, conceptually at least, that's, you know,
it's a great idea that we're
it's the
came up
dates.
with, and I think it's working. I think we just need to give give it another couple of years, see how it works. I believe they're getting some harvest. I think we're getting closer to the objective. We'll never get to 5,000, let's be honest. But I think we're getting closer to below 10,000.
Only if some people let us go on their property.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Thank you, Mr. Pope.
That's
I
true.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dax McCarty?
Thank you, President Lumball, Director Bruce, and the rest of the commissioners. I'm a outfitter in Elk Area 7. Work for Wagon Hound Land and Livestock. We run a full cattle operation as well. And I mainly run the outfitting, but I'm heavily involved in the cattle operation a lot of the year. I'm mostly in support of the changes. And, the Area 7 has a lot of challenges. You guys are aware of them, they're pointed out. I think Justin Benfit pointed out the siteability study in 2019 and counting almost 9,400 elk, 51 per 100 cows, and that was really, really good conditions to fly. I think the model probably showed close to 13,000 elk. I would agree with Mr. Pope. The 5,000 objectives, I don't think anybody would be real happy if we got to there. But even if it was 8,000 or whatever, we're still over objective. We need to kill elk. I have more, I guess my focus to you guys is more to think about, and I commend the Casper region and the Laramie region, everybody, just for kind of opening up the dialogue. But I think we've just, with the increased pressure, it's changed the distribution and behavior of elk and where they hang out, how they hang out, and how easy they are to kill, to be honest with you. We've put a lot of pressure on elk on the ranch, especially over the last 4 years. A couple of the reasons I think, the answer has always been more licenses and longer seasons. It doesn't address the access thing. And the split season concept does address the access. I actually would love to see a Type 9 that sell 500 more bull tags and create more opportunity and more quality for the public land hunters. I mean, as private landowners and managers, we control our access. We control our pressure. We control our quality of our hunting. But the landowners aren't just opening the gates, and they're not going to start. So that's the fact of the matter. I could go into a lot of different ideas, and Benfit's heard them all, and he's probably rolling his eyes over there. But a lot of them are just beyond your control. They're beyond our control of how to solve this. A couple of the reasons that I think, big reasons in my opinion, of what's changed the distribution and behavior of these elk was the early cow season, the August, September cow season. They began that in 2007. So that's a long time ago that we've been hunting cows in August and September. Bulls will withstand some pressure. You can shoot at some bulls and they're not going to run down the hill, but you start harassing cows and they're going to leave. And the intended purpose of that cow season in August was good. It was for problem elk on hay meadows, and that's still a problem. We need to be able to take care of those. It started out as a limited quota for the early August cow hunt. So hunters had licenses so that landowners who were having problems with elk could take care of those. It morphed into, I think it's type 6s in certain counties that were good, starting in August 15th. So, or on private land. Well, private land is also 40-acre cabin sites. It's 160-acre hobby, pieces of land. So a lot of this August and September cow hunting is done up high where these elk should be. They're gathering for the rut, they're rutting, and then you start banging at them in August and September when they're grouping up for the rut or they're in the rut, and those cows start leaving. And these cows are living to 20-some years old, a lot of them, and they have a memory. And so once they get conditioned to go down to lower elevations early, they continue to do it, and they do it earlier. We also began the January cow seasons where all the unused license types were good all the way through the end of January. I lobbied years ago to make that January a separate season because everybody just seems like they wait till the last week. and then our phones ring off the hook for access. To kind of force those people to go use their licenses and hunt, and then have a separate January season where, and it was effective for a while, but I think the consensus of the landowners was it's just, we're not really seeing that big of a harvest or that much more of a kill, so why are we dealing with hunters and having these seasons for 6 months of the year? So I truly believe, and I'll give you one example on that elk behavior in the August season is, I just thought we were growing elk. But we started seeing these elk on this Mahogany Ridge. It's down on the main part of the ranch where you usually don't see elk till the snow really gets deep, weather gets bad. And it was cow herds and young bulls in December, late November, December. Well, you kind of fast forward through some of this early season hunting. Again, I thought we're just growing elk and they just don't have, they're just spreading out. Well, we started to see these cows, 30, 40 cows with some bulls in October, early October, while we had that break, and they're full on rutting on a Mahogany Ridge where mule deer primarily live. The next year it was twice that many. Fast forward a few more years, there was 200 head of elk in September breeding on Manning Ridge. That's all mahogany. There might be 20 little cedar trees on there. And I think Benfit's seen it. I think Cody's seen it. I mean, it's a big phenomenon of elk distribution and behavior that just, it didn't happen even 15 years ago, even 10 years ago. So that was one reason that I'm kind of against that August season, although we still need to be able to kill elk in August in problem areas. Well, now we have a tool, Chapter 34, we can use that. So I would recommend, and the Casper region has shut down the August and September cow hunting. So in Converse County, they've done that. Laramie hasn't followed suit, and I wish they would, because those elk that they're hunting in Albany County in August and September, they're all our elk when they run down the mountain. And they're all our elk in the winter, a lot of them. So they come to those lower elevations. We have a wall tent camp up kind of near, we hunt some stuff near Pope, some stuff, near Del Robbins. I used to hunt that to the end of October and book hunts to the end of October. About 4 years ago, I quit booking that after the first 5 days of the rifle season. The reason is it was tough to find a decent bull up there. And I used to think when the snow came, those bulls started running downhill and going to winter ground. But the more and more I observe them, I think it's more the competition between the bulls, and that we have a 51 bull to 100 cow ratio. So these bulls are getting worn down. These older bulls are getting worn down by the end of the rut. And I see more of them pulling off of the cows on their own, and all it takes is a snowflake, and they're across Downey Park, and they're down, and they're coming down on their winter ground. So I think that behavior has changed as well due to the bull to cow ratio. So I think there's room to hunt more bulls. I do think there's dang sure room to hunt more cows. I've said it for years, and I don't know how we're going to do this, but I don't think you're going to get the cows killed that we need killed until there's a better incentive for landowners to do so. I've got ideas though, but now's not the time. The Type 8 licenses last year, I think they're a good idea in theory, but I think they need to be private land only. When they opened it up to off national forest, we saw big, flagrant trespass issues. So you'd get these people that were buying 4, 5, 6, however many of these Type 8s at a time, and then they get up there hunting and they don't understand that just being able to hunt state and BLM limits them on where these cows are. So, I mean, when I talk flagrant trespass issues, I'm talking driving through several gates, several pastures in the middle of our stuff, hunting cow elk. I'd like to blame it on the non-residents, but it wasn't. It was mainly residents that we caught. There was other people that we didn't catch, or people saw, asked if they had permission. Nobody was up there at the time. So I would like to see the Type 8s as private land only, and I would like to see the end the August and September cow hunt, except for Chapter 34 permits, because you can write those so that you can also hunt them on adjacent public land on those Chapter 34 permits. So when those elk leave the hay meadows and they go up and lay up on the hill that's on state land, the managers can write that into that Chapter 34 permit. So I think that's the way to deal with the problem elk, and then try to change the behavior on these elk, and I think splitting the pressure on the, and sorry that I'm going on here, but we've waited this long, I guess. I think splitting the pressure up on the bull season is a good idea just for the public land hunter. Like I said, I control my access and pressure with the hunters we book. One of my little pieces I'm going to touch on here is because I've heard a lot of people think we're going to kill all the big bulls by going to October 1st. Well, if I thought we were going to kill all the big bulls by going to October 1st, and I know now it's amended to the 5th, which I think is better than the 1st, and I'll tell you that in a second. But I respect Garrett Henry. I expect all these ranchers, and I understand their problems. I see people driving up through Dale's main road goes right through the middle of his place, all through archery season, all through October. So I get all their they have valid reasons for wanting to speak to what they're speaking to. The bulls, I've collected tooth data, had my guides collect tooth data on bulls since 2012. I think in 2012, I can't remember, I didn't get all our bulls age, but since then I think I've pretty much got almost every bull we've killed. And I've got an average for 13 years, our 13-year average is 7.33 years old on our bulls. That's aging about between 30 to 40 bulls a year. This year, and I've heard people say, well, we don't have the age structure in Area 7 to kill these older bulls. Well, this year was our oldest ever average. We killed 37 bulls, type 1 bulls, and it was 8.8 years as an average. And that's with our archery hunters, which usually is a lower age class because they're not as selective. If they get a decent bull in front of them, a lot of them are taking the opportunity, and a lot of times that ends up being a younger bull. So I've also done a lot of studying as well as I guess my observations on what's the potential of these bulls when you go to antler size on their ages, and we've learned a lot. I've always, just from my redneck science, said that they max out at 8.5. That's their prime, 7 to 8 years old. Utah has done a lot of work on this, and they've referred to a study that it's cited in my little paper I mailed to you guys, but they say that bulls' body size matures at 6.5 years old, and then they will continue to grow for a couple more years after that. There's other factors also into that, body condition and everything else, but one of the biggest factors that limits a bull's trophy quality is its competition with other bulls and competition with other elk. So when you have 51 bulls per 100 cows out there, they're getting worn down, they're losing. You quarter a bull on September 1, he's got that much fat on his tail head. You quarter a bull the end of September, and doesn't have any fat on his tail head. So they're spending all that energy, and then they have to gain it all back through the winter, and it takes a big, good conditioned bull to grow big antlers. So I think thinning the bull to cow ratio down is something that would help the trophy quality. I don't think it's going to hurt the trophy quality, and I think it's something that we always have to keep assessing as we go through these big changes. But anyway, I commend the changes. Happy to answer any questions, but the other thing I guess I'll end with is the different ideas I think are well accepted, well received. I pushed hard than I've been fit for the type 2, 5-point or less, and they finally did it. Well, look what happened throughout the state. It was pretty popular. I wish they would have done it in Albany County and Platte County as well, because we have our ranch extends into both of those, and we could have extended the opportunity. But we never charged a penny other than some gas money once in a while. I turned down paying hunters that wanted to pay for a type 2 tag because I didn't want to hunt them for 3 days looking for the most unique bull on the mountain. We didn't kill old broke bulls. We killed bulls that either young bulls or bulls that we didn't think had the genetic ability to make it any more, something our trophy hunters weren't going to kill. And then I think we've killed 148 type 2 bulls in the last 4 seasons, about 37 a year. And we did that, and I had blessings from my owner and our ranch manager to do that, and it's cost the ranch money, but we thought it was something that felt like you might be moving the needle. So the other thing is the Chapter 34 permits put in place. I think we killed 305 elk this year. It's about 60 of those were paid customers, so do the math on that. But we donated, I think, 10,000 pounds of meat to the Food for the Field thing last year, and probably more than that this year. We took it upon ourselves to do it ourselves. Other people don't have the ability and the means to do that. But what a rancher can do with Chapter 34 or Type 8s on private land only is that they can put those tags in the hands of people who can kill elk. So that's all I have. Sorry for so long.
All right, thank you. Jack Carson?
So we're all neighbors. I mean, all my neighbors stand up here. Right here. They're with us because of Area 7, okay? Excuse me, President Limbaugh, Director Bruce, Commissioners. We're the Bellot Ranch. We've been in operation for about 135 years. We're right next, we share 7 miles of fence with a wagon hound. We're neighbors to these people right here next to us with all those type of things. So we've had a long-term, in fact, some of the elk that have been transplanted in Area 7 from Yellowstone came right to the ranch, and that's where they started. So that's just a little bit of our history. We have opened up the ranch in 2001 and allowed hunters to come in and hunt. They killed 115 elk that year. But I can tell you the destruction that took place when it comes to roads, fences, and everything else was astronomical. And it just was not feasible for us. Okay? Next thing I have to tell you is this. We're seeing the quality of bulls go down, and we understand there's a lot of bulls in Area 7. We want to kill more bulls, and we're willing to do that. But we feel like, and I don't have the data and research, but I do have the ground floor is, I used to see anywhere from a 375 to a 400 class bull, 3 of them every year. In the last 7 or 8 years, if I see 1 every 2 years, I'm lucky. And I have a meadow where we ship cattle out of that we bring in, that we graze early, come back, have a lot of clover in that. We have 1,000 elk come in at a night for a couple weeks in August just to graze it, and because it's just good grazing, and the elk do well on it. And in that time, I see a lot of bulls, and I'm seeing a lot of 320, a lot of 330, a lot of 340 bulls, but I'm not seeing the big quality bulls that I've seen in the past. So we are not for starting elk rifle season on October 1. We are also at the top of the mountain. And as soon as you do that, what's going to happen is we're going to move those elk to wagon hound. That's what's going to happen. In fact, we did the early cow hunts. We were killing between 32 and 40 cows a year for 4 years. And guess what happened? We lost our elk. Dak is exactly right. Those cow elk will not take pressure. So in the last 3 years, we have quit hunting elk early because of that. And we're starting to see those elk show back up. So those are issues that we deal with. So we have a couple proposals we have. We know that we have a lot of numbers. We would like to propose as a ranch that we do spikes and we do raghorns, the type 2 class bulls that do that, and keep those numbers up to going from there. We want to preserve Area 7 as a trophy area. We saw the presentation earlier, and I understand, and I know all those numbers because I fight numbers. When I have 1,000 elk come to a meadow that's about 500 acres and it's there, you know, that gets to be detrimental. But we've started to manage for that and work from there. But we know it's a problem, but we want to make sure that you just let us be for a little while. I've seen more dialogue when it comes to Area 7 between these landowners than I have in 5-6 years. And I got Garrett Henry's the one that was the catalyst for that whole thing, and I'm grateful for that. I believe that if you will delay this and allow this to take place, that I think with the landowners and the game and fish, that we can come up with some proposals that I think will work. I have one controversial proposal that I'd like to say, and that is this. It seems to be Casper drives Area 7. That's my observation from a rancher standpoint of view. I propose that we split Area 7 so that you can manage it differently because each area is different. It's a big, wide expanse area. And by doing that, I believe you'll get more kills and have a better opportunity to affect ranches and public. We do have access to the ranch. We allow people to come in and access after our paint hunters come and do it. So we've done that, and we've done that for a number of years, and they've been successful, and they like it. But it also means our patterns have changed, because Dak is exactly right. Anytime we get any kind of pressure on those cows, we get any kind of weather on the Bellot Ranch, guess where they head? The wagon hound. And he's seeing more and more of that. And so those are some things we're going to have to do, work from there. We think you need to manage cows, kill cows, and manage bulls for quality. We do not want to see this area go from a great trophy area that used to be able to be seen, one of the top in the nation. And now it's not even mentioned anywhere. And I'm probably part of that responsibility, but it's just there. We would like to move back to that if we could, where we have that opportunity and we see those big quality bulls. With that, I would ask that you would delay this proposal until 2026, allow it just to set back where it was, and then allow some more work to take place with communication and see what happens. Appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Darren Geringer?
President Lundvall, members of the commission, Director Bruce, thank you for this time. My name is Darren Geringer. I'm a lifelong resident of Wyoming. I attended the University of Wyoming from 85 to 89, studying wildlife management and biology. I did my internship at the Sebile unit. I held an outfitter's license for 19 years, and I currently own a small cow-calf operation south of Glendo. I've seen every aspect of this, and it is complicated. There's no way you're going to make everybody happy. I appreciate everybody's concerns. My concern is, first off, we have a relatively very low herd objective of 5,000. 41 years ago, when I drew my first elk tag, there weren't elk in every corner of Area 7. That's changed. There are elk everywhere now. I think the objective should be north of 8,000 for sure. I know we've got to kill a lot of elk. I know we're way above objective. And how are we going to do that? I think that's the main question. We need to kill a lot of elk every year. I appreciate Dax, what he said today. I hunt a lot up in the higher country in Area 7, a lot of public land. And every time we throw more tags into Area 7, there's more and more pressure on that public land. And it makes the hunt quality less and less and less. I am a proponent of a split season. It lessens the pressure on that public land that is accessible. And I think people have got to realize that if we go forward with the split season, we can always, if this gets our population down to management objectives, we can always go back. We don't have to stay this way forever, but I do believe we need to figure out a way to kill more elk. And until we can get more elk killed on private land, we're talking about forcing more tags onto the public side, and it's really hurting it, and it has changed. And I just don't want to see that public land decimated in the higher elevations of 7. It does push the elk down earlier every year. I just hate to see that pressure up there. That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clint Rodman?
President Lumball, Director Bruce, and Commissioners, my name is Clint Rodeman. I'm a landowner and neighbor to Jack Corson and these other guys up there. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I started out hunting elk over 50 years ago, and I can remember when there was only 1,000 tags issued for this entire area. And you were pretty lucky if you actually filled that tag. So I'm a proponent of larger elk numbers. I don't think the 5,000 elk number is a good one. I think it needs to be higher than that. I'm really looking towards the future for my grandsons to be able to hunt elk and actually have a lot of opportunity. And I want them to have opportunity at trophy elk too, not just an average bull or a cow or something like that. While I agree that we probably need to kill more cows, I think we killed a lot of elk last year. with the changes they made with the unlimited elk. And they actually were able to address the elk that were on ranchers' property where they were doing the damage. I'd like to see that continue for a couple of years to see how that pans out. Jack Corson hit it right on the head. You know, the first time the snowflake hits or somebody fires a shot, the elk head down, and a lot of them do go down towards Wagon Hound. And it sounds like he's doing a good job of hunting them down there, but I think what we need to do is continue to focus on working with the people that have these problems, hunt the elk there, and just get them out of there. I wouldn't care if a bunch ran up on our place, and you know, even if they spent the winter there. They used to spend the winter there. We picked up sheds all the time. Now I never pick a shed up. It's been that way for 3, 4, 5 years. They're all moving out and they're not coming back. They have a rifle season for cows in Albany County, and I think that needs to end. We're at 8,000 feet. I drive past elk every year in Laparelle Valley going up towards our place in September. So why aren't we hunting the cows down there in September and pushing them back up into the high country? I think that's really what we need to focus on, is spreading those elk out. They get in these big herds and they're concentrated on one person's place or another person's, and they need to be dispersed where people have better access to them on public land and other places. So, but I really think that I agree with Jack Corson. We need to protect the herd bull quality, the mature bulls. Area 7 is the envy of everybody in the state of Wyoming and probably a lot of other states besides. And I think we need to protect that. That's something that's it took a long time to get there, and we need to keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have a
Miller.
question for
Oh,
him. if
sorry,
you might.
excuse
So let me get this right. What are you proposing to do exactly for Area 7?
Well, I think we need to leave it like it is for now. I agree with Jack. Just give it a little more, just look at it some more. I haven't really spoke to the Game and Fish until this year, you know, where we had a sit-down conversation and they said, what do you think, Clint? And I told them, and so on. So I think that there needs to be more of that back and forth. The behavior's really changed on these elk. You know, and we would kill a lot more of them if you moved it to October 5th, I can tell you that, but they'd all run away as soon as we fired a shot and be down on Wagon Hound again, Jack. But, you know, and what's going to happen in the future, we wouldn't see any on the 15th, they'd all be gone by the 5th. You know, we've got to figure out how to change this behavior and disperse these elk more. So I think we should leave it the same. I agree too that we should put that type 2 bull tag out there instead of any elk, so that people shoot more of the raghorns and spikes and stuff like that instead of the mature bulls. We're going to wind up with a mediocre elk herd with high numbers that nobody's going to want to hunt because they're not trophies. They're just looking for a meat elk or something like that. So, you know, I really think we've got something good going here, and we need to keep it that way.
I guess I'm trying to figure out the difference between all of you landowners and the department. Where's the disconnect coming from on why are we so far apart on this?
I don't know.
Dates? Okay.
Well, I mean, there wasn't much disagreement at the landowner meetings this year. It all came after that.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems odd for me that we're such a disparity between, I don't know if we're close or far away or where we're at on it is what, and I don't know if you could address it with the department, but, you know, I hear one thing, all the landowners are pretty unified saying, no, this isn't going to work for us and we need to change something, and the department saying, oh, we need to go ahead with this. So I just I was curious on that.
I was unable to attend the elk meetings because I was out of town, and but I did send in comments letters to all you folks, and wound up being a couple of different letters, and I spoke to Brian Olson, and that's how I kind of communicated what I thought we should be doing with this. But you know, I don't want to go back to, I don't want to go to a mediocre elk herd that's moving someplace else all the time. I would like to figure out how to disperse these elk so that we're keeping them where people are hunting. The public land, we border a lot of state land, and there's a ton of hunters in there. And I can tell you, I doubt if they have very many elk to hunt because the elk are leaving that area. And we bordered the Mule Creek HMA. And, you know, we were happy to see that that was an area that was opened up for elk hunting and stuff too. But we're just not seeing the elk numbers that we used to. 10th of October, I was up there and there was elk bugling and running around all over the place. And by the 15th, they were gone. So, you know, we'd like to figure out how we keep them in there and circulating through the area.
I think that the department's saying we need to do something because we don't want to run into the same situation where with other areas have too much elk and then having all the pressure for the department that we're not doing enough. Is that what I guess I'm looking for the department's response a little bit on this.
We have 2 more public comments, and then maybe we can hear from the department if that's okay, Commissioner? Okay. Question for this gentleman?
Well, you answered, and then my friend from the Wagon Hound made a comment, so my question is actually to him, if it's out of order, if you don't mind, sir. And I'm sorry, your name went by so quick, I didn't catch it, so. The Elk Man from Wagon Hound. You said landowner meetings, how many meetings were there?
Well, I went to one in Medicine, well, I went to one in Medicine Bow, they had one in Wheatland, but the second night is Douglas, then there was Glen Rock as well.
Okay. And what caught my ear was you said everyone was in agreement and then it changed. What changed?
Well, there's a group of landowners that have talked. There's a lot of landowners that aren't in on this discussion.
Sure.
They feel the same way. I mean, that's not fair to say they wouldn't. I'm just saying when it was presented to them, they're not here, they haven't heard. They still think it's October 1st and hasn't more changed to October 5th. So I'm just saying that when it was talked about, when these other landowners were in the room, they were
just so I understand, everybody was kind of on the same page, and then I'm trying to figure out what happened.
There was changes made as a result.
As a result of the meeting, and then that is where. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Amy Miller?
Hello again. Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners. So we have land up in Albany County in Area 7 also, and my neighbors are all here. We have an HMA also, and so I feel the same way as everyone else about, I think the start date should be October 15th. And one of my main concerns is a safety issue because you have one main road that semi-trucks hauling cattle can get there. And it's from Rock River up the Fort Fetterman Road. They can't go to Douglas around. And so you change that, and we've all scheduled our whole ranches because a lot of us move out of that country in the winter. A lot of people don't stay up there anymore. And so we're all shipping our cattle in that time frame. And so you have hundreds and hundreds of cattle trucks. And then if you add hunters into that ordeal, not alone just hunting and getting crossfire with your family up there riding horses, but just the traffic on the road, you know, one main road, and those semis, there's not places to pull off. You'll tip a load of cattle over. So I agree with everything that my neighbors say, so I'm dittoing all that. I just worry about the safety. And then I went to the landowner meeting at the Sebile, whatever day that was, and all the landowners did not like the start date of October 1st. We were all in agreement then, and they could explain it probably better too, but it sounded to me that there was some pressure from the Casper people to start it early. And so all of us landowners in our area at the Sebile meeting didn't like October 1st, but it sounded to me like they had other pressures that they did it, is what we got at our meeting. Thank you for your time.
All right. Jim Shell?
President Limbaugh, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity. Jim Shell from Glen Rock. I'm an outfitter. I outfit on the south end and the north end of Area 7 and have for 20 years plus. I've got small property up there myself. Know the area very well. I've seen how things have changed over the years in terms of how the elk act and where they go and when they go. And it's not good. And I see a lot of problems was from that August 15th cow season. I'm thankful that that's a gone deal. I don't think that's going to be a tool that we'd ever want to use in our country again. But as far as you can see, this is a fairly large segment of landowners here, and they love their elk. Isn't that something? They actually like their elk. They want elk. They enjoy their elk. They're proud of their elk. It's tradition with them, and they like quality elk. That's been the crown jewel of the Game and Fish Department and the envy of all hunters in this state and non-residents. When you've got outfits like Hunt and Fool and Epic Outdoors that promote the outdoors, and they claim this is one of the top 3 and 4 areas in the state of Wyoming, if not the West, every year, you've got something special. And the Game and Fish Department for years has seen to it that it's stayed special. And you can hear right here from these landowners, they like it too, and they want it to be special. Not one landowner here or absent from this room doesn't appreciate and enjoy and sometimes make a good chunk of change off of their elk. But there's one thing they like. They want quality and they want peace and quiet when they're trying to do their job. And this young lady talked about one road on Fort Fetterman and turning over trucks on that. Well, there's 2 more just like it, Labani and Esterbrook. And those cattle trucks are going on all 3 of them roads up and down every day. And these folks, they've got to have time to do their cattle work. Now, my buddy Dax and their big outfit, they've got plenty of help. They can do their cattle work and do their outfit at the same time, or their hunting or whatever. And that's great. But smaller operations are family-run deals. And those family-run deals have small cow camps. And they've got small crews that are gathering cattle on forest. And they're right in amongst still where the elk are and where the hunters are. You got guys that have tried 15 points, 15, 14, 13 preference points to draw a tag up there. They've drawn that first in a lifetime or maybe once in 20 years tag, and they've got a bunch of cowboys go hooting and hollering by them, running their cattle down the trail to start gathering and chipping. Well, the hunters are rightfully going to be a little chapped. But by the same token, they're in the rancher spot right there. And that's been their time. That earlier or that later season has been historical for so many years. That's how the smaller operations have managed their cattle operations on the high country. So enough said about that. I personally have, I've got so many mixed emotions about whether or not, if we're gonna kill too many of them big old bulls right off the bat. But personally, I think opening that trophy area October 1 is going to reduce the quality of that hunt even further, which has already been reduced dramatically in the last, say, 10 years. Average age classes went down. Average antler scores went down by 20 inches. And I think that's going to continue to go down because when you come in there with a bunch of bow hunters just leaving and the rifle hunters just come and they're going to whack and stack those big bulls. And it's only going to take a couple years of that kind of stuff, and those 330 and 340s that you've been seeing aren't going to be there no more. It will be no better than any general permit area in the state. In fact, there's better general permit areas potentially on wilderness and moving forward. So I would give strong consideration to leaving in the season alone, leave it just as it is for now. I think we do have great discussion going. I appreciate the work that the department's been doing and how active they've been on trying to stimulate a change and something new and something better, something to try to get the harvest on these cows. We don't need a harvest on the big bulls, and that's what this type 1, type 2 thing is going to do. And I'll say this too, when it was originally talked about that the archery tags, whoever got on archery, was initially attached to the type 1 tag, I told them in Douglas and Glen Rock, you wouldn't even hardly be able to give that type 2 tag away because all the elk are down on the wagon hound by November 1. It's simple. Poor old Dax, he's taking it all right here. You could, And I would say, oh, yeah, they'd be able to sell all those. Well, yeah, they would. You could probably draw a type 2-7 on second or third choice after about the second or third year, because there ain't 1,000 people gonna apply for a tag where there's no elk where they can go with public land. All those elk are gonna be down on front face on public land or private land. If you haven't got it in somewhere, you're going without. So I appreciate the opportunity very much, and I do appreciate the department for what they've been doing. They are trying to come up with something, a solution. But where this is concerned, I think they really owe it to their landowners to put a hard ear to their desires here, because it's not just these folks here in this room. I'm here to tell you, on the north end of Area 7 is very similar. So we're probably a bunch of old timers that don't like a lot of change, for one thing. But if it was great change, it'd be different. I don't feel like I think there's good parts of it, but there's bad parts. And if I was to say, if the commission chooses to do a split season, then don't open type 1 until the 15th. Give these people the time they need to do their typical traditional fall work in the high country, and those who do draw type 1 will still be drawing the best damn rifle tag in the state, and 15 or 16-day season, it's as long as most are anyway. So I would say that would be the next best scenario. I stand for questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Any other public comment on the Casper region? Don't want to leave anybody out. All right, as Justin comes up, I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting confused. Can we throw up slide 68 from the presentation? Because I feel like this is coming down to dates, and I think there might be some confusion, and I just want to see that up there as we talk about it, so we're all on the same page. Thank you.
So President Lundvall, the reason why the type 2 is not on there is that slide was meant to encapsulate changes that were
Just
made
changes made
subsequent to public
after.
comment.
Okay,
and the
that's
type
where I
2
was
not
confused.
part of that. However, we
Okay.
can walk through the whole thing if you prefer.
What is the pleasure of the commission?
I think we need to walk through the whole thing.
Can we, I have it in front of me, but can we get it up there? It's not, I apologize, it's not on the slide. Oh, I have it right on my computer. My
Madam Chair.
computer's not over there, so.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I have some questions for
Sure, please
the
do that while
department.
we're trying to figure out.
And
All right, we have a question from Commissioner Masterson.
okay, or maybe more than one. Deputy Chief, give me an idea, if you will, how long has the department been looking at this? How many public meetings did you have? And it sounds like everybody was on the same page. Do you know what, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing that, but can you just kind of give me some context for
So, yeah,
how
Madam
this-
President, Commissioner Masterson, there's absolutely some historical context I would like to give when the time is right, reference some past efforts to change the objective and things like that. Reference this particular process and your question, my preference would be to allow someone from either the Casper or Laramie region to come up since they were directly involved.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, I'm Brandon Ware. I'm the Casper Wildlife Management Coordinator. Commissioner Masterson, can you please ask that question again?
What I'm wondering is how long the department has been trying to crack this nut, and then what process you went through with the landowners that we've heard from, who have great points. Just how many meetings you had, and then it sounds like it was kind of a kumbaya, yeah, I think we can make this work, and then something happened. So I'm not looking for a long narrative, if you can give me some context.
Yeah, so I'll kind of go from when we did not move forward with a general license proposal. So after we decided not to move forward with the general license proposal, we did have a lot of meetings, a lot of contact with the public and the landowners. And essentially, how can we provide more opportunity for bull harvest there when we know we have a lot of bulls on the landscape, but not overrun these public lands that we have? And that's where the idea of the split season came, of like, hey, we can put some hunters in here in October, pull them out, put new hunters in November, and not increase more any elk licenses on the landscape. So that really started about in 2023, those conversations. So in 2024, that's when we really shopped it to the landowners. We even had it in our public meetings. Overall, it's met with pretty good support. From there, we got together with the Wheatland side, with Laramie in Wheatland, and in December, and we're like, all right, we're really going to move forward with this proposal. So we held 5 different landowner meetings across the Laramie region, across the Casper region, and from there, that's where we heard from the landowners. There was some pushback on the October 1, and we had the original proposal with the archery license on the Type 1. We heard from the landowners that they would prefer it on the Type 2. And that was fine with us. We just did not want to put more archery pressure out there. From there, we presented it at all of our public meetings, and then we heard public comment and landowner comment during our season setting process, and that's where we ultimately met together, Casper, Laramie regions, and came up with that October 5th.
Was there, what I think I heard was that people were maybe not comfortable with the change, but they understood it and they were willing to go along with it, and then something changed. Did the department change something about it and that led to pushback, or?
Like with the overall proposal, there really wasn't any changes that the department implemented from when we put our initial proposal, other than what we heard from public and landowner comment. That's when we implemented changes.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
That's
other
all.
questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
What would be wrong? I'm hearing a big problem is they want to get cattle out of country before the hunters get there. So what would be wrong with Area 7 Type 1? It's got October 1st, or October 5th to October 31st. What'd be wrong with adding 10 days to the start and to the finish on that one? Is that what you're looking for over there? So it'd be the 15th, and then it'd run to November 10th. So now my question is, Justin, is there a problem with that? Or
President Lundvall, Commissioner Jolovich, I think I can answer that question. So another reason why we picked that original October 1st opening date is to keep pressure on elk as they cross area boundaries. So area 19 to the west, area 16 to the southwest, they open October 1. And what we were seeing is those elk leaving those hunt areas, going into area 7 and just staying there where they couldn't be harvested. So having a common opening date between those hunt areas is why we moved forward with that October 1, now the 5th proposal.
but it sounds like the landowners were wanting something different here. What? I'd like to talk to Justin. Tell me why that would be a big problem. All the landowners have brought this up, and it seemed like it would have been a big concern during the landowner meetings, but it obviously didn't happen. We're at October 5th. So would it be a big problem for what you're trying to do if we added 10 days at the start and 10 days at the finish on Area 7 Type 1 any elk, go to the 15th and go to start at the 15th of October, end at the 5th, or the 10th of November. Now, you're saying that would be a problem with killing elk, but I would think that appeasing that lady right there, I think we need to work with the landowners on this deal. We don't want them out of the picture. What do we do?
Well, President Lundveld, Commissioner Jolovich, since you asked me, I guess I'll answer. Again, the regional personnel were closer to this issue than I was, but I've been dealing with Area 7 my entire career. I would say that all the perspectives that were brought here today, I wouldn't want to minimize any one of them. Every perspective that's been brought up is extremely valid and I think well-founded and worth considering. I would submit to you that Area 7 is a massive area, and there's also a lot of other landowners that
So
are
you
not-
know, I've hunted that area my whole life, but more to the east side of it. But I understand it's huge.
And I guess the point that I want to make is there's an awful lot of landowners that are not here today. They didn't take the time out of their schedules to come. So I certainly want to give deference, and like I said, they make very valid points. But this disconnect as it came up is something that folks tried really hard to address through a series of landowner meetings. And when I gave that initial slide as far as just the process for how we got here today, that started with the fact that we conduct these 4 to 5 landowner meetings every year and have for a decade plus. So it was trying to strike a compromise between what we wanted to do based on past input with a split season. The regional folks felt like they had a pretty good proposal in hand. The concern arose, which was fair and valid, and that's how we got to where we are now. So I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Kinda, but what is the biggest problem with moving it from the 5th to the 15th?
I guess it would depend on how you define a problem. So elk are somewhat problematic.
I understand that the department's trying to get something done with the elk, and that's why you got the 5th. The starting date at October 5th. I'm just wondering if 10 days is gonna make a difference with what your objective is.
My question to you, Commissioner Jolovich, would that be then still having a type 2 season that would open November 11th? Just to make sure I fully understand your suggestion.
He's saying are you saying 10 days on that one as well?
I don't know.
Instead of just changing one, are you going to shift other dates to match?
And my reason for asking that is if there was not a type 2 attached to the tail end of that, or adjacent to that season, then you would be going back to mirroring the existing season structure pretty closely.
So that would, in order to keep them separate, that would move the type 2 from November 1st to, let's say, a day after Area 7 Type 1 ended on November 10th. Is that going to be a problem? I'm trying to appease these people trying to get their cattle out of the country before all the hunters are running all over the place. And I'm not sure how to do that. And I'm wondering if that would be a way to do it. Help me.
President Lundvald, Commissioner Jolovich, I think the world's our oyster here. There's lots of options, but no matter what, for every change, there's a reaction to that. And so if we were to proffer a change like that today, there could be some unforeseen circumstances that may impact landowners that are not in this room and/or hunters, and I can't really speak to that. But if you are asking about specific considerations with those dates, my preference would be to also ask either the Casper, Laramie region, or both to be able to speak on that.
I don't know. It seems to me that this group over here, it's a big problem on the 5th, and they'd really like to see something different. I don't know what the answer is.
And I guess I would say it's just a real challenge. I mean, some of that historical context I'd like to provide, I heard multiple landowners in this room today reference the objective of 5,000 elk, and that is a combined objective between areas 7 and 19. I share the sentiments expressed here that the attainment of that objective is not very realistic. If you rewind the clock 7 years ago in 2018, we actually launched a huge process where we surveyed all the landowners and lots of hunters. We proposed an objective change to 10,000 elk, ultimately whittled down that proposal to 8,000 elk. And then when presented to the commission, it was rejected. There just wasn't landowner support that manifested. So we've been looking at those sorts of things. My entire career, we've talked about splitting Area 7. Area 7 used to be split in the late 90s. There used to be Area 7 and Area 20. And I guess the last thing I would say that is a direct result of how we got here today is the tremendous pressure that our regions are under to harvest elk, to bring that towards that objective, whether that's Chapter 34 seasons, Chapter 56 seasons in Area 6 just to the south. Our field folks have been under intense pressure to do everything we can to reduce elk, and that's how we got to where we're at today.
As you know, I've been dealing with it since I got on the commission. Area 7, huge problem. I don't know.
Commissioner Jolovich, would you like some regional input on your suggestion?
Yes, absolutely.
Dan is right behind you.
While they're suggesting, I could talk to them.
Who drew the short straw? Who gets to come up?
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission. I don't have a ton more to add from the Casper side when it comes to changing the season date, particularly back 10 days, other than we really want to keep pressure on the elk as they cross boundary lines from 16 and 19 and try to reduce that herd down to objective. So.
President Lundvall, Director Bruce, members of the commission, I don't know if I really have anything else to add. My only real concern is that if we try to change anything now, it was not done through the public process. We've gone a really long ways to get to this point. And if the commission doesn't feel like this is a season to appease the public, then I would suggest we go back to the way it was.
So my suggestion at this point would be for next year, take a real good close look at it and go back to the landowner meetings. See what Dax has to say. You're in a whole different ballgame than the other ones.
Yes and no. I mean, we have to get our cows off the mountain and go on the season. Jim says, Jim does not have any employees. We have to get cows off the mountain. We don't have enough. And they might not own a ranch, but they're doing the work and they have to bust their butt to get the cows off the mountain before the snow flies. And the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, we do have to do it in a lot of places. And we have to do it during hunting season, and we do get cussed by hunters. They think your cowboys are trying to haze the elk back onto private land, and that I don't know if you've ever met a cowboy that likes elk, but I haven't. And they don't like to take a chance. And if they're good enough to haze elk back on private, they're a good cowboy. But I mean, we deal with the same problems, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just telling you that there are landowners that aren't in the same situation, but I get what you're saying.
Well, I guess I would just say, take a real good close look at it for next year then, if we're gonna leave it as is. And try, I don't know, it just looks like a problem over there, but that's all I got. Thank you.
Any other comment from any other commissioners?
I do, Madam President. I have a motion to make, but I need to preface it. I know that, how many biologists work on Area 7? What, 5? 7 wardens? And so I say that so my fellow commissioners know how much time and effort they have put in. And I'm not discounting anything that my friends, the landowners, say. I am not. I just want, I want my commissioners to know this was not a haphazard, thing that was thrown together. They've been working on it, and maybe there was miscommunication for whatever the reason. I think the wisest course is to withdraw these changes, go back to how it was. If I can get a commitment, and I'll make that motion, if you will commit to your continued cooperation, assistance, input with trying to crack this thing. Everything I hear is that the landowners have been involved. We want you involved. You have to be involved. Wildlife doesn't exist in this state without your help. And we all know that. But, we all may have to give a little bit. So my motion, Madam Chair, would be, as to Area 7, is to withdraw the proposed changes and return to the dates, the original dates that you'll see on your, it was on the slide we had up. I believe they were the same as last year, Deputy Chief, and have an ongoing process. Now you're aware, completely aware, and engage and participate, and I know the department will. And so when we meet again in a year, everybody can at least live with it. You might not like it. You might not like it, but we can all live with it. So that would be my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I have a comment, not necessarily in regards to Commissioner Masterson's proposal or motion, but this is, I'm glad we prefaced this discussion with the Jackson region and Area 123. Kind of broke us in easy, but I appreciate everybody's commitment and dedication to coming here, and especially the civility that takes place in this discussion, because it's a very, very interesting dynamic. A question that I had in my mind, and Deputy Chief Benfit kind of answered it, but how long has it been since the discussion or the conversations taking place in regards to making Area 7 into different areas, making it smaller? Because it's large. It encompasses 5 counties, a whole lot of land, a whole dynamic of landowners, from 40-acre landowners to how much land does the Wagon Hound own?
A bunch.
A lot. And it all matters, right? It seems like the Wagon Hound gets beat up on pretty easy because the elk go there, but it's also a large portion of land for the elk to go to. So maybe in the future, having conversations of maybe looking at breaking up Area 7 into 2 areas, 3 areas, 4 areas, how many ever, that it can accommodate, landowners and public on the north end versus some of the landowners that are on the southern end that are, moving their cattle and don't want to have those conflicts or potential conflicts. But again, I just appreciate the civility that's taken place during this discussion. I appreciate everybody's perspective and input. I really want to commend the department for being accommodating to all these landowners, but also the general public that are hunters. So thank you for that.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions or discussion from the commission? Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Just kidding.
Madam Chair, my apologies for being out of order, but the soon-to-be retired Mr. Choma came up, and I didn't know if he made a comment about the motion that I
Rudely
made.
interrupted me, you mean?
Yes. But
No,
obviously, we want to get, I want to make sure that I word it properly. And so with your indulgence,
Michael, tell us if
is
you
there,
didn't hear right.
So President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, Mike brought up an important point. It was one that I was also just asking these two fine gentlemen about. So just to it's a question clarifying your motion, Commissioner Masterson. You suggested, the way I'm tracking, is to revert back to the traditional Area 7 season dates, traditional meaning last year's. The question I have for you is, you referenced dates, but the 2025 proposals also recommended changes in limitations specifically to the Type 8 licenses in terms of where and when those licenses are valid. So could you please clarify your intent there?
Quota, area, everything.
I need some input. What I hear you saying is the dates, got it, the types, got it, but the blue on the limitations is the question.
Specific to the Type 8 licenses.
Okay.
So were we
Yeah.
truly going back to last year or just the dates for last year? Is that what you're asking?
That's
No,
correct.
I think we're good on that. It's that blue language.
Right, I'm just saying, are you wanting to go back to the dates from last year or everything from last year? Quota,
I see.
limitations, everything?
Do you have a recommendation?
May I confer with my
You
colleagues?
may, please do so. Just gonna eat my 15th candy bar. It's fine.
Holy moly.
Okay, thank you, President Lundvall.
Absolutely.
Members of the commission, Director Bruce. So I guess the preference would be, since you're asking, given that proposed amendment, we would be looking at an October 15th to November, let's just go through this line by line just to make sure. So we would be looking at, for an Area 7 Type 1 license, special archery season dates from September 1 through the 30th, rifle season dates October 15th through November 20th, with a quota of 1,500 licenses valid for any elk. The Type 1 would then open November 21st through December 31st for antlerless elk. Then we would have an Area 7 Type 2 with archery season dates of September 1, September 30, and then regular season dates from November 21 to December 31 with 350 licenses valid for antlered elk, 5 points or less on either antler, valid in Converse County. Oh, excuse me. There would not be a special archery season
No, it's gone completely, yeah.
With the Type 2.
with the Type 2.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dax was probably jumping in his shoes over there. We haven't.
Haven't got there yet.
Then we would have an Area 7 Type 4, valid from September 1 through September 30 for special archery, with the regular season dates of October 15th through December 31st, with a quota of 800 licenses valid for antlerless elk. We would then have an Area 7 Type 6 special archery dates, month of September, regular season dates October 15th through December 31st, with a quota of 1,000 licenses valid for cow or calf. Then we'd have an Area 7 Type 8 license. This is where the question somewhat remains. Area 7 Type 8 license with no special archery dates, regular season dates of August 15th through September 30, unlimited quota, cow or calf, valid on private land in Albany and Carbon counties, also valid in all of Platte County, not valid in Converse or Natrona counties, would be the original way, or on commission-owned lands. it would be the preference of the Casper and the Laramie region to retain the or on commission-owned lands aspect of that limitation. Then there would be an Area 7 Type 8, well, the extension of the Area 7 Type 8 from October 15th through the end of December. Cow or calf, and again, this would be the preference of the regions, valid on private land in Converse County, also valid off national forest in the remainder of the area. And I guess while I still have the floor, the region's preferences would be to, because it would not affect the season dates as your amendment proposed, would be to continue to strike the type 4 licenses that with that quota of 800 and maintain the quota of 2,000 cow or calf licenses, the type 6s.
Okay.
Right. Agreed. The only thing that you might have misspoken on, Area 7, Type 8, regular season date, open August 15th, and you said September 30 close. I think it should be October 14th, shouldn't it?
If I said September 30, then I was mistaken. Yes,
Okay.
it should be October 14th.
Okay.
Then, I apologize for the complexity here. The preference would be to still retain the last line of the Area 7 Type 8, a closing date of January 31st. So that would be a date change that would be counter to your original amendment.
We had a second. Hold on that. Then come back around.
Well, I follow you.
So just to clarify, you're on the same page with that as your motion.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
In a second.
Well, the second was interrupted, so we need a formal second after interruption. Do we have a second on the motion as clarified by Commissioner Masterson? Do we have a second?
I will second.
We have a second, all right. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed? All right, motion passes. So, with all of that, now we need a motion to accept all of Chapter 7 as proposed with the amendments. The first being the change from Area 84 and Area 85, the change in date to the 31st. Correct? Okay. The second amendment I have was a little bit more detailed, but it was 123 going from 200 to 150, the closing date, type 4 and type 6, all of those licenses that were changed.
Yeah, so President Lundvall, there may be a little bit of clarification needed as well. So I'm happy to run through these really quick.
Why don't you just do that for us?
Okay.
Yep.
So with respect to, okay, we have, without rehashing Area 7, we have 6 additional line item amendments. So in Elk Area 84, the second line of Elk Area 84 would be a general license with no special archery dates, September 26th to October 31, any elk spikes excluded. The third line of Area 84 would be a general license, no archery dates, November 1, November 15th, antlerless elk. Then the second line of Hunt Area 85 would be general license, no archery dates, September 26, October 31, any elk spikes excluded. So just to make sure, am I adequately capturing Commissioner Roberts, well, the commission's amendments? So then moving on to Elk Area 123, the type 1 would have special archery dates of September 1, September 14th, regular season dates September 15, October 20, 150 licenses, any elk. 123, type 4, special archery dates September 1, September 14th, regular dates September 15th, November 30, 100 licenses, antlerless elk. Then Area 123, Type 6, no special archery season dates, regular season dates of September 15, November 30, 100 licenses, cow or calf.
Okay, that sounds right, Fawn. Okay. And then the proposed amendments we just discussed.
That's correct.
Correct. All right, so do we have a motion to accept Chapter 7 as proposed with the stated amendments?
So moved.
Any discussion? Do we have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Chapter 7 is finito. It's done. Thank you so much. I think that's the most public comment we've had, not just on this, but I think in general, so. And with that being said, does anyone have a public comment on anything outside of Chapter 7 that will be covered tomorrow that either can't come tomorrow or cannot appear virtually tomorrow? We want to make sure we don't leave anyone out. I see one. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, Justin.
Greg Pope again. Thank you, commissioners, for considering it, putting this off a year. I think it's going to get a lot better input, and hopefully landowners working more closely with the wardens to come up with a good compromise solution. Speaking for myself, I attended a couple of the landowner meetings. The smaller landowners, such as myself, were drastically underrepresented. I think you see that today. A lot of people did not attend those meetings over the last couple of years. If, in this day of technology, if the commission or the department could advise the landowners prior to the meetings what in more detail is being considered, I think it would help. And then maybe a follow-up meeting after some of these things were written up, like the seasons now, let the landowners take a look at it again. Just try to encourage everybody to participate, and not just the bigger landowners. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
This won't take long, but Rena brought up a really good point. I know, and this might be impossible, but I think as far as Area 7 is concerned, maybe if we had one landowner meeting where everybody was in the room, might be a big benefit. I don't like splitting the areas because the elk you're managing early season or our elk late season, and then you don't have that conversation later. But I think we're all in it for the same goal. We want big elk, we want less elk. So that's a suggestion that Rena came up with that I thought was a pretty good idea.
Thank you. All right, thank you again so much for all of the public comment. Thank you to the department for all the hard work that you put in. Speaking of the hard work that our department folks put in, we are going to end this evening now. Dan Smith will have the floor as we wrap things up.
Good evening, commissioners, Director Bruce. My apologies that it's 7 o'clock at night. I saw this day going much different than how it went. I also saw, when I first set this up, I was expecting the person that I'm going to bring up here in a moment not to be here tomorrow, but thanks to this long day, he will be, but his family happens to be here too. So Mike, could you come up here, please? So believe it or not, this is the last commission meeting for Mike Choma. And he started with the department.
Oh, no,
you
no,
don't
no,
get to
no,
sit
no.
down.
No.
Nice try. Come on in, and I believe his family's here too. So believe it or not, Mike started as a trainee game warden in 1991. And if you look at some of the young game wardens around the region that we have right now, most of them weren't even alive then. So he has been around a while. So became the Casper game warden. In 2015, he promoted to the LE supervisor that he is today. And I just thought I would list a couple of achievements that Mike has successfully done. So you've heard of the solar eclipse. I wouldn't totally blame that on Mike, but you know, he did. He guided the department through that process. So working with other agencies, having daily meetings, keeping us all in line because the department had a lot of response to the eclipse. And then another favorite that Mike caused was sage grouse bird farms. Why that wasn't totally his fault either. He was the one who put the regulation together and has made that a success. He's actually been out to the bird farm and done some inspections, and has just been a real resource for that. And so we've really appreciated that. And then the regulation brochure that we have right now, the big game, deer, elk, antelope, those all used to be separate little maps that you couldn't read, especially as you get older, like Mike and I. You couldn't read that small print. So he did a great job reorganizing that, putting that into one brochure that we all use today and really appreciate. And so I wanted to point out some of those achievements. But what Mike really excels in is what you saw today, coming up here and saying, hey, did you get this part of the regulation? Or we need to cover this, and we need to make sure that we got this, and we're following all the rules. And Mike does an excellent job of that, and Aaron's got big shoes to fill following him in that. And so over my career, Mike has always been very supportive. He was actually in my line of supervision at one time, which was kind of a bad thing. But then throughout that, you know, he's been my boss, we've been equals, I've been his boss, we've been back to equals, I'm his boss again, but really nobody can boss him around other than the person standing next to him. So through all of that, Mike has been super supportive. So on a personal level, I just want to say thank you for all that you've done for me. Every time I have a question, rather than look it up myself because I'm lazy, I just call Mike because Mike knows the answer. And he's been an expert on the regulation for across the board, whether it's fishing regulations, wildlife regulations, public request informations. Mike has been the expert, and I just really, personally, I thank you, and then on behalf of the department, I thank you for all that you've done and for 31 years of service.
Well, here we are. If I could indulge for just a few more moments. Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioners, colleagues, and my family. I work with truly extraordinary people. My right hand and my assistant, Stephanie, has a few signs hanging in her office that read, "It's kind of fun to do the impossible," and another that says, "0 days without mayhem." I could end my comments right there, but you allowed me to have a live mic. It's been my absolute pleasure to serve the people of Wyoming, numerous commissions, directors, and most of all, to be entrusted to help manage the state's wildlife resource for the last 34 plus years. I've enjoyed an extremely rewarding journey with this department. Who knew that a young kid from New Jersey could embark on such a pleasurable career serving the people of Wyoming and managing its wildlife resource? Wildlife as a kid growing up in New Jersey meant something completely different than it does here, and often had nothing to do with animals at all. New Jersey reportedly has the Jersey Devil roaming around its pine barren forests, but some may say that one Jersey Devil was transplanted to Wyoming back in 1988. This department took a chance on me, interviewed me over the phone in 1988, and offered me a summer contract law enforcement position in Sheridan. This was a huge change for a kid who had yet to venture west of the Mississippi River. I traveled across this country in a two-wheel drive Nissan pickup and a couple fishing rods. 3+ weeks later, after beginning my journey, I ended up in Sheridan and instantly decided this was the state and the department I wanted to dedicate my efforts and talents to. Thankfully, this department agreed with my wishes
and offered me a full-time game warden position in February 1991. I've had scores of awesome experiences over these years, but I'd like to just a few accomplishments I'm most proud of. Over the last several years, I've had an opportunity to be part of the selection and hiring and mentoring of new department personnel who are committed, eager, and ready to maintain the culture and highest levels of professionalism in wildlife management this agency is known for. Mentoring new game wardens, biologists, sometimes chiefs, senior assistant attorneys general, commissioners, and especially a young prosecutor in the early 1990s who have all sought my counsel in finding their way forward. This department is truly in good hands today. There are some excellent people in new leadership positions, and just last week, 2 new game wardens graduated from the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. Both of them were honored with the class's top awards and recognition: excellence at the top and excellence in our new hires. Personally, one of my proudest accomplishments was being selected to represent this department at the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia in 2011. This was a 10-week law enforcement academy structured to provide leadership and technical training to law enforcement agency administrators from all over the world. In fact, that class I attended had representatives from 20 different countries, which provided for lively debate on topics such as ethics in today's law enforcement. I can guarantee you that ethics in law enforcement means something completely different to officers in large metropolitan cities versus rural communities and officers from countries such as Egypt, South Korea, and Brazil. I've leaned on several of my classmates for advice or to get different perspectives on a host of issues since graduating that class in 2011. I've also been fortunate to have been mentored by some of the absolute best this department has to offer. To name but a few, Terry Cleveland, Jay Lawson, Dave Avey, Scott Edberg, Gene Cole, Scott Talbot, and Greg Arthur have all left their marks on my career and have even helped to guide me long after their own retirements. There certainly was no lack of leadership, direction, or purpose during the most impressionable years of my career. I can only hope to be leaving just a little part of these people's legacy, their coaching, their professionalism, and mentoring for the newer employees and up-and-coming leaders of this department. My early career as a game warden was often fast-paced, exciting, fulfilling, and never mundane. I probably realized all too late not every bad guy was going to get caught, or that every after-hours call would necessitate an in-person response. I was gone from my family more than was probably necessary in those early years. It just became a way of life for my whole family. As an example, when I promoted into the Wildlife Law Enforcement Coordinator position back in 2005, we moved into our own private house and out of warden housing. My wife and I moved all of our belongings over Christmas, and we were going to begin the second half of our kids' school year in our new home. On the first day of school that January, I was excited to drive our kids to school since I wasn't on the top of the call-out list any longer. As we headed to the garage to load into my personal truck, our home phone rang. My son instantly called out, "Cripple call, we'll get a mom's car." The call turned out to be a wrong number. The Salix dispatch didn't even have our new number, but my son's reaction spoke volumes to me. It had just become a way of life for our whole family. Later in my career, I worked harder to separate out my work life and my personal life. I trust my family has recognized those efforts. Madam President, throughout my career, I've learned a lot of new things. For example, I learned that once you load bear-proof panniers onto your pack horse, you shouldn't tie it off to the side rails of your new green patrol truck. Horses have a tendency to readjust their loads by rubbing up against something solid, like a truck rear quarter panel, which turns out not to be so solid after all. I subsequently learned that the Wyoming State Office certainly considers that a reportable accident, and I had the letter to prove it. I also learned that you shouldn't just park a manual drive truck in gear. Always use the emergency brake. An inclined parking area may cause your truck and boat trailer to ever so slowly roll backwards and end up partially submerged in a reservoir, while your boat trailer is still attached and jackknifed. This, I learned, is also a reportable accident, and I have a letter to prove that as well. Along the way, my job duties changed again. I was informed I had a new title, job description, and even became a supervisor to other personnel. That's when the real excitement began. Personnel management. Oh boy. This new job included supervision of our law enforcement and access programs, and the sexiest job of all, drafting commission regulations. I can see the excitement in all your faces when I mention drafting regulations. Who knew there could be such lively debate over the use of an Oxford comma, writing styles, or when I've suggested to many college-educated professionals that they should attend grammar camp before submitting their regulation comments to me. I've since been referred to as the grammar police, even a scary bastard by some. I was assigned a mentor in the department's leadership program, and I'm a proud member of the department's anti-Oxford comma club. The sign on my office door proves that as well. I'll certainly be watching for the first Oxford comma to erroneously be added back into commission regulations. Actually, I've truly enjoyed all the professional challenges that have come my way over the last 37 years as a Wyoming game warden, conservation officer in Kansas, and as a wildlife professional. No matter how you look at it, that's a lot of years to stick with anything. To get to this point requires an inordinate amount of patience. But I'm not talking about my patience, because I was having the time of my life and the years just flew by. I'm talking about the patience of the woman who's been in my corner all along this journey, my wife, Mariel. In fact, she's been in my corner even longer than my professional career. She's been patiently waiting even longer, going back to our dating days in high school, 1992 for those that are doing the math. First, she had to wait for me to grow up, all through college. Some may even call it maturing. And some may have an argument that she still didn't wait long enough. I couldn't argue with them all. Sometimes my maturity has been referred to as questionable, but Mariel did agree to marry me back in 1993, so I must have done some growing and maturing. And she's still patiently waiting for me to complete my career with this agency. That's the epitome of patience. I just hope I haven't worn out all her patience for when I'm home every day, all day long. Except for when I go fishing. Maybe that's why my wife is so excited when I'm busy tying flies or getting my gear ready for a day out alone in the mountain streams. Our two children have been just as patient. Our daughter, Meredy, tried to test her dad's mettle by moving to Washington, D.C. after graduating college, but decided to return to Wyoming a few years later, attend law school, and now is an assistant district attorney at home here in Casper. She's just what I need, another young prosecuting attorney to train on the finer points of wildlife law enforcement. Our legal interpretation discussions will certainly keep me connected after retirement. She has brought us every joy a parent could envision in having a daughter. Our son Michael is my hunting buddy, a fishing buddy, and he's earned a master's degree in accounting and also tried to give us a run for our money by moving to Littleton, Colorado, south of Denver for a few years. Denver traffic and I don't mesh so well. A silver lining, though, while living in Littleton, he hit the jackpot and married Kirsten. They too have had their fill of Denver area traffic and now live in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Kirsten's a speech-language therapist and can easily be described as winning the daughter-in-law Powerball lottery for our whole family. I'm truly blessed to have my family living close again and they're all patiently waiting for me to finish up, as you probably are as well. When I announced my retirement plans, I didn't realize how helpful people were going to be by offering suggestions on how to retire correctly. Most of these people had yet to retire themselves, but it didn't seem to inhibit their advice. I was deluged with questions about what I would do with all my free time, what my hobbies were, and if I had enough activities planned so as not to get bored. I explained that I love to fish, go boating, hunt, hike, camp, mountain bike ride, cross-country ski, and read for pleasure. Enough well-wishers provided their advice that I thought I should do some serious reflection and make sure I had enough hobbies to stay busy and occupied. After careful consideration, I decided I need just one more structured activity to round out my free time. So I joined the Casper Whiskey Society. Now I have a structured engagement the last Friday of every month to practice quality whiskey tasting and learn fun new cocktail recipes. So, Madam President, you can see I have a lot to be thankful for. My family, my coworkers, my friends, my career, and seemingly good health. That should afford me an opportunity to explore new fishing holes and wild places in this state. All of these blessings come with the most patient woman I know at my side. I knew you were hesitant to give me a live microphone this one last time, but I wanted you to know what an honor it has been to serve the people of Wyoming and help in a small way to manage its wildlife resource. While speaking to a good friend recently, he asked how my last few work weeks were going, so I told him. He encouraged me to run through the tape, and he spoke admirably of all I was hoping to still get accomplished these last few weeks. That's when I realized just how much I still needed to do to complete this season-setting process and finish training my successor. So I'll end here so I can finish up these tasks, because soon I must go fishing. I sincerely thank you and the entire commission for what you do. Godspeed.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end this evening than that. You've certainly spoiled a lot of us, Mike, and it's going to be hard to have to delete your number out of our phone for all those questions that we have, but no retirement more well-deserved, and we're looking forward to hearing all of your fishing stories and things like that. So thank you so much for your service. With that in mind, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Oh, now everyone. Second, and we'll get it done. All right. Have a good evening, folks. We will see you bright and early, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.